of the student of the sport that Levi is, and also for the fact that he sails with this confidence, but it's not urgency. He's learned how to compete.
Yep. And I got to say, that 360 on that last hit, that was not the perfect spot for that 360. He managed to make it go around and held on to the landing, but it wasn't by any means the perfect 360 spot.
No, it wasn't. Let's see if Takuma Sugi can get into this game here. He is really stuck in third here. 1-2 exchange. Takara Ishii and Sugi. Oh, Ishii. Ishii-san off the top. Takuma-san scratching into this. Both of these riders know they're in a battle. Oof. Takuma on the fatter one. A little bit on the outside of where you would want to be, but still making it work. Can Sugi catch Ishii? Levi Seiver has created this situation all on his own. He has created a survival battle between Ishii and Sugi.
There's got to be a friendly rivalry between our two Japanese riders.
You better believe it. Hello, everybody. Nice to see you at the beach.
A lot of beautiful people at the beach today.
Oh, we are rolling through this with plenty of spectators from all generations. I believe that might have been Rhonda Smith-Sanchez down there with Scott. Talk about legend. Here we go. Levi Seiver, 16.8. Just about comboed Takara and Takuma.
That's got to be the high wave total of the day.
It's
maybe of the event.
One of them. What is that, a 9?
That's a 9.
Woo! Let me tell you, he earned that. 2 vertical lip tags with a pulled off 3 at the end. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here's the Takara and Takuma exchange. Let's just watch. Takuma drawing some really nice lines at the end there. I feel like he's gotten himself closer to Takara, but maybe not quite caught him.
Well, it definitely will be closer.
It'll definitely be closer.
But real good sailing from both sailors. Takara's hit was critical. Watching our sailors make their way to the outside. Kind of half planing. Still winding their sails. We're going to have one more heat today. We'll get a chance to see Kai Lenny in the next heat. You're watching the 40th annual Aloha Classic. This is the grand finals, and presented by the PLAYA Surf Hotel in association with Sundeck, our friends at Bruce Boards, North Shore Maui Rental Car, Never Slow. A lot of great support for this year's Aloha Classic. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Josh Steele. Never Slow also throwing down sponsorship dollars. Huge thanks to you. Won't go unmentioned more. I mean, we are so thankful to everybody who has helped out. Like I said, Josh Stone earlier, Josh Steele. These guys want to see this event happen. They're fans of the sport. Former pros, and looking at this as just giving back to the sport that's given them so much. And, windsurfing's given me so much. It's given you so much, Jason. I find myself kind of, capturing this moment in the following way. It was like, if I could imagine back in 1987 when I moved to Maui, the level that this sport would be at, it would confirm all of the dreams and aspirations that I ever had as an up-and-coming pro, and everything that happened during my career. Just to see where this sport is now, it's such an honor to, live this moment and realize that, there have been, little rivalries between other sports, but now this whole water sports picture is mixing in with all these different sports and what you can do on the ocean, that it seems to wash away all of this comparative reasoning, and that windsurfing stands alone as one of those core sports with what we can do with wind and waves. There's no question. And I think that at the same time, We appreciate the new sports like winging that have come in and infused a little bit of a different spectrum to where the environments that we can ride in. And the best part to me is that there's always kind of an optimum medium to participate in these. We're at Ho'okipa, one of the best spots arguably for wave sailing on the planet. But you can apply this theory to a lot of different places worldwide, wherever there's wind and waves.
And depending on the conditions of the day.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the main thing, is you try to interpret the conditions based on the watercraft in which you want to ride. And right now, it is wave sailing conditions. Look at these sails are fluttering in the wind. It is probably as close to windy as it's been all day. Siver hanging up top on a pretty nice looking wave. He's scanning the horizon like, yeah, I think I'll give this a shot. Here comes Levi Siver. You blink, you missed it. Straight into it. It matters to show the world his agility, his ability, but more importantly, the style that he's so astute at showing. Above all else, he has this style that's all his own.
Well, Levi's playing with house money right now. He's got such a big score line. He's able to sail free. You saw that 360 there. He didn't quite make it, but he just has nothing to lose. He can see any hit, any lip, and just give it his all.
I mean, that is the truth. He doesn't want to leave the door completely open, because look at Takuma Sugi's score here. It's getting tighter. There is a minute left in this heat. Sugi is on a pretty nice wave at the point. One move could swing this. Can Takuma connect? That's a good start. That was a nice, powerful turn, but this is now deep at the point, and that's going to be all she wrote for Takuma. You saw the shoulders drop as the drone pans out. That is all she wrote for Takuma. And when a late little flurry there, was it enough? No. Takara Ishii, is there a chance for him to claw into something? He is, in fact, on quite a nice wave to the right of your screen. Takara Ishii. Can he get a haymaker in here? He's been patient. He draws his line, his attention focused squarely to H. Poco Point. He drops in, points the mast tip, first contact. The wave goes fat off the point. He's thinking about the upwind threes, thinking about any level of trickeration that he can include, lip climbs, anything that he can do. It's not going to be enough, Jace. The heat is over. Levi Siver rides on. And we will see what the breakdown is between Sugi and Ishii. Poor Takara Ishii hangs his head in shame. But he shouldn't be ashamed. He's had a great year on tour. And it might just be that that's how things are going to stand here.
Those are bragging rights amongst friends right there. I'm sure that Takara really wanted to edge out his buddy Takuma. But Takuma really made it close towards the end there. Levi had really started to run away with the beginning portions of that heat as we watched Takara Ishii bang it off the lip. Wave goes a little bit fat, so he's kind of redirecting towards the whitewater, maybe even looking for a backside three on that hit there. Wave not completely cooperating. And I think you saw it too. There was a bit of body English at the end that
Aloha from Hukipa, Maui. This is a live look at the scene for the 2024 Hotel PLAYA Surf Aloha Classic presented by Sundeck. We are happy to be back after a late day on Sunday. Kai Cachadorian, Jace Pontebianco joining you from the booth. It has shifted into a trade wind swell, north swell combination here. Quite a windy warm-up, and most of the riders are definitely getting hung up in some of the gusts. We are just getting started with round 5, heat 6, Tomat Traversa, Bant Rodinger, and Robbie Swift. Jace, you talked to a few people on the beach. What's the general attitude out here as Rodinger sets up?
Well, the general attitude is that we are full power today. Rodinger on a wave now, banging it off the lip. Nice. Full power. Heat is on. Bant Rodinger starting it off right with a nice aerial off the lip.
What you saw there was what I was going to bring up, is that there's a lot of apparent wind blowing out the back. The straight north swell combining with a straight east wind. And if it goes any more east than this, it's going to become really difficult to consider what they are talking about, a possible jump here. But it's at that wind direction that makes jumping rather tricky. As UK's Robert Swift on the Neil Pry JP combo sets it up. Welcome to everyone across the globe for joining. Here's Robbie Swift eyeing his first hit, making solid contact with that lip, full control. You can tell he hasn't rigged too big of a sail. Today's allowing a little bit more for getting around those sections, but even Robbie doesn't have enough speed to make it around that. And he's just going to head to the channel and turn around. Meanwhile, outside, Bant Rodinger setting up, edging his way in. This is a proper mid-point wave, a little bit above it. Big spray turn for Rodinger. The crowd agrees. Outside of him is Traversa. 1-2 combo here. Here comes Rodinger stalling for the final hit, while Traversa sets up on a bigger wave. A nice clean one. Running down the point, there's Traversa. Air over the section. You can see trying to make it around these corners. It doesn't always happen. Sailors are going to try and earnest to stay going. That's right in front of the rocks. You got to be really super careful with the rocks, Jace.
Oh, yeah. We haven't carpeted them yet, but it's definitely a goal. I'll tell you, Kai, the wind is looking strong today. One of our major conversations at the sailors meeting was if we were going to put in a jump or not. One of the major concerns was if you have a low in the winds and it makes it so that you have to restart a heat, we do not have a lot of wiggle room if we're going to end the contest today.
What you do see from this lineup shot is that it's really not consistently windy enough to jump. Jumping would be an opportunity given to you if you have that right gust of wind as you're powering through the lineup. We don't want to start dictating equipment changes like we had in some of these other contests where guys are riding really floaty, planey boards at the expense of the wave riding. And you can see that in the modern era of wave sailing at Hukipa, it's all about the wave riding first and foremost. Not that we wouldn't count a jump, but that's usually more reserved for the springtime when we have those more directly filled in trades. So while we're not counting a jump right now, if we see it move into that, you're going to have another factor that's going to differentiate who advances and who doesn't. Stay tuned for that. Our scoreline in first place, Tomat Traversa with a good 5-2, very solid riding there. Antoine Martin and Anthony Runas watching on. Rodinger taking the lead after his second score drops. 9.3, he's under 10-point territory, but Rodinger's keeping it loose. Jace, you said he's listening to some tunes out there in the heats?
Yeah, it's probably one of the only persons I've ever heard of doing this in a contest scenario. Bant Rodinger, if you look closely at him, he's got a little fanny pack that he's wearing around his waist, got his phone in there, got the earbuds in his ears. Kai, guess what album Bant Rodiger's listening to?
Creedence Clearwater.
No. Do you want another guess? Metallica, Ride the Lightning. How's that for DJ
My
Booth?
hero. He's probably listening to the song Fight Fire with Fire.
And that's what you're going to have to do out there today. Fight fire with fire. I tell you, I talked to head judge Buzma Guillot a little bit about what was going to be in the judging criteria. And, we were watching some of the different waves that were coming through. And he basically just said to me, wave size, wave quality is going to play a big factor in the overall ceiling of your wave score. Here we are, Robbie Swift.
Robbie Swift setting up his second scoring wave. He is way up top at middles. He is all the way upwind, trying to set up a little bit less of a consequential situation, but he will also realizes different kind of wave. But he's actually done the right thing here because he's in a safe position with the bigger wave behind him and Traversa on that as we pan out. Here goes Swifty. Squares up his bottom turn, really leans into it. There's Traversa behind the picture. Robbie, tweak air, play park. This is a little bit more like of a softer wave up top, but more scoring guarantee. Traversa doesn't drink the Kool-Aid on that mid-level one. It's still kind of a tight interval with this fresh north swell that is filling in. So you see some of these longer lines are actually indications of a fresh north swell we're getting, but that's mixed in with what's going to be a longer period direct east swell. And this is what you see this time of year, Jace. The trades are blowing. We have these spinner storms to the north of us and the Aleutians, and you also have to the east of us the trade wind belt, which is just spewing different swell directions at us. We have multiple swells in the water right now, a perfect example of what true wave riding and just windsurfing, I would say, at Ho'okipa is all about. Toma Traversa kicking out there. We don't have any really replays yet. There's a lot of action going on, that's why, because outside of Traversa, who tacks on this wave, is Bant Rodinger. And he's probably about halfway through. I would say he's listening to Creeping Death right now. Perfect cutback. He's halfway through Ride the Lightning here. What a setup for Rodinger. Gets under the lip. He's going for the full length of the ride, but he kicks out as well. He figures 2 nice little snaps will do it.
You can see the little orange pack over his shoulder there. That's where his phone is. That's where the tunes are coming out.
That's excellent. Nothing better than Metallica to listen to during a heat. I can think of a couple other bands. We'll work on that. Look at Bant's rig here. Low boom, kind of a low aspect 3-batten hot sail. Jeffrey Henderson probably still to date making the lightest sail in the business, which allows for a fair level of mobility, but the agility's off the charts.
So Bant had 2 boards on the beach, 2 rigs on the beach. He said that this was not his favorite board, so he's got a green one on the beach. We'll see if later on if he changes gear.
Robbie Swift swooping very smoothly with the tweak air with Traversa behind him. Traversa's taken the lead in this heat with Swifty's score yet to drop, I do believe. And that's the view of Rodinger.
Nice contact.
Looking up towards the Hana coastline on the beautiful island of Maui, we are bringing you the 2024 Aloha Classic, sponsored by Playa Sur Hotel, presented by Sundeck. That is our water safety man, Curtis Chonky, on the jet skis, done an excellent job. He's been basically forbidden to directly aid the riders. You gotta deal with it old school style, swim through your rig, peel it off the rocks, whatever you got. You've got to be able to handle these situations on your own. Traversa and Swifty mid-level. Jace, we see Robert Swift's kids as we see Adam Warkall psyching up for his heat coming up. He's got a chance to make a big statement here.
Rocco apparently is the youngest sailor to ever sail Ho'okipa at 9 years old. So, got to be proud. Robbie Swift, proud papa.
Yeah, I would find that the only person who could challenge that is Bant Rodinger. And I don't know what the exact number is on that, but we remember when Rodinger was far from fully grown, sailing up here too, and credit to Robbie, getting those kids off the screens and out in the outdoors is a hard thing to do these days, but it takes a village, and Swifty's definitely got a village with Swift Water Sports now taking shape with this new business, and we'll get into that a little bit more. Maybe we can even bring him up here to discuss that, helping support this event. Thank you, Robbie. As you see, a 1-2 punch of Traversa and Rodinger. Here's Traversa on the first wave. He kicks out rather wisely, and this is a much better way for Rodinger, who's setting up. There's Rodinger. Punches his bottom turn in full view of the judges. Possibly the nicest wave of the heat. Rodinger hitting it under, trying to get around the section. Doesn't quite survive the apparent wind bobble. And here's Swifty.
Waiting for the wave to wall up a little bit. Swifty's coming down the line now underneath the lip. Big aerial and into the flats. Robbie Swift trying to get around the end section now. Little check turn, stays in the power section. Here he is on the bottom. One last little top turn and into the end bowl.
That was a nice wave for Swifty. Traversa setting up on the outside. A beautiful looking wave for Toma, who can rip on anything. Big cutback from Traversa. Floats the section but doesn't survive it. He got bounced on that one. Could that be a turning point in this heat? Roedinger's going to drop a pretty big score. Unfortunately, he didn't really quite seal the deal on that. But it was such a nice wave that it's possible that he's going to be sitting on a higher counting score. We have yet to see. Head Judge Bujmagiol has been letting this marinate, so to speak. Didn't look like Traversa got to his rig. Is he in front of the rocks? It's right in the zone. He'll be fine. He's above the rocks. Can't tell from this. Super heavy situations here at Ho'okipa. In the heat of contest battle, you start taking more chances than you normally would.
You would. And we're going to go down to our beach interview with Anne-Marie Reichman.
Really stormy conditions. But you can see it's a little gloomy. The wind wants to fill in. It's a little up and down still. But riders are performing amazing. There's good swell. They're hitting the lip. Lots of peaks with this north and a little bit of leftover east swell. So it's going to be an exciting day. Keep following us and stay in tune with Kai and Jace up there.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Looking blustery down there as we have Robbie Swift going for his next wave.
Biggest wave of the heat, Jace.
And
Robbie dives into it. This is big time for him. Big slap off the lip for Robbie, who doesn't misread it and completely wrap that cup back around as he swoops in from the drone angle. Super nice air of this section. Biggest cheers from the crowd yet. That might be the wave of the heat. Here comes Roedinger to answer back. This has been an action-packed heat to start the day. Roedinger, big section ahead of him. Perfect timing for Bent Roedinger. Can he do the whitewater climb? He sure does. Step ladders that. Roedinger probably dropping his highest score. He's in second place right now with Swifty narrowly ahead of him. Toma Traversa kind of fell off the map with his last bobble there. Scores will be counting. Swifty's highest score by far in this heat. He's already in first place narrowly by 0.4 of a point over Roedinger. And I do think that these standings are going to be relatively similar. Look at this bottom turn into the vertical hit. And that right there, when he dove back into it with all the weight on his back foot, that's how you sail Ho'okipa, Jace.
Robbie knows how to do it here. Local knowledge, fearless, big punching aerial for Robbie Swift. Beautiful. Right into the flats.
Really big exchange in that heat. And in a sense, Jace, I think it solidifies first and second. Toma, unfortunately, just not finding the rhythm when he needed it. Getting left out of a few exchanges as a result. You know, one fall puts you in the water, and that means that whole cycle that you were in running through the lineup either gets you in the spot or away from the spot.
Yeah, not a lot of time left in this heat. For Thomas Traversa, he's sitting on a 5.2 and a 4.5. We've had other scores drop. Bant Roediger got his high score of a 5.3, and we're waiting on some other scores for Robbie Swift and Bant Roediger.
Yeah, they're taking their time with these scores because they're really important scores. 14 minutes past the hour of 11 here in the Hawaiian island of Maui. Thank you for joining us across the globe, wherever you may be. You are tuning in to watch Bant Roediger take the lead over Swifty, albeit temporarily. We'll see. Is that the 5.7 his top score from that last wave? We're about to find out. I don't think so. I don't think they've gotten Robbie's score yet.
Bant Roediger got a 6.5 on that last wave, so that was his high heat score.
And now Robbie Swift calibrates, and he is in the lead. It's Roediger and Swift pulling away from Toma Traversa as this north swell is really coming to fruition now. We have got waves and wind on tap, as it is traditionally doing every single time you get into late October, early November. Robbie Swift, stock air over the section and speeds into a section. Do we have a rotation up? He goes for the goiter into the pit and lands it. Will he pull it out of the whitewater? I like his chances, but the wind doesn't oblige. But one of those close makes. Roedinger saw it. He's way above Swifty. This is up at middles. above the green tree, and Roedinger's going to go beeline down the section here, taking one shot. Here comes H. Poco Point. What a bottom turn. Full speed, but he pokes Taco, unfortunately. And Traversa's just like, mon Dieu.
Yeah, he does not look psyched. Not able to pick up a set wave on that exchange. So Traversa has to head back out in the waning moments of our round number 5, heat number 6 of the grand final Aloha Classic.
Oh, Toma knows. And we all know, anybody who knows that Toma is on par with Roediger and Swift. But this is the nature of Hukipa, and this is one of those situations. You also saw it a lot yesterday in the Masters, or just Hukipa decides.
It does. Beautiful rotation for Robbie Swift. Lands on the coping, but just not enough wind to get back in front of the wave, so not a completed maneuver. Here's Bant Roediger.
Bam.
Poke Taco.
Yeah. And then that was that. Again, we have 18 minutes counting in these heats. We have accommodated for the fact that it's windier. And that makes a lot of sense. And it's also very good news for us with 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this first heat of the day, because we're going to roll through this and just about looking pretty good to be able to finish the contest today. So stay tuned wherever you are. Here comes Tomas Traversa, fading behind the peak, trying to make something of this. Realizes he doesn't have a lot of time. It's quite a good wave. It's got a little bit of a different sectiony look to it, but he finally connects in air. Will Toma be able to land a haymaker here and get in line with the contenders? He aims his taboo board. Gastrosail combo in front of the point. That's it for any real targets to acquire. A little lip slidey tail hit. Toma, one of, if not my favorite sailor in the world. In and out of competition, you know the difference. You got to score points. You got to do it in a certain amount of time. Checks his watch. He's got a minute and a half. It's tough sledding against the likes of Roediger and Swift. And there is Kai Lenny getting his Quattro board ready, which he's had a certain hand in designing.
The pit crew.
Look at the fins carefully, those of you at home. They are the equal-sized. Kai Lenny fusing this as close to surfing as possible. Here's a replay of Toma Traversa. Big action. Getting texts from everybody around the world. Robbie Swift heading upwind. Robbie Swift should look behind him because there's a much bigger wave. Swifty mistimed this, unfortunately. Is he going for the 3? He does. Doesn't make it. Swifty probably feeling pretty good about his chances and not stressing out too much about not selecting this wave behind him. Or maybe his plan was just to nail a 3. Hard to say, Jace. Robbie Swift in the lead, 12.7. Bant Roediger, 11.8. And Traversa clawing closer with 11.2 total. This is really close, but there's 5 seconds left. And nobody's riding a wave. It is over.
What a stacked heat.
What a stacked heat, Jace.
That's a hard way to start the day if you're Thomas Traversa. Hard heat to get through.
There's Camille and Svenja Jugoba. Oh, excuse me, that's not Camille. It's her boyfriend. All right, we are going to bring on our Italian contingent. Vic first. We're going to bring Vic Marcelli up because we're calling a heat with Federico Mauricio. Round 5, Heat 7. Camille Juban, Federico Mauricio, and Baptiste Clorec.
Let's be for Italian. Let's check it out.
My friend Vic Marcelli joining me, and we're going to definitely ask you to run some of this in Italian, Vic, as well. We're going to also bring Ferdinando Lofreda, who is Federico's coach. This is Toma Traversa coming in from his unfortunate non-advancement in this round, and that is the end of his contest. Keep your chin up, Toma. You know, and we all know you're a big-time ripper.
Hello.
Here we go. This is my friend Vic Marcelli.
Hello, guys. How are you? How are you?
Great to see you, Vic.
After a long time.
After a long time.
I catch up with you again.
Lots of memories of this guy sailing Hokipa. We've shared some great sessions over the years.
Good waves.
You know,
big days.
And I saw you rigging up the other day. You're not one of those quitters.
No, I'm not.
No.
You neither.
No.
You never.
I appreciate that.
You're still very good. I'm very impressed. You don't train it that much anymore, but you're still amazing, bro.
Yeah, I'm not a full-time Maui resident, but having gone to high school, I keep my local credentials.
Are you still play drums as well?
Yes, of course.
Oh.
This is Hokipa here, and you see the Italian flag kind of prominently displayed here. What we're all about right now is we're going to talk about Federico Mauricio, and we're going to focus in as our competitors are getting ready for an upcoming heat here, and we don't have too much action out on the water. But yeah, Vic, you know, like talk about some of the Italian wave sailors in the past of, you know, who's been on the radar for Italy's windsurfing contingent and where Federico stands in this equation nowadays.
Yes, actually, in the past we have Cesare Cantagalli, you remember, and Pietro Pacitto.
Yes.
You compete, we compete all together, even Roberto Ricci a little bit. And now we have the new representative of Italy, Federico.
Yes.
And Federico is very good. He got a little problem in his knee, so it's not 100%, let's say it's 80%, but he still he does a very good job, actually. And today the conditions are very tricky. The wind is very gust, the waves are kind of a little bit peaky, but let's see what Federico is going to bring to us.
So Camille is setting up on this insider. He's on the green S2 rig. Outside of him is our Italian stallion, Federico Mauricio, sponsored by Severn. Camille kicking out of that. And Federico, I think, realizes that he's going to be riding this wave. And he picks the high line here. He's staying high and tight on this wall. Punches his bottom turn with really good precision, but he goes a little too over.
No. Anyway, you know, sit up and Kai, you know.
Talking Italian for us, Victorio.
I'm so sorry. So, lei ha preso un'onda, ma come avete visto le onde non sono il massimo oggi, sono tutte a picco e quindi è difficile trovare la sessione giusta. Da casa magari non vedete, ma il vento è molto rafficato e sono picchi ovunque. Federico inoltre ha avuto anche un problema al ginocchio che si sta recuperando. C'è il suo personal trainer Ferdinando che dopo di me commenterà la hit di Federico, che lo sta aiutando a recuperare il più velocemente possibile il problema al ginocchio. And Kai, what do you think about the other sailors?
Well, Baptiste Claret, you know, in the mix, I have a very high opinion of him. Definitely consider him a world title contender. And as you see, Juban, who's a multiple Aloha Classic winner, recently won the event in Chile at the beginning of the year. He knows the game better than anybody here.
So his pass is you think Federico he had a very hard time to...
Federico, Federico's in a
heat.
very, very hard heat. What I want you know to tell your friends back in Italy, in translation, is that everybody has a shot.
So Federico ha un hit molto difficile perché Battista è uno dei migliori wave sailers al mondo. Camille, come tutti sappiamo, ha vinto il contest in Perù precedentemente, quindi è uno dei leader della Coppa del Mondo sul wave. Federico ha una hit molto molto tosta. Eccolo qua, ora Federico. Forza Federico, dai, bottom turn, bel bottom turn, bel carving. Ecco qua, up and down, vai Federico, l'onda non è il massimo della grandezza. Non credo che sia uno score molto alto. It was a small waves, but at least he did a couple nice turns.
Couple nice turns. Here is Anna Marie on the beach with an interview. Take it away, Anna Marie.
Robbie Swift, heat winner of the
2 more minutes.
Heat winner of the first heat of the day. Little morning sickness. What is it out there at that first heat with that gusty wind?
Today it was okay. Like the other day, the first heat was horrible because the wind was still filling in. But today the wind was fine. I was on 4-5, and it's stormy because it's been windy, you know, and like kind of raining all night. But it's fine. The waves are really nice. The waves are from a good direction today, a better direction, so they have a bit more punch to them. And yeah, it was fun actually. It was way more fun than the other days for me.
Awesome. You said it's easy to find one big wave, but to find two is kind of a chore.
Well, 18 minutes is like, it seems like it might be long when you're watching, but when you're with the sets coming in, you know, if you miss one, there's maybe like 3 sets in that time. So also a lot of the big ones kind of, mush out a bit. So to find a big one that actually has a wall to work with is the hard part. My first one was pretty big, but I got stuck behind it, and then I just got one more big one in the middle. But if I could find 2 next time, that would be nice.
Let's go for 2 in the next heat. Cool. Thanks so much and good luck.
Yeah.
Back.
Setting up mid-face, big exchange in this heat. Federico Mauricio behind him. Juban with the high line into the lip and a big floaty air. His signature trademark makes it right in the pit for more action behind him. Oh, that was a good wave for Camille. Super high boom boy. Gives it a little bit of a claim.
Ecco Federico sulla prossima onda. Eccolo che attacca il lip. Bellissima curva. Vai Federico. Un'altra bella curva di Fede, però la misura non è quella che vogliamo ancora. Ecco qua che stramba.
Mauricio kicks out. We have yet to hear too much from Baptiste Clorec. And there he is, our 2023 Fiji Pro champion, sponsored by RRD Italian, which is,
yes,
you know, like a bit of a relation. We thank you, Roberto, for the support of the sport.
Roberto developed a good team with the 2 Japanese and this guy.
The 2 Japanese and the Italian, with the Frenchie here on the Italian gear.
Yes.
And shout outs to you, Roberto, with the top-notch brand and some great designs over the years. Roberto Ricci Designs sponsoring this great rider, Baptiste Clorec. And Clorec working on becoming a very multi-versatile athlete. This could be a good time to bring Lafreda on.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Vic Marcelli.
Thank you. And
Aloha
I'll see you
to you and supporting this event.
To you.
Anytime, buddy. As Camille Juban sets up, we're going to bring on Federico Mauricio's coach, Fernando Lafreda.
Hi.
Thank you, Fernando, for joining me. I'll shake your good hand. Unfortunately, Fernando, you've got a separated shoulder. We'll get into that in a little bit, but you're certainly welcome to tell us a little bit about Federico Mauricio and your relationship with him.
Hi, everybody. Ciao a tutti. Federico, huge aerial from Camille Juban, which I also train and coach him.
There's your boy behind in the red sail as Juban finishes his ride.
Federico I met in 2014. He didn't look like a guy who will charge the waves at Okipa. And the first day I saw some really nice turn. I thought he was lucky. The second day I thought he was lucky. The third day I thought the guy is good. I helped him doing so many things of life on Maui. It's not that easy. And then we become working friends, but also working together. Here we have
Camille Juban, take it in Italian.
Camille Juban adesso sta rail to rail, ma l'onda è molto piccola, dà poca energia alla sua azione e niente, off. So Camille Juban is another one also that I used to train his fitness, and I used to take care of his fitness level. And about Federico, he's amazing. He's always full on. Actually, most of the times I have to slow him down. I have to calm him down before going in the water because he can put so much power. And his focus 101%. È sempre molto concentrato nelle onde, nel lavoro e grande passione del windsurf.
Juban mopping up the inside. He has yet to crack the 10-point mark, but all of a sudden Baptiste Clorec gets busy and Mauricio knows who he's against, and I guarantee you he's not giving anything away here. Federico Mauricio on a super nice wave. He's very, very mobile sailor, I would say this, and he makes good decisions generally. Sometimes he outsmarts himself like you can if you're too mobile, but this time he's really selected a good wave. And Federico, bottom turns under the hook here, perfect positioning for the hit. You can see the angle. He definitely wants to make this wave. He wants to get a score that's going to put him back in one of the first 2 positions here. Mauricio getting into it at the point here. There's not going to be a whole lot left to this wave and not a whole lot left to the lineup. But Baptiste Clorec up top, making sure he lets the wave form under him. Clorec, bottom turns that RRD board and sail combo. Going all the way down. Big hit at the point. Squares that air over the section. All those Baptiste Clorec fans start cheering a little more loudly. Allez, Baptiste. Big hit there. Doesn't quite save it, but it doesn't quite matter. Ferde, you know, all the time you spend in Hokipa, wouldn't you agree that the field here at this year's Aloha, the level of sailing is higher than it's ever been?
I agree 100%. Now we have Camille, rail to rail is very important. Bottom to top, connect, mix the wave, scoring, and then hit the lip on a aerial. The level right now is super high. There is one guy out of everyone, Ben Rodiger and Camille Juban, Morgan Noirot.
These are the multiple Aloha Classic winners.
Levi Siver.
He's won before.
Man.
And what about Kai Lenny?
Kai Lenny, unbelievable. Kai Lenny is amazing. Like he's so tuned up into the waves, every kind of waves of the world.
Well,
Kai Lenny is the ultimate waterman.
What would you tell Federico right now in this situation? 8.10 heat total against...
I would say to him to stay super upwind, to hit the lip first, then keep doing the turns. Because today is very hard to find a section. The wave is opening a bit at the end ball, where we normally go hit. So you have to be upwind, hit at the beginning, so do an aerial or aerial projection pointing on a parallel part of the lip, and then keep making turns rail to rail, bottom to top, connect, reconnect, bottom to top.
Take this one in Italian, Ferdi.
Sta andando col rail, ha usato solo il rail, sta andando adesso down the line per colpire per un aerial. L'aerial è tipo aerial floater, però sta continuando a fare le curve. È molto importante connettere l'aerial con le curve. Questo dà un high score al punteggio.
Bella.
Sì. Devo dire che oggi Federico non sta trovando le onde giuste. Surprisingly è stata una sorpresa il francese Baptiste Cloarec. È riuscito a colpire un'onda all'inizio e fare le curve dopo. Quella è la strategia di oggi, colpire con aerial projection e poi unire al hit, all'aerial, unire i turns. Molto importante è fare rail to rail, quindi fare il bottom con un rail e il top turn con l'altro rail, e quindi si è nel connect. Ecco, qui nelle immagini vediamo, questo è un ottimo aerial che Cloarec ha atterrato parallelo per continuare a fare i turn. E
There's
qui
Baptiste.
È un off the lip. Sì, Cloarec, Baptiste Cloarec. E ovviamente quando ecco di nuovo Camille Juban, ho iniziato a lavorare con lui tanti anni fa, aveva 17-18 anni, e Camille è ultimate rail to rail hit aerial projection.
Here's live action with Camille Juban. Thank you, Ferdinando, for that insight. It's a 1-2 exchange. Juban first gets the air over the section. I think he was thinking rotation. There's the rotation. Is it a 360 make? It certainly is. And Mauricio gave up on his scoring opportunity. He actually wisely jibed on that, Ferdinando. He was not on a good wave. That was a little scrappy inside or low scoring wave. Yeah. And he knows he needs, but it's close, Fede. It's really close, Fede. He's got a chance here. There's 5 minutes left in the heat.
It's a 1.40. If he gets his own wave, the wave that I call the Federico wave, like Kai mentioned before, he's super hyper. He gets so many waves. So I hope he can get his own wave right now. 360.
Yeah, Juban got that 360 Ferde, and he kept it right close to the point, and you could see that he just kind of forced the make. But once he got in, he pulled it. That's going to be a big score for Camille, who's not going to open up his entire repertoire. Even still, this is an elimination heat, but Camille's very situationally aware that he's in the lead here. Here's the breakdown. 10.7, Camille Juban. Baptiste Cloarec with a 9.9. Maurizio with an 8.5. And setting up here is Baptiste Cloarec on his RRD rig, kind of a low boom rider. And he has got a very nice wave here. Maybe he can challenge Juban if he really delivers the goods here. First bottom turn for Baptiste. Moderate lip contact as he fades in. He's definitely ahead of it with the signature mast tip touching bottom turn. I'm such a huge fan of that. And a crushing off the lip for Cloarec. Really got a good score there. I think he's making a statement for first place in this heat. and we will see if Federico can summon anything. Everybody's on the outside jockeying. Nobody's on a wave. There's 3 minutes left. Again, Federico, Federico is definitely in this position right now where he's got to catch a good one and go for broke at this point.
He got to go for it. He has to get the wave I told him to get, hit for an aerial projection at the first movement, and then connect bottom to top for to make the score higher.
Yes.
Today, if you hit the lip at first and you are upwind, you don't have to think about later for a contact. This is Baptiste Cloarec. He went rail to rail on amazing top turn of Okipa. It's not that easy to do what just Cloarec did.
That was a solid hit for Cloarec. I would not be surprised if that really helps his chances. This is a 1-2 exchange for Juban and Mauricio. Juban casually looks at his opportunity, realizes this is one of his last swings at the bat, and he just kicks out. He's like, this isn't going to be a difference maker compared to what he's been riding. I guarantee you, Federico, however, is going to ride what he's on. He's setting up a lower bowl opportunity. No, I was wrong. He kicks out. He's going to play patiently here. He knows that's probably not going to be enough. Cloarec already on another wave, getting around the lineup. This is about less than a minute after his other ride. There's a 360 attempt that doesn't connect. 2 minutes left, Ferdinando.
2 minutes. I hope, spero che Federico riesca a prendere l'onda giusta. Fino adesso non è riuscito ad esprimersi. Until now, Federico couldn't express himself for real. So Baptiste was amazing. I'm amazed about Baptiste Cloarec because he really had some really nice hits and some decent turns. Both Baptiste and Camille, they got decent wave. Federico didn't get his wave. If he gets one, he may be right there with for the second place.
Cloarec really hit the lip off that bottom turn. It was a very impressive ride. 10.5 and 10.7 separating Juban and Cloarec from Mauricio, who is kind of glued to his 8.5 total. 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
I see the wave, though, huh?
I see the waves and the wind.
He's right there. He's in.
And that's the thing, is that there's enough wind to negotiate the lineup quickly. When he kicks out with 2 minutes, it's like not like the float-in ride days where you're like, oh, you have no time. You've got all the time in the world with this much wind. Here comes Camille. Go ahead.
Camille looks like Camille is going to get one, and the rail to rail, really nice scoring wave. That's easier turn. He needs a hit right now. He needs to hit the lip. Not that good. The wave didn't cooperate with him. Only 30 seconds left. This is Federico hitting for an aerial. That's really nice and make him doing better. Another turn. If I was him right now, I would wait for the section and hit for another aerial, here. Baptiste Cloarec. Amazing. Good performance by Cloarec.
5 seconds left. Ferdinando, thank you so much for joining us here at the 2024 Aloha Classic. Heal up quickly, buddy. See you at the upper guardrail.
Go San Francisco 49ers.
We are on. Ferdinando Lafreda bringing back on our co-host, none other than Jace Ponabianco, joining the panel, and we are going to get started with a women's heat. We are getting far along this, Jace. How's life on the hill? How's the general vibe with everybody out there?
The general vibe is great. I did get a chance to talk to some of our women competitors earlier today. I talked to Maureen. She was saying she didn't sleep very well. Maybe nerves getting to you, I don't know. So hopefully she's got enough energy to make this heat. And
there's Toya San Giorgio and Svenja Jugoba. You see the camaraderie. It's pretty tight with the women.
Well, this is a small tour, and these girls are all friends. They sail together, they tour together. You get to know somebody really well when you're on tour together. Some of my best friendships, like the one sitting right behind me, Kai. It's a great thing to be on tour with your friends. Great thing to be here at Ho'okipa Beach Park today. The wind and waves are cooperating, full power.
Svenja has a snowboarding background. I mentioned this before as we watch Marine Hunter, who's actually in this heat. I think Svenja's coming up. Let's pull up the brackets here because this is an elimination heat, of course. Everything, moving forward here. Again, for those of you just joining us, this is the third day of pro competition here. Day 4 of the contest itself, of the 2024 Aloha Classic, sponsored by Hotel PLAYA Surf, presented by Sundeck. And
looks like we're going to go.
It's a women's heat, and it is. Oh, we were just looking at women going out then. So Marine Hunter was just heading out. This is, in fact, Victor Fernandez, Artur Arukin, and Adam Warkall. Indeed, and there's Federico Mauricio coming in, maybe not too stoked with his heat and the fact that he's knocked out. Now, this event is going to be crowning a world champion along with an event champion because it's the last event on tour. And on your screen, let me make doubly sure that's either Victor or Artur, who are going to be riding very similar looking gear. Something tells me Victor. We will almost find out here.
I'm pretty sure with Victor because that was the board that he was riding this morning.
Yes.
Victor sounded real optimistic about today's competition. I asked him about if he wanted to jump or not. Sounded like he was kind of in the majority here, saying that he didn't want to jump. As we watch him set his bottom turn on a smaller wave. Nice connection off the lip. Such a smooth style. Victor Fernandez looking for an aerial section down the line. Here it comes up underneath the lip. Nice punching aerial out into the flats. Victor Fernandez.
Victor inflicting damage on this wave. A world title contender sitting in second place in the rankings. The battle for the title could well be stated that's between Brazunio and Victor, and who's going to advance further on. Massive implications there.
Adam Warchild wants to play spoiler.
Adam Warkall making a statement already with how far he's gotten, wants to place even higher, make this his best ever Hukipa result. Adam's been at this a while, representing Poland. Goya windsurfing. He's got a very good surfy style because he's also a very good surfer. In all kinds of waves, this must be Artur Arukin. Artur has a pretty signature style, likes to hang from his rig. Gets a really steep bottom turn. Is it a 360 make? Unfortunately, he over-rotates the 3. That was in the pit.
That was a beautiful rotation. It looked like he got his board a little bit kind of off kilt on the landing, and it caught a rail. Hard-looking crash for that maneuver, but real close. So you could tell that he's got those 360s. It's part of his repertoire. We'll see if he's going to be able to pull that out.
Advantage Fernandez. Not many people are talking about Victor Fernandez and his title shot. And I'm here to tell you that he is somebody who, if you let him fly under the radar, he'll fly in and destroy the radar.
Well, Victor is so low-key. He's just such a soft-spoken guy. He just doesn't ever brag or boast. So easy to let him fly under the radar, but definitely not somebody that I would want to run into here at Hukipa or even at a Port Tac event around the world. Victor Fernandez is just such a well-rounded sailor.
A very nice-looking two-wave combination set rolling in here. Victor, with his classic look across the boom, looks down the line, checking the situation, draws his line, bottom turn. Good little S-carve to start this wave as he lets it form in front of him. Victor Fernandez, wide grip on his boom. You can see the gust of wind really affecting this ride. Look at the white water, wispy white water off the top. Here comes Adam Warkall right in your screen there. Perfect searing cutback. Warkall, can he make a statement? Toughs out the air, Jace. That was an amazing make. Big hit for Warkall. Starting to see some control here. He looked very focused this morning.
Yeah, this is going to be a good score for Adam. That was a sketchy landing on the aerial. Still
really
managed to do it.
Out. Really toughed it out, Jace. Those gusts are coming from the east. This is a much trickier direction to navigate. Artur Arukin. You can see the style difference between him and Fernandez. Artur's got a very slashy, surfy style, and he's going to put it on the edge almost every turn. So it rewards him when he connects it, and it punishes him when He does not. And that time he didn't connect on his last 2 rides. And all of a sudden, when Warcall's score drops, you're going to see everybody kind of looking up at Fernandez here. Can Warcall combine 2? This is a non-competitor getting ready for her heat. Not riding this wave, or maybe just coming in to check the conditions. And you're looking to the outside for the sailors in this heat.
Nice lines out there today, Kai.
This is a nice, fresh north swell.
Definitely waiting on the period to really jump just a little bit later on in the day. You can see that our waves are kind of tightly stacked together, a short period. But as the day continues, we're expecting a real bump in period, so that should really increase the wave size and maybe the spacing between the waves.
Hopefully it'll clean it up too. You can see the tides maybe a little bit on the high side at the moment. And upon the tide drop, you're going to see these waves maybe form a little bit nicer. But yes, good corduroy to the horizon. This looks like a 4-wave set. Down the line wave riding here at Hokipa for the 2024 Aloha Classic. Year 40. 40 years ago, the first edition of this contest. I don't know how old Victor Fernandez was at the time. Maybe not even born yet. Most likely not. Big lip hit there for Victor. Multiple-time world champion. Staying loose.
Victor is so precise with his hits. You know, you look at the placement, his timing is impeccable, and that really makes the consistency with his riding, I would say.
Very calculated. And here comes Adam Warcall being gifted another opportunity, bringing Hokipa to his side with a nice angle on that S-carve. Brought it back to the power part of the wave. Good lip hit from Warcall. Can he save it? No. It's really sketchy with the east wind. If you even lose your fins, you better be heading down into the wave, or else you're going to go out the back. That's Victor Fernandez in first place in this heat. The only sailor over 10-point total here. Victor forward off the lip, and he is going to pull it out almost.
That was as close to a make on the forward off the lip as you could possibly get. Huge amplitude. What a highlight maneuver for Victor Fernandez.
Victor with a very near make on the forward off the lip, something that he has completed in competition a few years ago. Got a couple tricks up his sleeve, and that's one of them. Look at the replay. You kind of take a non-bottom turn high line and sheet in off the projection, nose touching the whitewater, and he really effectively, right there, freeze frame, made it. But he didn't pull it out. Almost. A gutsy thing to do on a day like today. And Arthur Aruk in third place in this heat, fighting for survival here. You can see the gusts of wind. It's picking up. These sails are definitely being full powered here. Arukin also kind of up where Swifty was, way upwind by middles. Is that a strategy to get a cleaner ride, or maybe just a more makeable wave? We'll see. It's a good deal softer, I'll say that. Arukin, no dice really. It's been a tough heat for him. He's had a hard time cracking into these scores. And Warcall sitting on 11 with Fernandez also narrowly ahead of him. So these guys are well above 10-point territory here. Can Warcall get a rotation and send this into an even higher score total? Here comes Adam, representing Poland. Kind of a little bit of a bobble wave. That was not Adam's fault. He just gave it what he could. It's not going to make a difference. And we're going to go to the beach with Anna Marie Reichman, who's got an interview.
Camille, you're saying it's wild out there. Can you talk us through your heat?
Yeah, it was pretty wild. As you see, it's super windy, a little bit cloudy, so that means the wind is up and down, and on the gust it's pretty wild. You know, it can get really, really windy. But other than that, there's some waves, and I think we're all, happy with this condition and ready for for the final day.
Awesome. What were you on? What was your sail?
I was on 4-2, the 4-2 Dragon, the 4-baton of the S2 range, and yeah, it was great. I mean, this sail I can handle it in light wind and also strong wind, so it was perfect.
Winning team. Congrats and keep going.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth. Aloha.
Thank you, Anna Marie Reichman. On the split screen was Arthur Arukin with Some of the tendencies, sailors who know they're not having the best heat start showing when it's less than halfway to go. And he just started batting an insider, trying to get some scores. It's really difficult because you're not in tune with what the scoring is. But like I always like to say, if you really expect to succeed at the highest level, don't leave it up to the judges, Jace. You've got to go out and dominate and sail and deal with Hukipa on your own terms. And Victor Fernandez, representing España, is playing this on his terms. Nice slashy turn there. The drone angle is so perfect for what a perspective of what it really looks like, both from the sailor and the beach angle. It's like a combination of the two. And hats off to everybody at Zone Media, Paul Van Bell and Rudy Castorino on the drone piloting, doing such a super job.
You know, one thing I could add about the wave riding of Victor Fernandez is that his jumping on port tack in places like Gran Canaria is just so consistent and so on point. I think it really translates to his aerial game here at Hokipa.
What a turn that was. Victor riding what looks like a flat rockered, short, somewhat of an outline kind of board. I wonder if it's a quad or a trifin. Very similar to what I saw him riding in Chile, and it gives him this late bottom turn where he can project up into the lip. And 3 people in this heat. It's Fernandez, Warcall, and Arukin. And it's kind of mirroring that last heat. You got 2 sailors who've kind of pulled out in front. Arthur Arukin hasn't really been able to crack the double-digit code yet for his heat total. And it's going to take double digits right now to advance further in this contest. And when you've got Warcall and Fernandez putting their foot down on you, it can be a challenge. There is E42, Victor Fernandez on his duotone rig. Ready to throw down. Nice hit for Fernandez. Skates back into that one. You can see the offshore apparent wind. It's a rough ride right there. It's raspy conditions overall at Hokipa. Back to the jumping subject. You know, it would really necessitate a gear decision that would compromise the wave riding. And I feel like just to get one jump right now, it should be a little windier and a little bit more side shore. The last thing we want to do is what we saw in the 80s when you had to do a forward on the outside to get your jump score.
Yeah, you don't want to fill it up with garbage. But
no.
Here we have Adam Warhol looking for the under the lip hit. Nice connection. Wave has gone a little bit fat and sloping out to sea, but he's still managing to get around it. Little backside turn back to the power section. And one more top turn for good luck.
Yes.
Adam Warchal is actually sitting on the high wave score of the heat with a 6.0. So he's in position to do some real damage here if he can get rid of that 5.0 as his second score.
I'm sure if Adam knew he was in second and as close to Fernandez as he is, he would employ the strategy that got him that set wave, which was just hunt those down. Don't let anything under you that's of any significance. The main thing right now is don't let Arthur Arukin back into the game. And Arukin's just looking for an opportunity to do what he can, because had he landed that 360, he might well be in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been the best move of the heat.
There's Federico Mauricio pondering what could have been. Been a good year for him. He's a stout competitor. We're proud of Mauricio. He's got the right attitude. He's going to do Italy proud in the future. But his year is over. And anybody who's finishing last in these elimination heats, their year is over. Really windy looking situation here. On your outside, you see him. Adam Warcall setting up for a pretty good solid set wave here. In the midsection, it's got to be Fernandez. There is Fernandez, and there is Warcall, your heat leaders. And is Arthur Arukin going to be given a chance? This is a perfect way to end this heat with 5 minutes left in it. Fernandez redirecting off the top on the first wave of this set. You see Warcall and Arukin behind him. This is a 1-2-3 exchange. Fernandez is done. Here comes Adam Warcall, full head of speed, right into the lip. Clears the section. Can he save it? No. Hokipa laughs at him. Punishes him. He's getting pounded. Hopefully his gear survives. Won't matter to his scoreline. And now the opportunity comes for Arthur Arukin. trying to keep control in these super blustery conditions. Huge aerial for Arukin, who stomps it with authority. By far the biggest move for him in this heat. Biggest aerial of the day. Arthur Arukin. Is that going to be enough to catch Warcall or Fernandez? What a massive effort for him. He punted that aerial, Jace, right off the bottom turn. You saw Hukipa turning it on. Super windy, and for that moment, as the judges have their work cut out for them, what do you think about that?
Well, it was a bit of a smaller wave. It actually came a little bit inside, and maybe the wind angle is a bit better here as we watch Adam Warhol get bucked off, and as he lands that aerial, kind of leaving the door open for Arthur Arukin's huge punt. And able to continue down the line. He gets another small aerial and a couple other hits, so we'll see how the judges reward that.
Oh, man. I mean, I would really like to see. There it is. Arthur Arukin narrows the gap. Pair of fives in his hand. Adam Warcall, 6 and 5. Maybe there are some more scores we have yet to see here. There's Arukin, the punter. Look at the tail first landing and letting the wave direct his board so that Clue didn't catch. And he's riding a bit of a lower boom as well.
So I go back to my conversation with Boujma Guyot this morning, and where he basically told me, you know, the small to mid-sized waves are not going to score the same as the set waves. So maybe that's why we got a 5 on that aerial there.
Some of our women competitors getting ready. Round 5, Heat 8.
Look at that flag, starched.
Yarg. Here comes Arthur Arukin. Are you kidding me? Another opportunity. Sets his target. Mistimes it. Hukipa says, not today.
Oh, he got lucky with the rig going out the back. Hopefully he's able to get to it before the next wave comes.
Doesn't look like it.
Maybe you got to body surf this one.
You don't get points for body surfing.
If you get to your rig, that's as good as points.
It saves money. Thousands of dollars are on the line here. He's swimming for his rig. It's always quite suspenseful as your lineup shot. None of these sailors are actually competing in this heat.
Just about 2 minutes to go now. Round 5, heat number 8 of the Aloha Classic Grand Finals, presented by the Playa Surf Hotel and in association with Sundeck. Thank you for joining us. I'm Jace Pontebianco here with Kai Kachadorian, bringing you all the action live as we watch Arthur Arukin
right in front of the rocks. He's got a broken mast.
Well, he put it all on the line there, Kai. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, Hukipa just taxed him. He put it all on the line, like you said. You see the hit. Full speed. Didn't quite draw it under the lip, but he's like, I have to go anyway. So I'll just get buried. Oh, my goodness.
Well, you could tell he was aiming for a rotation, maybe a goiter of some sort, but just the lip was kind of crumbling on the section that he took aim at first, had to redirect, and now he's thankful to be able to get a ride from our jet ski safety.
Victor Fernandez spawning his line above the point. This is going to go into the middle of the bay. Outside of him is Warcall. Our 2 heat leaders cementing the deal here. Unfortunately for Arukin, it's going to be sour grapes. He's going to have to head in and reassess. And he put a good battle in. I mean, that one aerial for sure really helped his chances. Nice look at the drone angle going through the lineup as Warcall. Looks like he got a little bit of a rinsing there, shaking off a pounding, just trying to survive in the channel. He'll be very happy to know that he has advanced, and deservedly so, as he looks at Arukin with the broken rig. As much pity as he may have for him, it's obviously a very good sign.
Yeah, 3 men enter, 2 men leave.
Here is our women's redemption round, Heat 1. Lena Erpenstein fighting for her lead in the world title race. This has all the marbles attached to it. Svenja Judoba trying to break into the upper ranks of professional women's wave sailing. And Toya Sanjurjo also in it to make a big impression in the pro bracket. She's been sailing Hukipa for a while now, worked her way into the local lineup, and is having quite a good contest. There is Lena Erpenstein, number 1 in the world. everything to play for. She's got huge contention from Sarakita Ofringa amongst others. And the further Lena makes it, the closer she can get to sealing the deal for her world title hopes. It's getting windier here, Jace. Our booth is about to blow away in the wind. Here's Lena looking pretty stacked on her Severn rig. Look at the power. She's barely hanging on here. The heat is on. The flag is up. Erpenstein sets her rail. And she can't hang on. It's overpowered time. OP. There are our judges. And the fearless Don Pooley in the blue hat helping with everything. Thank you, Don, and thank you, everybody up there on the judging panel doing a great job. Svenja Judoba barely hanging on here. This is way overpowered for her. Who keep us showing its teeth for the females.
Yeah, this might be difficult for our ladies. It is very challenging conditions with the super gusty and also kind of bumpy wave face. Difficult combination as we watch Svenja go down the line now on the duotone rig.
Hitting the moguls. Oh, man. Just watching him hold on for control as our booth is shaking. It's going to get real windy here today, Jace. This is phase one here. Erpenstein dropping in.
Trying to get over the bump in the midsection of the wave. Top turn. You notice that the wave kind of breaks in half, but she's worked it back to the power section and now kicking out. You can tell that all of our ladies are giving it a good shot today.
All of our ladies are overpowered, though. Every single one of them are OP. I mean, Toya could barely hang on there. That's Warcall coming back in from his heat. Repping Pacific Green, Goya, Quattro. Good heat out of him. Boom. Lena Erpenstein and Toya in your screen, heading out at speed.
This is an interesting look, Kai. You get a chance to see up the headland on our way to Hana with that look as we watch Sonia get into the rinse cycle.
Svenja
able
not
to get
immune
to her rig.
to some punishment.
Yeah, we better duck that mast. Here comes the whitewater. You know, sometimes the rinse cycle allows you to get your rig in the right position for the water start, as we see Artur Arukin with his broken rig. He's gotten brought into the inside.
Oh, man.
Swimming the last little bit. There will be carnage today, Kai. There will be carnage.
Svenja trying to swim off the rocks. That's how you do it. Just grab the back strap and swim for it.
Yeah, once you get into that current line and get around the edge, you're into safe water. Looks like she's safe now. Not to say that it's not a spooky spot to be. There is another rock right kind of where she is that you can get hung up on.
All right, let's talk women's world wave rankings here. Here's the deal. In first place, Lena Erpenstein, roughly about 25,000 points. Alexia Kiefer-Quintana, who's not doing this event, 24,000 points. Sarakito Ofringa in third.
This is Erpenstein now on the wave, setting up her bottom turn and kicking out.
Toya Sanjurjo hanging on for dear life. Look at the whitewater just blowing through here. Fighting for control. Trying to make it look good. It's just hard when you have that much power. Can't even cheat in. It's just overpowered riding. Unfortunately for her, she's fighting for control. Maybe she should go rig a 3-4.
Yeah, we'll see if our ladies in the next heat decide to rig a little smaller, watching what's happening on the outside now.
Lena Erpenstein.
This is Erpenstein waiting for the wave to build underneath her. Setting her bottom turn rail. A little bit of a cleaner wave now. Nice wrapping carve. She looks in control. Top turn.
She's got a great flow to her riding, and if she could just get on the waves that would really allow her to do it, and that looked like a wave that was really going to deliver the goods there for a little while.
You know, Kai, looking at this, I might really have a look for one of those mid-sized ones for the ladies particularly, just because the wind is less. You know, if you're on the outside and you're picking up the real set waves, it is absolutely howling on the outside. So maybe mid-sort of wave will allow you to have a little bit more control on the wave. We'll see. We're going to go to Anne-Marie Reichman with our beach interview.
Victor, massive congrats. Important rounds to win. Just before the heat, I saw you grab a bigger board, and as you went out, it seemed like the wind was picking up. How was it out there?
Thank you. I'm really happy to advance to the next round. And yeah, today is very wild. The wind is up and down, offshore, stormy. So just before my heat, I went like 5 minutes earlier, and I decided to get my bigger board because in the warm-up I was on the small one, okay, but sometimes up and down the wind, and I thought, okay, you need to get good waves. So to be safe, on the safe side, just get the big board. And I think it was a good choice. Just in the end, I couldn't really hold the sail. I was overpowered on 4.7 and my 91 leaded.
Well, big year, but big results, and that's what we like. Good luck with the next round, and hope to talk to you again after the next heat.
Yeah, thank you, everyone, for supporting me at home. And thanks.
Yeah, Victor. Thank you, Anna-Marie. Class competitor. Mark of a champion, Victor Fernandez, on to the next round, and is going to make life really interesting for any of our remaining title contenders. What hasn't happened yet is we haven't had the heat where the local spoiler is up against the potential world champion. But that is coming, my friends. Right now, in the women's division, Lena Erpenstein, 8.5, Svenja Chudoba, 4.5, and Toya San Giorgio hanging on to a 2-point total, which she hopes to improve on if she can find a situation where she can stay in control. Maybe this is the one. Toya's been sailing great out here at Hokipa. Sets her line. Good shot of Toya right there. Vamos, Toya, sponsored by Goya. Beautiful line there. Good shot. Nice cut back. Checks her spray.
I like that. I like the behind the wave angle. It actually gives you a real different perspective, you know?
Gives you the sailor's perspective.
Sure.
And above all else, you know, you have this ability to kind of look at Haleakala, the judges. That really shows you the scene of what you're dealing with. I mean, just the spectators alone, this whole place is packed with people right now as you watch the entourage here at Hokipa for the IWT PWA Unified World Tour final stop, the 2024 Aloha Classic, sponsored by Hotel Playa Surf, presented by Sundeck Replay Partners, Brooch Boards, and Goya. Thank you also Never Slow, Josh Stone, host of local sponsors, County of Maui. Lena Erpenstein looks like she's sailing in the gorge at the hatchery right now, Jace.
And she's trying to add to her heat total of a 9.3. She's in the lead right now. Coming in from the outside, looking to pick up another set wave, trying to replace that 4.3. Looking in control, but things can change quickly here at Hokipa. Erpenstein now coming from behind the peak, riding on the Severn rig, setting her bottom turn. Here it comes. Good positioning now. Nice top turn, Lena Erpenstein. Staying with the power section. Real powerful sailor. Nice way to complete the ride. Stay completely dry. This is Svenja. Looks like Svenja got caught a little bit behind the peak. Manages to get a turn on the end bowl. That probably won't be into her scoring line. It'll be interesting to see if Lena is able to replace that 4.3 with her last ride. I'd venture to say she might. On the outside, Toya, riding on the Goya rig. Look at how much water's on the outside. Just absolutely frothing. Toya, with a 4.9 heat total, needs to get rid of that 2.4. She's got work to do. As we see the beautiful scene here at Hokipa Beach Park. We had lots of rain this morning. Everything's going to be green. It is not keeping people away from the beach, as you can see. Full crowd for finals day. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Melina Erpenstein on the outside now.
Man, it's windy, Jace. These girls inherited a stacked lineup wind-wise, and here's a nice wave for Lena. Her title hope staying alive. She's first place in this heat by a fair margin. She just needs to hold it together here, keep her gear in one piece, keep herself in one piece. These are very difficult conditions to manage just in terms of staying in control. But Lena's a really steady personality. You know, like I must say about her, she's always got a good, determined look on her face, understands perfectly what she needs to do, consummate professional, would only be completely deserving of winning a world title should that come to fruition for her. Definitely a fair amount of pressure in this situation because she's in this quarterfinal heat here. And the road to the semis is getting more clear as Toya San Giorgio heads back out. There's 8 minutes left in this heat. 8:08, brah.
And I'll tell you what, Svenja is still in this heat. She's got a 4.5 as her high score, and if she's able to replace that 4.0 with a big score, then she could jump Lena Erpenstein, who's only got a 4.3 as her second score. So still in the heat. We'll see what Svenja can do.
Svenja buries the rail. Water starting on her way back out.
Going to need to be a bit more choosy with wave selection to get that heat score.
It is wild out there. It is really coming in full speed now as we are past noon here on the island of Maui for the 2024 Aloha Classic sponsored by Hotel PLAYA Surf, part of the IWT PWA Unified World Wave Tour. Look at that gust, Jace. That was wisping past. That's 25 plus knots of Hawaiian power.
Yeah, and absolutely frothing. You could see as she gets just around the point there, the wind comes full power, not blocked by anything. Down on the inside, bit of a wind shadow. Once our sailors get into the wind line, it is full power.
Man.
6 minutes, 45 to go. Quarterfinal, heat 1. We have had lots of action this morning. Great men's heats, women powering right along, world title implications in every single heat.
You know, a study on Lena Erpenstein, and you look at her rig positioning, her boom height, the Severn rig, you know, looks like a really good foil, holding the draft, you know, forward percentage. It's got enough low aspect to it with that clue where she's able to stay close to the wave. It's kind of a blend of both, power and control. And she obliges here. She's all the way up top towards middles. This is a nice decision by Lena, who's going to get a smooth wave to carve on here without that critical end section. Second swooping turn. Staying busy, staying active, writing the book, and really dictating this heat.
Well, 4 battens. It's an interesting thing. All of our riders choosing to go with that. It'll be interesting to see if anybody decides to go 3 battens on a day like today with the winds as strong and as gusty as they are. Here's Toya. Nice little check top turn, getting out of the way of the white water.
There's the signature Toya cutback. She's finding it. I feel like Toya, you know, being a part of this event, you know, it's for some people, I swear, just to be a part of it is, you know, a dream come true. Obviously, you're at the highest level of the sport, final event of the year. You know, there's many different stories for all these riders, and certainly you look at the score line and the judges' interpretation of their riding accordingly. There are the judges, and they're taking their time. You know, not everybody's just automatically writing down a score. Here goes Svenja Chudoba in real time, right at the top of the point, carefully angling her bottom turn, managing extreme amounts of apparent wind, and can't quite hang on, unfortunately. Groans from the crowd. And unfortunately for Svenja, there might be something of some punishment due for that. We'll see if she can hang on.
She just got flattened by that gust.
Man, she got hit by like a 30-knot gust.
Flattened.
And it's easy to be persistent But keep in mind, it's perfectly within the rules to go in and change your gear. Look at the bottom turn, completely sheeted out. And then this duotone rig cannot handle the apparent wind that was requested. And she goes out the back. Tough break for Svenja, who might have gotten quite a good score on that, you never know. But she's actually being gifted another opportunity, though she's pretty far behind the peak. Will she read this correctly? She's going to drop into it. Svenja Chudoba with the redemption here. Gets her bottom turn around the section, barely handling it. Can she pull it out of the white water? Yes and no.
Well, she got gifted with another opportunity, but not able to make it work. As we watch current world wave number 1, Marcilio Brown getting his rig together.
Brasinho.
Talked to Brasinho this morning. He basically told me this is just another day at the office. Took care of his kids early in the morning, got a nice little breakfast. No real changes, no real pressure. He's been here before. Marcilio Brown, world number 1.
There's Chudoba. Svenja trying to get around that section. Hukipa's after her. And she's surviving here. She's in second place in this heat. It's really a great effort. Just taking a few more risks than San Giorgio, who just seems like she's staying in her comfort zone, if at all possible. Look at the amount of white caps. This is full-blown Hukipa here.
I'm excited, Kai. This is a lot of action.
Yeah, everybody's getting around the lineup really well. It's a target-rich environment here.
One of the real beautiful things about windsurfing, when the wind increases, it just allows you that mobility, allows you to choose different parts of the wave, and gives you good amplitude when you manage to get an aerial. So we're excited for all the action that's coming here in the 40th rendition of the Grand Finals Aloha Classic, presented by the Playa Surf Hotel and in association with Sundeck. Thank you to the County of Maui and all of our Aloha partners. North Shore Maui Rental Car, Never Slow Motorsports, Bruce Boards. So much support as we watch Lena Erpenstein, our current heat leader, riding with a 2-wave total of 9.7. This is not going to be another wave for her scoreline, so she kicks out in the waning moments of our heat. 1 minute, 50
left,
seconds
Jace.
to go.
Not a lot of time to make a difference. And definitely still some waves coming in. With this amount of mobility, time is almost standing still, so to speak. You can really get around on a day like today. Here comes Chudoba. Looking like she's going to get this ride started, but doesn't quite know exactly where to start. From behind the whitewater it is. Lena Erpenstein setting up behind her. There's Chudoba getting a nice cut back. And there's Erpenstein setting it up on the outside. Really nice wave at the point proper. Erpenstein draws her line. Definitely just staying in control at this point.
You know, one thing I'll say about the conditions here, Kai, is that, you know, the wave is kind of broken in the middle, and there is an opportunity for the aerial section, and it'll allow you to get over that section and onto the next part of the wave. But if you don't manage to connect it, then you find yourself behind the whitewater and basically chasing. So it's difficult conditions, but there are opportunities for aerials and for connecting the wave from start to finish.
Definitely, and like you said earlier about Bujma Giol and the scale, is that, you know, the wave itself is being judged accordingly, and the size of the wave that you're selecting is very contingent on how you ride it. But doing a similar ride on a smaller wave, there will be a difference based on the size of the wave that's caught.
Well, at least in my opinion, Kai, the bigger waves are actually, I mean, they're harder to ride. You know, they kind of burger out. That first hit is just supremely challenging. Coming up in our quarterfinal heat number 2, we're going to have Maureen Hunter, Marina Brenes, and Paulina Katz. Quarterfinal heat number 2 of the Aloha Classic 2024. You can see our beach is just littered with rigs. I don't see our monk seal today. Maybe she's out hunting. Beautiful day to be at the beach. I mean, I guess the only thing we really care about here, Kai, is full action. We don't mind a little bit of cloud cover. We don't mind a little bit of rain. What we really want is for our competitors to have the best opportunity that they can.
We love waves. That has become a big priority in determining the World Wave Champion. This tour started in Japan, continued off in Chile, Gran Canaria, Zilt, and Maui for the 5 stars. There were a host of other 4-star events, including Peru, Tenerife. It's a very complete tour, Jace. All points of sale are considered here, as Erpenstein, her last heat winner. There's Maureen Hunter, Maria Behrens, and Pauline Kotz. Maria Behrens, the heat is on, and she is going to start on a really nice wave. Maria Behrens is on a super unique wave that's coming in above the point and giving her an open face to completely read this perfectly, and she sticks her outside rail. No! Control is a very important thing, and it is nearly out of control out there for some of these gusts. A huge variance in the top side of the wind and the low side of the wind.
Yeah, just based on where you are on the wave. When you're down in the trough, it's just a lot less wind than when you are up on the coping. Control at a premium.
Pauline Kotz. Pauline in 5th gear. Nice placement on those turns. That's not lost on me. Pauline's a super good rider. Got this little spring to her riding. And even though that was a super challenging wave to ride, she kind of found the sweet spots in it. It's a 3-hitter for Kotz.
Well, she looks in full control. Maybe a slightly smaller sail. I don't know. Hard to tell from this angle, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely under 4 meter. And Kotz can hang on to a big sail, but obviously she's also efficient enough to ride a smaller sail. And she wasn't done here. Look at this bottom turn here. Look at the vision to hit that. Good way to start for Pauline. A big heat for her, because she's also in this equation of trying to, get a high ranking. Not quite in world title direct contention, but certainly trying to get onto the podium. It's been overall quite a good year for Kotz. Here comes Maria Behrens on a bomb. Wow. Behrens is on a big wave. This is all the way up at middles. Hukipa coming on to Maria Behrens' side. Can she hold this together? There's your bottom turn. Nice cutback setup. Maureen Hunter behind Behrens. Maria Behrens, you can see where the whitewater started this wave. It's been a very long ride for her. Executes a nice cutback with Maureen Hunter behind her. Beautiful exchange here between these two riders. Maureen Hunter has a full section in front of her. Behrens just went for like 200 meters. That was reminiscent of a Cabo Verde ride or something in terms of length of ride. My goodness. All the way through for Behrens. Maureen Hunter kind of got a couple turns here and there. Didn't quite read the wave correctly. Could have gone to town on that lower section, but stayed up high, and then everything just kind of petered through. It'll still be a pretty decent score for Hunter. Maria Behrens' score yet to drop.
14 minutes left to go in this heat, and it is ticking by quickly, Kai, as we see Maureen Hunter setting up for her replay ride. Looks in control. Nice engagement on the bottom turn. There goes the top turn wrap as she gets into the foamy section. Maybe this is why she decides to kick out. Oh, nice top turn for Maureen Hunter.
That was a good top turn for sure. But it was the end of the ride, so it's kind of like a 3-turn wave. As our entourage, watching closely here, people from all corners of the globe. There's Pio Marasco from MFC talking to Scott Sanchez, and Kai Lenny's there. That's a good look at Kai Lenny's Quattro board there with his design input. Looks like a surfboard. Rides like a surfboard. As we zoom out here at the 2024 Aloha Classic, sponsored by Hotel Playa Surf Tenerife, with Sundeck, our official partner. As you see the legendary Sundeck logo, a very storied brand from surfing, is back in business. Keep an eye out for Sundeck. Classic stuff. Maria Behrens, heat total right now is a 3. Pauline Kotz has a 5. Maureen Hunter with a 7-point heat total.
2 waves counted for Maureen Hunter right now. Everybody else just has 1. Maureen got a 2.0 and a 5.0 to give her the heat lead. 12 minutes, 30 seconds to go. This is the outside look of Ho'okipa right now. You can see the inside, not very windy, but just a couple feet further out, it is howling. Our beach scene. Antoine Martin. Yeah. Real dynamic sailor. We're looking forward to see his upcoming heats because they're always exciting. What rig will he decide to ride today? Gear important. Gear is very much important. As we get a look upwind and towards Hana. That's Maliko Gulch up there. Pauline Katz.
That is Maria Behrens.
Excuse me, Marina Behrens.
Maria G209. Good hit for Behrens.
Love the aggression, Kai, going for the aerial.
Good hit for Behrens.
She had a nice opportunity there. That's a nice lip coming at you. Nice clean entry point.
She's taking the lead in the heat, and that's not even based on that score. It was that other ride. So the judges marinated on that, and they're going to put Maria Behrens in the lead with a 3 and a 5 ahead of Maureen Hunter, who's got a 2 and a 5. Pauline Kotz holding on to her singular 5. This is live action. Kotz has really found the right combination of wave and wind here. Fully looks at control. That's a great angle. Kotz with a nice cutback under the lip. That's a really great angle. Shows the back of the wave. Shows the dynamic of Ho'okipa and how the wave breaks in sections. Here comes Kotz. Beautiful rail work from Pauline.
What an answer.
What an answer from Kotz. Really well-ridden wave. I would say that as far as, general speed, she's the fastest sailor in this heat and put together a very nice second score there.
And this is very close, 1 through 3.
Yes. Maureen Hunter not quite in the spot. She's not reading things correctly. She's going to need to go back out. But Maria Behrens from Deutschland, by way of España, kind of a combination of those two countries. Look at Maria Behrens' wave. True Ho'okipa size. Here she goes. She's going to take the drop. She read this perfectly. Maria Behrens representing duotone. Takes a dive into this. A very nice wave and a good bottom turn cutback combination for Behrens, who's fully acclimated now. Much more comfortable than she was at the beginning of this event. And Maria Behrens on a second slicing turn. Passes up the section to make the whole wave. This is going to score very well with the judges. She did everything there. There's Maureen Hunter, who's been known to hit a lip or two from time to time. Will she get a chance to get around this section? She does. And she gets a nice cutback right in the pocket there. Maureen Hunter sails with a lot of force, a lot of intent. Maria Behrens really looking good. Now that will let the judges score, and we will go to the beach with Anna Marie for an interview.
Lena, amazing. Winner of the first redemption heat, and you're back in the main event. How was it for you?
Quite a crazy experience, actually. Like, just before the heat, the wind dropped quite a bit, and I thought, okay, I might go on the bigger one. And the moment I got out, I met Paul on the ski, and he was like, oh, I just picked up so much. And I was like, yeah, okay, I might survive this on 4-4. And I think probably in free sailing I'd be on 3-6 now. So, yeah, the 4-4 was out of my mind crazy.
Well, it's a good warm-up for the next round, and maybe a smaller sail, and you're good to go.
yeah, well, definitely know which sail to choose now, so that's good. And yeah, super happy to make it through and be back in the main event. So I'll give it my all.
Awesome. We look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Great interview. Lena Erpenstein's title hopes are still alive. Maria Behrens in first place in this heat. We have yet to see the second score from Pauline Kotz. Marine Hunter right now sitting in the midst of the mix. Pauline Kotz takes first place, 6.5 for that ride. We were right about that, Jace, as we look at the surfers up at Pavilions. A wind-sheltered, right-breaking wave.
One of the only spots to get out of the wind these days up at Pavilions. You see a pack of surfers just doing whatever they can to stay out of the wind. But we want the wind. That's why we're down here at the point at Hokipa.
Again, Pauline Kotz taking the lead here ahead of Maria Behrens and Marine Hunter. Marine Hunter finding herself in third place here. That section wave where she kind of got caught behind might have slowed down the scoring potential of that ride. Maria Behrens definitely got a really good score. That might be yet to drop here, but a 5 and a 6.5 heat total for Pauline bodes very well. And if you check the lineup, Pauline Kotz is setting up for another ride. There she is. There's the Severn rig. Maria Behrens outside of her. We like this double exchange. Doesn't miss any action at all. Kotz setting up. Swooping bottom turn. Absolutely prioritizing control above all else. Kotz on such a nice wave. Gets around the section. Good placement turn for Pauline. She's going to race it down the line one more time. Kotz really riding some of the better waves she's ridden at Hokipa. Last year, she came very early to Hokipa and unfortunately suffered a knee injury. And she's all the way back. And there's Maria Behrens trying to break the fins out, trying to really cement herself into second place. But right now, it's going to be a tooth and nail battle between Hunter and Behrens for the advancing position, second place. Pauline Kotz beginning to pull away from it somewhat. She's sailing one of the best heats I've ever seen her sail.
Coming on strong. Pauline is just dropping scores now. 6.5 as her last score. Looking really good. We're waiting on one more score to drop for her. But with an 11.5, she's looking strong. Pauline Kotz.
Pauline on the replay. Rail work. Meticulous Swiss precision. Even that, though, those wind bobbles, that's a lot of wind variation in this lineup. It is just blustery.
Well, all of our women are so strong, but you can see that Pauline, with her long frame, is just really in control, able to get a lot of leverage over her sail. Got a 13-point total now. Just under 6 minutes to go. Quarterfinal, heat number 2 of the Grand Finals Aloha Classic.
Maria Behrens, Pauline Kotz starting to pull away from Marine Hunter here. That is Hunter in the middle of your screen on a really good-sized wave. This thing is going to hit the reef on the upper section we know as green trees. And it's got a nice wall under it. And she's fully on it. And outside you see the jockeying between Kotz and Behrens. Marine Hunter. First bottom turn cutback combo. I believe that's a quattro board. I might be wrong.
I believe you're right. That's
okay.
A tribal sail. It's a break off of the KA brand. She kind of explained that to me this morning. Looking like it's working well for Pauline right now. Good top turn.
Marine Hunter kicks out, and you really have to start doing the math here. What are these numbers? What was that ride in all actuality? Was it over a 5? When you look at a 10-point total, you've got to be dropping 5 or bigger. I'm bad at math, but even I can figure that out. And again, we are advancing 2 riders from this heat, and anybody in third place is eliminated from this competition. Everything on the line here in the quarters. Heat 2. Pauline Kotz enters the screen with a searing cutback. Definitely the best I've seen Pauline sail at Hokipa. And everybody in Switzerland and Gran Canaria are cheering. Allez Pauline, allez Pauline. Great sailing from her, even though taking that dunking at the end. She's got a short memory on these kind of things falling. Gets right back out there. Keeps slugging at it. 3 minutes and 55 seconds left in women quarterfinal heat 2 here at the 2024 Aloha Classic Hotel PLAYA Surf presented by Sundeck. Massive world title implications in this contest. This heat isn't one of them. We don't have any true title contenders in here. Some distant podium contenders. Lots on the line. Pauline Kotz certainly in place. And certainly one of the best riders in the world. Maria Behrens, young upstart. Having already sailed quite a lot of competition for someone her age and is gaining experience wave by wave. And this has also been a very strong heat for Maria, who is showing a fearless approach to Hokipa, yet maintaining somewhat of a feline, cat-like graceness to it. Beautiful cutback for Behrens. Really reading this wave well, rail to rail. She's not spending a lot of time sailing straight. One good turn deserves another.
This is going to be a good score. She's in the right position all the way throughout this wave. She had a nice wall, able to place her turns.
Nice. That's how you seal the deal. And you saw the gritty grin. Take that. That might be a really good, surprisingly good score for her. She might edge closer to Kotz. I don't know if she'll catch Kotz at this point. 2 minutes and 23 seconds for Marine Hunter to break into this. This wave does have a lower bowl. Stick with it. Here she goes. Can Marine Hunter make contact and get the aerial? I think Hokipa's kind of saying no. Unfortunately for Marine.
The real question will be what Maria gets for that wave.
Yes.
She needs a 7.5. That would be a very big score, but totally within the realm of possibility as we watch Antoine Martin in his little warm-up. And the beach scene on the inside with Marine Hunter and Maria Behrens making their way back outside. 1 minute, 35 seconds left. Pauline Kotz waiting for the wave to set up now. Coming from upwind. Trying to get over the bumpy section and a little bit behind the peak now. Trying to avoid the whitewater, trying to save it.
No. Pauline had a little bit of a misread there, but that was one of those waves where there's nothing to do but hit the lip off the first section, and she didn't appear quite ready to do that, even though it was in the stage of the heat with 1 minute left, where if you're going to, go for broke, go for broke. Pauline probably aware that she's advancing in this.
Probably
you don't really know the scores, but I can see the body language that she's confident. And up here on the hill, this is the primary area of the guardrail where you actually have reception on your phones. So everybody's kind of like hanging out and watching intently. These are our riders from the next heat, jockeying for position, trying to get a feel for the wind and the waves. 30 seconds left. And if everything stays the same, it's going to be Maria Behrens and Pauline Kotz advancing.
Well, she dropped a 6.2 on that last wave, and while not quite enough to put her into first position, that was a very well-ridden wave and a big score. 6.2 for Maria Behrens, putting her firmly in second place in our quarterfinal heat number 2.
I agree with that score. That was a well-ridden wave by Maria. She can take that one in the off-season and analyze a little bit further. I think that's it for that heat, Jace. This is what's next. Men, quarterfinals, heat 1. Our current world leader, Marcilio Brown, and last year's reigning champion, Graham Ezzy, Liam Dunkerbeck, and Antoine Martin. Stay right here. Don't go anywhere. This heat is going to provide ample fireworks, and the conditions are rising to the occasion, especially for the riders like Brazinho and Antoine Martin, who have this upside of radical flair, extreme spontaneity. Liam Dunkerbeck certainly eager to make a big impression for the world of wave sailing. son of legendary Bjorn Dunkerbeck, multiple world champion many times over in all sorts of disciplines. Bjorn has won at Hokipa before. I'll make the observation that Liam is equal to the level that Bjorn had shown at Hokipa. Liam's an excellent sailor, a student of the sport, and there's Graham Ezzy, son of legendary sail designer Dave Ezzy. And Graham might be opening up the scoring here. Graham's a very, very smart character. Extremely intelligent, well-versed, and articulate, yet also meticulous in his preparation and his style of riding. And he has selected a very nice wave to start off with here. The flag is up. This is counting. Graham Ezzy holding high and tight here. Way upwind. First bottom turn. Connects with a nice solid Taka rotation. And he whips it around. And he has blown out the back, unfortunately. That was a bit of a risk take right there. It'll be a one-move wave. It'll be a score. Antoine Martin, same approach. Staying high and tight. Dives into this. Bottom turn. Slides out the tail. Full speed down the line. Martin. The Guadalupean airs over the section and out the back. Interesting. You didn't really see any intent to make that. It was more like save the position, don't get too far downwind. With this amount of wind, I think the throwaway waves become kind of apparent, and there's no qualms about kicking out because it's easy to get back into the lineup. In your yellow sail, there's Marsilio Brazinho Brown with Liam Dunkerbeck behind him.
All right, Brazinho kicks out. Liam's still on a wave now. You could tell, Kai, that our sailors don't want to start off the heat with a crash. You want to start off with a completed maneuver, get a score on the board. We'll see if Liam Dunkerbeck can follow in his father's footsteps. Bjorn is just the ultimate competitor. Both obviously have the athletic ability. We'll see if Liam's got the steely nerve that you need to win heats here at Hokipa. Nice top turn. Beautiful redirection on the bottom turn. Lip slide.
Schwack.
Really staying close to the power section. Here he comes, setting up. Looking for an aerial section at the end bowl now. And he gets it. Can he ride out? No.
Liam really showing a lot of surf style. If I was going to differentiate between him and his dad, had a lot to do with surfing. Liam with a very strong surfing background, and you could see it with that first slashy turn. A lot of intention there. Graham Ezzy sailing back out on your screen into the white caps, into the outside.
So I spoke with Graham Ezzy this morning. He was rigging up one of his other sails. It was a blue sail, all right, as we see his rotation. And Antoine Martin's lip slide. Here comes the aerial that he goes out the back on. Doesn't like what he sees, pops the aerial, kicks out the back.
What about Graham's blue sail?
So Graham's blue sail, he was rigging it up, and actually it got blown over and onto somebody else's fin set and put a hole in it. It wasn't a big hole, but he was going to have to do some minor sail repair to get that thing totally patched up, so maybe that's part of the reason with his gear choice. It might also be that he went just with a little bit of a smaller sail.
Drama in the pit stop. Here's live action. Antoine Martin opening up with a nice hit. One hit again for Martin, and here is Marsilio Brown entering the scoring equation. Brazinho drops in, under the lip hit, perfect control, saves it, through the section, redirects. Brazinho with anything he wants right there, and just kicks out casually.
You know, the way you talked about that, Kai, that total control over that first hit. I mean, that is what really differentiates a lot of our sailors from the very top. I know in my own sailing experience, I found that first hit there very difficult to line up. It's a tricky one. It just, sometimes it throws, sometimes it backs off. It's hard to get the timing right.
I think the answer to all of that, Jace, is just to have a lot of speed. Speed is going to save your game right now. If you ask Antoine Martin where speed factors in, he's always going to say speed is the most important thing of windsurfing. We will be right back after an interview with Anna Marie. She's got Pauline Kotz on the beach.
Pauline, heat winner, and I saw a few tears of joy.
Yeah, I'm so happy. The redemption round, it's not an easy one, a lot of pressure because you only have one spot for the semis, so I had to win, and I'm happy I managed the pressure, and I went, the other day I went a bit too safe, so today I say go full on, and I'm happy I followed, I overcome the spare to hit some leaps and to be radical, and yeah, it pays, so happy.
Go big or go home. First time Aloha Classic for you. Last year you were injured, so I wish you the best of luck for the next round.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you. Back.
Thank you, Anna-Marie and Pauline. A very likable character that Pauline Kotz is. Here goes Graham Ezzy and Antoine Martin. Great setup here. Ezzy reaches over for the 360. He's not going to make that. That was ambitious to say the least. Antoine Martin with target acquired. And Liam Dunkerbeck behind him. Martin has a big section in front of him, and it's a clean wall. He's going to get lots of speed here. Sheets in for his bottom turn. Blasts the lip into a floater down the line, still making this wave. Dunkerbeck behind him. Here's Antoine bashing the lip again. 2-hit combo as he heads for the channel. A well-ridden ride by Antoine Martin. Liam Dunkerbeck was behind him. We'll probably get the replay on his ride. Dunkerbeck still wrapping around as Martin heads out. Casually looking. There's the scene at the beach. Beautiful hokipa with Mount Haleakala behind us. The House of the Sun, Jace, our wind creator. It's a wind machine. This 10,000-foot volcano.
I'll tell you what, every one of our competitors in this heat has got aerial maneuvers on lock. You know, the Goiters, the 360s. Seems like everybody's playing it a little bit cautious in the beginning, making sure that they get scores underneath their belts. And I'm actually impressed with Antoine Martin, maybe a bit of restraint. Not something that we normally see from him.
Yeah, I mean, with those first two kickouts, it was a little bit of a guessing game as to, when you're really going to engage. He played it safe, but by wave number 3, it was time to execute. It was definitely, maybe a little bit of the same thing Brasilio did. Antoine Martin in the lead here. The high score in the heat right now is a 5.5 belonging to Liam Dunkerbeck. Hopefully we can get a replay of that ride. That was behind Antoine Martin's second wave. Antoine Martin merely with a pair of 3s. There's Graham Ezzy, who's sitting on a 4-point total for 2 incomplete rides. And that Taka he made off that was a 1-move wave, and then he didn't make that 360. Here's the replay. This is Liam Dunkerbeck's 5.5. A beautiful first carve for Liam. Very, very well-ridden wave. Off the top. Here he goes. He's going to bring it around, making sure it forms under him. Somewhat of a low boom rider, staying active. There must be a last blast here. Nice ride by Liam. That's Graham Ezzy heading out.
Looks like somebody turned off the wind on the inside. Maybe changing conditions for our riders. Maybe that'll give more control.
A little bit more control. You're right, though. I looked in the lineup, and Brasilio's absorbed this as well. Because, lo and behold, this does change things to a degree when the mobility becomes less and less. And Brasilio knows he's got a score. He's sitting on a 4.5. That's kind of a mid-level score. There's other people with higher scores in this heat. Brasilio in a situation right now, with 10 minutes left in this heat, and sitting in 4th place where he can do nothing but select the best wave. And if there was a time for the wind to die,
this is not it.
This is not it if you're Brasilio. You need the mobility. He's on the gear that he chose based on the conditions when he sailed out.
He's got another rig on the beach. It'll be interesting to see if this wind pattern persists and our riders decide to actually change gear, take the time to come to the beach and change. On the replay now, Antoine Martin underneath the lip. A little bit of a floater re-entry. Still manages to stay in front of the wave.
I like that blast right there.
Yeah, the vert hit right at the end. That's not easy, folks. Takes a lot of commitment to turn your nose of your board straight up into an oncoming lip.
On the outside, Brasilio setting up here. Marcilio Brown, live action here at the 2024 Aloha Classic. The wave he was waiting for. Punches his bottom turn. Big cutback spray still falling down there. Another good cutback, well placed. certainly on par with his first ride, if not slightly better. Third lip blast, and Brasinho is out. That was well played by Brasinho. Super aggressive riding, and you saw, Jace, the glassy wave, it's less windy. That was tooth and nail for Brasinho to find that wave. You see the riders are not moving quickly through the lineup now. It turned into out of control to pure control. Here's Antoine Martin.
Beautiful wrapping top turn, so tight to the section. Trying to get over the break in the wave. But nothing more on offer. You know, it's not completely relevant, but I did get to talk to Scott Sanchez about Kai Lenny today, and he was really kind of looking to see what the judges did about really vertical turns versus the scores that they give to aerial maneuvers. And it'll be interesting to see what Boujma-Guillot, our head judge, decides to reward for a turn like that with Marsilio Brown going vert to the lip and then straight back in, but no aerial maneuver.
Tense moments here. This is world title implications in the biggest way. That turn right there, world champion caliber turn. And it was also in the part of the wave that he dissected, where I feel that is on par with getting the fins out of the water. I mean, he just dissected that. Martin with a little bit more of a drawn-out approach, but also keeping his speed. I remind you, Antoine Martin, famous quote, "Speed is the only reason for windsurfing." This was said in an interview we did in Cabo Verde when he was a top 4 finalist. And it rings true because speed is one of the most important parts of his game. And is that not
the Godfather?
Levi Sub-Zero Siver getting ready for his heat. We will talk about Levi in a moment. Tense moments. Marsilio Brown tied for first place with Liam Dunkerbeck.
But that sort of clutch performance, that's why Marsilio Brown is at the top of our world wave rankings currently. Able to pull out a score when he needed it. Was fourth in the bracket up until that last wave. From fourth to first, Marsilio Brown.
The wind has dropped even further, Jason. This has really intensified the battle. There's no way this heat gets canceled with 7 minutes left. The scorecards are full. Anybody sailing out's just kind of going, well, it looked windy for a second there. Typical Ukipa. You know, you get a little bit of everything on these kinds of days. We remember how windy it was even before 11, and it's kind of due to the fact that the squall line has moved through. If you look up the coast, there is sort of a layer of cloud in the distance. You look at the whitecaps on the horizon, but it's not filtering into the lineup. It's possible that things are going to swing a little bit more offshore, which will clean up the waves. But you look at this, and it's not quite the same mogul field of whitecaps it was a little while earlier, and you see the holes in the wind. So this is playing out, but it will only fill in from time to time, and then you have your hands full. So it's everything to play for. Graham Ezzy looking up at Marsilio Brown, Antoine Martin, and Liam Dunkerbeck. The fight is to get into the top 2, or else you're out.
Marsilio Brown now on kind of a smaller selection, probably using it for repositioning. I guess what I would say about all this, Kai, is that this really justifies head judge Boujma-Guillot's decision not to run jumps earlier in the day.
Yes. Jumping at Hokipa really should only be in play when you got sideshore wind and it's perfectly filled in. So everybody, it's not about getting the gust, the lucky gust. And it's not about riding some slalom board that's planing all the time, or else you can't do this wave ride at the highest level. This happened, you know, towards the turn of the century, right around 2000. Things changed. Board design changed. A lot of people spearheading the movement over there at Quattro. You know, the twin fin came out for Cowley in the 2007 Cabo Verde event. But things had gone in a direction of more wave riding oriented competition. You know, credit guys like Keith Tiboul. Even Ed Angulo, you know, came out with a twin fin for his son Josh there a long time before, and he turned it into wave riding, really making the difference. As you look at Liam Dunkerbeck sailing in circles, making sure that he can get something out of this set. There's Antoine Martin tacking, sink tacking, and the wave picks him up. Can he catch it? Yes, sir. Antoine Martin on the end bowl. 4 minutes and change left in this heat. Beautiful turn there for Martin. There's only going to be room for a couple turns here. But he squeaks out a couple more and doesn't get the freestyle move. Here's Brasinho. Similar situation on the point. Great stuff from the drone pilots as Marsilio Brown flies off the screen cementing his position in this heat, creeping closer to the Hall of Fame and a world title.
I don't know if you saw the body language of Graham Ezzy as he was sailing in. He was kind of giving a wave to the judges like, what's going on here, guys? But, I was listening to the sailors meeting, and basically what they said is if everybody's filled up their 2-wave total, not going to cancel a heat. So I don't expect that they'll cancel this one, even though that the wind conditions have changed.
Yeah, Graham picked a smaller sail. I didn't know about his dilemma there with the ripped sail playing into this or not, but it was certainly very windy at the beginning of this heat, and now we're based on float and ride wave riding conditions. Here's Liam Dunkerbeck as seen from the eyes of our drone pilot. Liam Dunkerbeck opening it up. Perfect bottom turn position, but he can't hang on. Sheeted in a little too hard off that bottom turn. And those are the little things. Those are the little things that make a difference, because Antoine Martin is nipping at Liam Dunkerbeck's heels here. Mere fractions of a point away from advancement and non-advancement. Graham Ezzy's not really in this right now. Unfortunately for him, his heat started with a couple high-risk maneuvers that didn't pay off. And Graham hasn't really been able to do much since then. Unfortunately for him.
So tight, 1 through 3.
Antoine Martin leaps into second place. He has gotten ahead of Liam Dunkerbeck. That was a very important moment, Jace. When Liam bobbled that turn, it opened up the door. Antoine Martin had dropped the score, had gotten the ride.
Well, the way he picked off that wave, that was really special. To see him sink tack it and then let the wave come up underneath him and basically use the power of the wave to drop in completely. There wasn't any power in his sail for that drop in.
Guys are standing straight up and down right now. Super gnarly to be able to be patient enough as we see some of our camera crew, people waving at us. Hello and aloha from Maui. The scene from the hill. There'd be a lot more people if these rain squalls hadn't come in and out. You could better believe it. The scene in Hokipa 40 years later after the inaugural event. And anybody who was there in 84, could you imagine this level of performance now? Flying off the lip, our reigning world champion Marsilio Brown crushing it. Liam Dunkerbeck really got a good opening turn, but then this bottom turn off the lip foiled him. Was that the difference? Is that it for Liam Dunkerbeck's season? We have yet to find out, as Antoine Martin cruises by, narrowly in the lead, 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Liam Dunkerbeck needs a score. Antoine Martin wants to cement this and get to the next round. He's won the Aloha Classic before. Gets a goiter out the back but doesn't land it. And none other than Liam Dunkerbeck is in fact behind Martin. This is the moment of the heat so far. Can Dunkerbeck claw into a big score? First bottom turn. 360. And he sticks it, Jace. And he's going to get another turn in the pocket. Redirects his cutback. Liam Dunkerbeck answers the bell. That might have been enough. That was a perfectly executed 360. I'm not going to overblow it because there was a second turn about it. That was a massive clutch performance from Liam, and we will wait and see what the score is. Antoine Martin might have seen it. Nervous moments here with 40 seconds left. Not quite a buzzer beater, Jace, but a difference maker late in the game.
Oh, what a make.
High and tight in the pocket, and he looks and grabs that boom wide and just projects under it.
What is it about the family resemblance? That is the exact same 360 that his dad throws.
It is very similar to the Bjorn 360, I agree. Maybe a little bit more of a down-the-line projection instead of falling backwards, but nonetheless, we are waiting for the judge's decision. 10 seconds left. Don't go anywhere. Brazinho is kind of pumping into something that he doesn't really even want. He just wants to get in. This heat is going to count. We are waiting for the second score from Liam Dunkerbeck in his 360. Is it going to be what he needs? It is. He gets the score and he edges Antoine Martin ahead of Martin and Ezzy. Liam Dunkerbeck, in the most dramatic fashion, advances into the semifinals with Marsilio Brown. And that's going to get a little applause from me just because it was awesome viewing. Right in the clutch. Liam Dunkerbeck moves on.
That's what we want to see, Kai. We want to see our competitors raise to the level, and that's exactly what Liam Dunkerbeck did.
There's the Goya Quattro crew. Our Masters champion, Keith DuBois, along with Pio Morasco. Here's the 360 one more time.
Up underneath the lip, whipping the board around. He really hucked the board around his body there to make that 360 land. Gets a nice little check turn at the end, wrapping to the power section again. What a wave.
He wouldn't have gotten the score if he didn't do the extra wiggle.
Probably right.
And, it just needed to show continuum. It didn't need to be much. It just needed to show continuum.
Yes, that way he was still on the wave.
Not a one-move wave.
Exactly.
Here is men's quarterfinals, Heat 2. Another stacked affair. Levi Siver, former Aloha Classic champion. Morgan Noiro, former multiple-time Aloha Classic champion. Takuma Sugi from the Japan Mafia, and Julien Flechet from France. And the heat is on. The flag is up. And Morgan Noiro is on the first wave of this quarterfinal heat. Punches his bottom turn from way deep, skies over the section. Can he get under the lip? It's not that windy. Oh, but the apparent wind is still there. He gets around the section for another little turn and a kick out, and that's a good way to start. You're on the board.
I'm not surprised. Morgan Noiro just completely consistent. Absolute precision with timing. Always picks great waves. If you had me bet who was going to start off a heat like that and just bang it right off the opening buzzer, Morgan Noiro.
Yeah.
I got to say, from our last heat, Antoine Martin has got to be gutted. It's hard to sail that well, and then in the very last seconds, watch somebody just get the wave of the heat.
Yes, Martin also swimming in there in earnest. And I just want to congratulate Antoine on a great year on tour. Win, lose, or draw. One of the world's best windsurfers. Will always be remembered for hallmark performances in epic conditions. He's got nothing to be ashamed about. It's the nature of competition at the highest level. And even, the ability to be happy for Liam as well.
One thing I will say is if I was going to lose, I would rather lose to someone doing their very best than to me just fumbling it up in some sort of way. But right now we're going to go to commercial break, pay some of those bills. We'll be right back. The Playa Surf Aloha Classic by CBbC Hotels is presented by Sundeck Beachwear and supported by Maui County, Goya Windsurfing, Bruce Boards, and our Aloha partners, Never Slow, Austin AI, Swift Water Sports, North Shore Maui Rent-A-Car, and Tourism Tenerife.
Or seafarer. Your double and you are not identical, and your island won't be his. Tenerife, one island, 1,000 yous.
Aloha, and welcome back to the 40th rendition of the Aloha Classic. This is the grand finals presented by the PLAYA Surf Hotel and our partners at Sundeck. I'm Jace Panabianco here with Kai Kachadorian, and we've got a replay of Morgan Nioro's first wave. Beautiful top turn. Staying in the power section, staying busy. That will actually be his second wave. His first wave was a 5.0. This is Sugi. Nice wrapping top turn. Good way to get started for our Japanese sailor. This is Flechet on the hot sails rig. Beautiful wrapping top turn off the lip. Nice vertical back to the critical section. Nice wave for Flechet. And we're going to go to our beach interview with Anne-Marie Reichman.
Rosinho, stoked to see you advance. What happened? Because one moment there was wind, you guys were out there and the wind dropped.
Yes, the wind had a drastic drop, and it was taking, at least for me, a bunch of time to get the heat started. And we were super underpowered on our small gear. I was on a 4.5, and because I didn't have waves, it wasn't worth the time to come in and switch, like just to go back out on that kind of wind. So everyone is just hoping for the best, and luckily a couple waves slide under the other guys and just came right at me. That were good, clean, open waves, so I'm stoked out to use them and get through.
Nice. The struggle was real, but hopefully we can turn it around to the next round.
Yeah, it's competition, you gotta be ready for it, so hopefully it will be a bit windier next time.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna-Marie. Morgan Nioro holding on to the lead here. Another float and ride situation has manifested itself in the midst of this flurry of trade winds. Look at Graham Ezzy can even just barely get back to the beach on his own. Levi Cyber with a 4.5 to start this off. Takuma Sugi 4.8. Flechet with a 5.2 got a really nice wave in the midst of that. That is the high score of the heat. Morgan Nioro with a 5 and a 4.5. The only sailor with two real scores. Yes, this is a tricky situation here at Hokipa. It is not about easy. You look at Graham Ezzy, who a super windy start to the heat. Well, that's also a selection of a small sail and a small board, and you just have to act accordingly. You have to have enough volume and sail size to accommodate for these wild fluctuations we're seeing. A completely different story than it was 45 minutes ago.
Things change quickly here at Hokipa. It's a product of weather, wind squalls, that sort of thing. Our competitors need to be ready for it. You probably would be looking upwind to see a bit of what's coming to us in the future. That's our indicator. As we watch Graham Ezzy make his way back to the beach, definitely Graham is not happy about the results of the last heat, I would imagine, and you can see that part of the reason is the lack of wind. On the outside, on the Neil Pride rig, this is Morgan Nioro playing the positioning battle with Julian Flechet on the outside. Morgan's got some wind in his sail now, fully powered. Sugi, nice off the lip. Kind of an end bowl wave, manages to get a nice aerial off the lip, bust the tail free. Takuma Sugi. He's sitting on a 4.8. That'll fill up his scorecard. Again, we're having a close eye on the weather conditions, making sure that all of our riders are able to fill their scorecard. Once everybody gets two waves, very unlikely that we will cancel a heat. On the inside, this is Levi Cyber riding on the orange Goya rig, as I like to call him, the godfather of my young son Kingston, longtime friend. Here he comes up off the bottom, beautiful top turn, so vertical with his riding. Such an emphasis on the bottom turn with Levi's sailing. He uses it as the baseline of everything else that's to follow. Good bottom turn allows for a good top turn. Allows for a good aerial. Here comes Morgan Nero. Beautiful timing. Tweak aerial off the lip, landing in the flats. Nice projection. No doubt he was going to make that one. Here it is. Vert top turn, straight off the Crispies. And the wrapping top turn. And this is Flachet now. Real quick off the bottom, Flachet. Nice aerial off the lip. Good style. So 2 good waves back to back. Flachet getting another turn. So Flachet and Morgan Nero going tit for tat as we watch Bant Roediger get ready. He's listening to a new selection of music. He told me maybe something a little bit less aggro. Maybe the Metallica was a little bit too much. He said maybe some M83, I think, was his selection. So we'll have to ask him after the heat, but he looks like he's grooving out. That's Bant Roediger coming up. You're watching the 40th annual Aloha Classic here from Ho'okipa Beach Park. In the background, that's Haiku, that's Giggle Hill, Haiku Hill. Some of our weather indicators. You notice the big line of clouds has played havoc with our wind conditions. This is Levi Siver. He's one of our bigger competitors. I think he stands around 6'1", 6'2", probably about 180 pounds.
We're going to bring in a special guest. We won't announce him. Just for the remainder of this heat, we'll give Jace a brief breather. We are going to bring on a special guest who has helped us with some of our accessories. Here he comes. Definitely an old veteran, put on the magic microphone. And as we watch Levi Siver, we are going to bring you none other than Mickey Eskimo. How you doing, Mickey?
Pretty fucking great.
Boo. Anyway, Kai Cachidorian, Mickey Eskimo here at the Aloha Classic. Mickey, you were here in 1984 for the first one?
I was.
Tell me about it.
It seems to be like yesterday, yet it's a long time ago. But it's amazing to be here and see how the sport has evolved. The level is just beyond.
Yeah.
And I listened to the Austrian radio yesterday, and there was a tennis competition. An English guy won, Russian was second, and the mere prize money was 475,000 euros, and it's a small thing. And I hope, when I look what these athletes bring to the table, I hope that windsurfing will find its way so these guys are paid what they're worth eventually. But, you know, I'm glad this is still going on, and there will be a Aloha Classic hopefully in the next 40 years.
Awesome, Mickey. Thank you for coming and joining, being part of this historical crew of our veterans from back in the day. And thank you for these nice hats with the flavor.
That's the least I can do, right? And I just 40 years anniversary. There are a lot of those this year. In September last year, in September 40 years ago, Arnaud de Ronet got lost at sea. So that's 40 years ago. 40 years ago, there was Big Monday, which I was lucky to be part of, and I reunited all the boys that were out there that day.
That was amazing.
Not too long ago, and that was chicken skin to have
Craig Masonville,
and Malte and Ezzy and Brian Karlstrom and Alex and Haywood all stand on that sand that we went out together.
Of course, Fred Haywood with that big bomb in '84.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the standings in our heat briefly. We're going to, get to the heart of the matter here, what we're in the middle of. And it is certainly plenty to play for here. Morgan Waro comfortably in the lead. Very tight between second and third. This is live action. Sugi connecting the dots. Hitting the white water for extra points. You got to do something to differentiate. Here comes Levi Siver into the end bowl. Full speed. Right under the lip. Siver crushing that lip. needs a big score. This is the tightest heat yet so far with 4 minutes left. A lot of scores yet to drop here, but Levi right there trying to do the work to get out of an uncharacteristic 4th place here. The first 2 sailors in our placing are going to advance here. Morgan Noirot and Julien Flechet. Takuma Sugi and Levi Cyber looking up at the 2 advancing positions here. 3rd and 4th are going to be done for the event. 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. There is a set to the outside. That's being occupied by Julien Flechet, a very agile rider from France, riding his hot sail rig here, coming into the picture. Up top, kind of by above H. Poco Point, sticking with it, keeping his apparent wind alive. Flechet in 2nd place here, trying to seal the deal, getting under the lip, getting a little bit of continuation there. Nice lip hit. Behind him is Noirot, under the lip and through the section. Noirot really going to town here. Noirot with distant world title hopes here. The dominoes have to fall his way. He's going to need to win this event and get help. One of our top sailors of all time in Hokipa, showing why, connecting the dots all the way through, and a kick out. This is going to make a difference. Noirot really staying ahead of it. Cyber tacking, not quite accepting that. This next wave might have been the one. It's time to get really selective here. It's going to take the finest wave to be able to make it through this heat. Cyber certainly looking up at Sugi here. Here comes Sugi on the Gaster and that Tubu rig. Mickey, a nice wave here for Sugi.
Sugi is Japan's future, and he pops in air, and he's on the wave that counts right now. And while Levi is looking for what he needs, and sometimes the ocean gives you what you need, and sometimes it's life, you know. But all these guys are amazing, and of course Levi showed already that he is phenomenal. And if the right wave comes his way, we expect him to do amazing.
Float and ride conditions for the most part until you get on an actual wave here. And Sugi definitely has his case made. That was a decent ride. It's going to take above average riding at this point. We are moving forward here on the outside. You see some of our sailors from the next heat jockeying for position. Classic Ho'okipa here, Mickey. Levi
is picking something up, and yeah, I've seen him crawl in his brother, and there he is, a veteran in Ho'okipa, just one of the very, very best. Like, he rips. And it's amazing to watch this whole one generation after the other unfold here. And I mean, I remember you when you were like a sweet little Gram Kai, you know, with our friend Sarah Emery watching me do tags in Sprecklesville.
Thank you, Mickey. Those were long, long memories ago here. We are happy to see the level of riding.
Yeah.
Morgan Noirot trying to hang on here. We really appreciate you coming for this heat, Mickey. We're going to get Jace Pontebianco back here now.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for being a central figure, a generous contributor to this event.
And
hello to everybody in Austria.
Yeah, and hello to everybody in the world. And don't forget, free Paul Watson.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. Take it easy. Aloha.
Oh, sorry.
Jace Pontebianco rejoining the panel. Thank you.
As we watch Bant Roediger get warmed up for his upcoming heat, it makes me think what a difference an hour makes. Conditions changing here at Hokipa. Upcoming quarterfinals, heat number 3, Kyle Lenny, Robbie Swift, Bant Roediger, and Mark Perret-Rico. Mark Perret still in contention for the overall world title. I've been told that he needs to win this event to have a chance at the title. He also needs Marcilio Brown and Victor Fernandez to get no better than 3rd and 4th. So things are alive for Mark Perret-Rico. A lot to play for here at Hokipa Beach Park. You're watching quarterfinals, heat number 3.
Kai Lenny and his quest to win the Aloha Classic, one of the storylines of this event. There's Mark Perret-Rico, who also owns one of the storylines of this event in terms of his miracle comeback from injury earlier this year. He has won 2 events, the 4-star Tenerife and the 5-star Zilt World Cup, just completed earlier this month in Zilt, Germany.
So I talked to Mark this morning, and he's been dealing with that Liz Frank injury in his foot. This kind of the same sort of injury that Philip Koster had a couple years ago. Really painful. He's telling me that he's kind of walking around at a 5 on terms of the pain index. He did get a surgical procedure, was able to get it put back together, but not all the way back. We'll see if he's able to be in top form and able to cement his world title aspirations. 17 minutes, 28 seconds on the clock, waiting for our first scores. Things have slowed down slightly.
But the sun has come out, and you see some more people on the cliff here who are going to spend the afternoon with us here at the 2024 Hotel Playa Surf Aloha Classic presented by Sundeck.
Well, still completely contestable. Great wave riding conditions.
It's cleaned up.
And when the sun comes out like this, the wind's going to follow.
Inevitable that the wind will blow at some point, though. I feel a little warmer than I did earlier today, and that's an indication of what I call the heat bubble. 1:22 in the afternoon already, Jace. We started this at 11 o'clock. It has gone by quickly. And we will be out of the quarters and into the semis. And then some of the pro women's heats accordingly. The semis coming up. And then the finals. It is game on here at the Aloha Classic, part of the IWT PWA Unified World Tour. And, some of the other people behind the scenes that I want to thank, certainly need to duly thank some of our photographers hard at work here, most notably the Fishbowl Diaries, Paul and Sophie, tirelessly bringing us world-class images and so generous about, trying to be so inclusive with everybody a part of the picture. It means so much to have that level of photography. And, the others, the Eric Aders, the Daryl Wongs, even Jimmy Hepp, really throwing down a lot of, it's like a community effort. But Paul and Sophie, really are, well respected here within the community. Paul being one of the top sailors at Hokipa and top water photographers along with yourself, Jace. You're out there swimming around with expensive cameras. You know how rough it can be.
I've had a lot of wonderful times in the water with Paul, and what a great tandem they are, because Paul's generally in the water, Sophie on the beach, and they manage to cover all the angles and get all of our competitors some great images, and it gives you something to dream about.
So we really do thank you from the bottom of our hearts. It's a great privilege. We're on both sides of the camera here, and everybody likes that representation. And it goes on, but I really did want to take the moment to thank them. Bant Roediger on his hot sail there on his Flicka board, a split-screen view of the game on the outside, when you're jockeying for position, when Hokipa's deciding these moments. This reminds me of a couple Masters Division heats in the previous day here. And congratulations to Keep the Bull for the win there. And some of these moments on the outside don't get lost on me. I was in a few of them myself with the guys. And, who's getting what wave? It's the best part, Chase, is Hokipa kind of decides. I must say that, because it is a situation now where the mobility's been taken away. And it's really this float and ride thing, and where you're putting yourself in position, but you still need to get lucky. And you need to have these thoughts in your head that are clean. Hokipa is reading right through your soul and right through you. And if you have good thoughts and you have a good state of your mana and your aloha, it's going to come to you.
Important to stay positive. You can't let frustration seep in. You know, if you're on the inside and a set wave's coming on the outside, you got to keep that positive mental outlook as you watch our sailors making their way to the outside, looking to pick up a set, playing that chess game of positioning. On the inside, that's Bant Roediger riding on the hot sail. Also in this heat, Kai Lenny, Robbie Swift, and Mark Pererico. Kind of interestingly enough, Kai, coming back to that conversation I had with Mark Perret about his surgery, it sounds like he had a different procedure, slightly different procedure done than Philip Koster did, but hopefully they both recover fully. And this is Kai Lenny now, full power, waiting for the wave to set up, riding on the Goya rig with the Red Bull logo.
I think it's questionable if he'll ride this. It's all the way down at the end of the point. He is not going to choose that wave. It has really changed, Jace. What we have right now is side offshore wind in the lineup, and it is a shadowed wind with not a lot of room for error in terms of wave selection. You've got to get on the right wave and stay on the right wave, because the mobility that some of these earlier heats had in terms of being able to pace the lineup just simply isn't there.
Yeah, and we're still on the same heat duration, so proportionately this becomes a lot shorter heat when you're not planing.
Oh, you're right about that. I didn't think about that, Jason. That's a super good point, is that we were basing this 18-minute heat total on that wind speed, and I'm sure that head judge Bujmagiol is ready to account for this. We have made great progress in this event due to that shorter heat duration. We were up to 27-minute heats at one point, and the day is gone before you even know it. Now would be the time to maybe add a couple minutes. We'll see if he decides to do that. Merely 12 minutes left in this heat, and I don't see a scoreline up, so we don't quite know the exact scoreline of this, but that is not a competitor in this heat. That is Fleche coming back in. Mark Pererico first on the board with the 3.5 with a pretty reasonably well-ridden wave. And in our lineup right now, I see Robbie Swift setting up for something and Mark Pererico after him. But this is Kai Lenny coming right into the picture for the first wave of this three-wave set. First off the lip climb. He's already at the point. There won't be a target in front of him, and he kicks out. Probably his first notable score. Here comes Robbie Swift.
Well, and you can notice, Kai, nobody's filled up their scoreline yet.
Not exactly. Swifty got a one-hitter. You didn't see it. Here's Mark Pererico. A little bit more substance to this wave because he's above it. So there's a lower section for Mark, who's definitely going to oblige here. Gets under the lip. Floats his way down for the make. Bant Roediger holding a high line. There he is. Roediger, I wonder what he's listening to. Slash and burn riding. Perfect rail work. Really burying that bottom turn. A beautiful goiter into the pit. The samurai has struck. That was the samurai claim, and he knows it. And that is definitely the sharp sword in his quiver that he has brought out. Slicing through Hukipa. Duck jibe kick out. Wacha arigato.
I love it. Makes me smile. I just love the free-flowing style that Bant has. You can notice that he changed boards. So this is apparently his Hokipa board from last year. The other one was a board that he won at Cabo Verde, as we watched Kai Lenny do an aerial off the lip.
Aerial over the section for Lenny. Probably a one-hitter. There's going to be some scores dropping here. Everybody's on the board. Some marginal conditions really trying to squeak this out. Kai Lenny's going to have a pretty decent score, but Bant had the goiter over the section, and I am telling you right now that while there isn't any serious world title contention out of the four of these riders, there are the spoilers. And certainly Mark Pererico is fighting for a podium spot. Now that Marino Gill's been eliminated, now that Philip Koster's been eliminated, we're going to see how far Fernandez can take it. Brasilio obviously moving on. This becomes mathematical after a certain point, Jace, that one after the other, the dominoes start falling. This is one of those heats where some of the spoilers in the bracket can make their way forward to meet the contenders. It's going to be fireworks when we keep continuing.
It's pretty straightforward for Mark Perret. He needs to win.
Yes.
So if Victor Fernandez and Marcilio Brown end up in third and fourth and Mark Rico wins the event, he's world champion. As we watch a replay now, Robbie Swift underneath the lip. Nice carrying of speed, able to rip the top off of that, wraps back to the white water. Ooh. And there's Rico coming down from an aerial. Looking like his foot is feeling pretty good. I can appreciate Mark Perret. Look at longer frame, real powerful sailor.
Nice wave from Perret. Here comes Rodinger. Getting under it again. Replay. And here comes Le Rotation with the claim. I love that claim.
That was even a nice claim.
It was a bottom turn claim.
I like that.
In sequence, the Samurai.
Yeah, so like I was talking about, this is his winning Hokipa board from last year.
Right.
And the orange one with the tiger on it was his winning board from Cabo Verde. He was telling me that this one has a little bit of a wider tail, which is interesting because he didn't want to ride it earlier when it was quite so windy, but maybe with the changing wind conditions, a little bit of a wider tail helps him here.
Sure. Rodinger's really in touch. The switch to Flicka boards, I might add, has really reinvigorated his career. Luka and those guys in Slovenia have done a great job for him. It's really helped his signature style mature. That is a word I would use for Rodinger. He has matured into the top contender that he is today. And there he is. I call him the Samurai. His riding is on the edge. Beautiful bottom turn for Bant. Smashes that lip and continues on. Second hit over the section, and even a third hit connection for Rodinger. Spray flying everywhere. That's riding on the edge, ladies and gentlemen. Behind him, Kai Lenny holding the high line under the bull, gets a goiter on his own and pops it. That was better than Rodinger's, and it was right in his face. Lenny getting into the action here. That was a huge moment in this heat. Lenny with the full head of steam right in front of Rodinger pops the goiter. Higher than Rodinger's, maybe a different kind of a setup, but getting the business done. Lenny already in the lead with Perret Rico in second place and Rodinger sitting in third with Swifty in fourth. There's going to be a shakeup here. Let's see what happens when the judges decide what that was worth.
Oh, God, that's a little intimidating, man. When you bust a goiter right in somebody's face and you land just a couple feet away from him and the spray actually fans out to Bant in the channel, it's a little intimidating.
I mean, Bant Rodinger and Kai Lenny, similar generation. You know, young riders on the rise. Rodinger has what Kai Lenny wants, and that's those Hokipa titles. As Swifty gets into the game here, but it's not going to connect. And Rodinger and Lenny, you know, might not be arch rivals or anything, but they definitely are in this heat, and it's not lost on me, you know, who wants to show who what. Rodinger back to sail, cruising his way through the lineup. Those of you at home are asking why he kicked out of that. That wave didn't really offer anything down the line, but the reason Rodinger rode it, and you said this before, Jace, was to position himself further upwind. It was a masterful move. On the top of your screen is Mark Perret on the Simmer Blacktip and the Simmer Fly wave on a really nice wave. Mark Perret in contention for a podium spot here for the year-end World Tour rankings. Points his board down. Good first cutback for Perret. This is a super nice wave. The color, the contour, and the connection. Mark is one of the best tour sailors at Hokipa. No question about it. Crisscrossing around. Unfortunately gets the underwater forward attempt. At the end, it's not going to amount to much. Still a really well-ridden wave, but that extra little couple of fractions of a point got taken away there.
That's a hard move to put back into the face. The forward off the lip is, I mean, we got to watch Victor Fernandez do a perfect one, but it's not a move that you see often here at Hokipa. I think Mark Perret is also so good at jumping on port tack that forward is a move that he considers as we watch him get back onto his board. Foot looks none the worse for wear. Here's Robbie Swift on the outside, repositioning. Got to talk to his dad this morning. His father said that things are getting less and less nerve-wracking. We're going to go down to our beach interview with Anne-Marie Reichman.
Hey, Morgan, semifinals. Awesome. Congrats.
Thank you. Yes, it feels good. When you get to the quarters, the heats start getting a lot tougher, so I'm very happy to make it through that one.
You said one of the hardest things today is picking your gear for 20 minutes. Tell us what you picked today.
Yeah, I mean, all morning it's been fairly windy, fairly consistent, and then but there are like clouds, and that changes things a lot. The heat before, like midway through, it got really light, so it was kind of scrambling, and luckily I took my big board in a 4.7, and that helped me. It would have been tough.
Made it look easy like normal. The other guys were tying same score for the last 3 places. Thankfully you were head above everyone else. Hopefully you keep up that flow for the next round.
That is the goal, so thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, and back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, Morgan, crushing it. Thank you for that interview, Anna-Marie. Crushing it, too. Rodiger out in the lead with Kai Lenny. Both will easily tell you that's all about advancement right now. First and second doesn't matter as much as advancing. 4 sailors are out, and 2 will be moving on. Here's Kai Lenny. Live action from Mokipa. Sizes up his bottom turn. There's the lip hit. That was a dissection of the highest level. Second lip climb hit. Take note about this quad he's riding. Short turning radius. There's Rodinger above him. Big floaty aerial from Bant. The 2 people in control of this heat. Rodinger. Soundtrack for the next generation.
Got his mask caught in the white water there, not able to get the rotation all the way around. Interesting to look at the scorecards here, Kai, that the judges probably are giving Rodiger a bit of the benefit here by the kind of steepness and more critical nature of his wave that he managed to get that aerial maneuver on. That's the only thing that I can think, because both of our sailors have completed aerial maneuvers, Kai Lenny and Bant Rodiger, number 1 and number 2.
Unfortunately for Mark Perry-Rico, he's got a lot of work to do. It's close. He's totally capable of getting a score that he needs. It needs to be fireworks from here on out. Not that much time left in this heat. Mark Perry-Rico, bottom turns. The mask disappears. Beautiful spray turn. Delays the cutback to make the section of the wave. This is speed, power, and flow. Sending that fly wave into the lip. There's a 360 attempt, and Perry-Rico can barely make it. Almost had it. Behind him, Kai Lenny bats the lip. Little extra juice there for Lenny. Heading to the end section. Lip climb. Pure surfer at heart. With a little bit of freestyle capability. And he is out. Nice stuff. Great action here at the 2024 Aloha Classic.
Such great action. It's so wonderful to be with you. We're Jace Pontebianco, Kai Cacciadorian. This is the 40th rendition of the Aloha Classic. This is the grand finals, and what action we've had here today, Kai.
Outstanding level of sailing on display. It gets better every year. There are these increments of performance increase. The equipment starts unlocking certain levels of capability. What's interesting about these conditions, Jace, is that we're being given this opportunity to see the efficiency of the gear in this wide wind range. We had a lot of wind earlier. Now we're in this lesser wind range, and people are accommodating, making it a true surf battle. All that talk about jumping earlier. We're not talking about jumping anymore. No. It might get a lot windier after 3 o'clock. We have yet to see it. There's our look at the judges and Mount Haleakala and the crowded area for the spectators. The entire community's coming out here for what we hope to be the conclusion of this event, and that's going to be the conclusion of this heat. Nobody's on a wave in the lineup, and Rodinger and Kai Lenny are most likely going to be making it through here. Had Perry-Rico made that 360, we might have had a discussion.
Let's get into that more in depth, Kai, because what do you think is more difficult to land today, a 360 or a goiter?
Well, I think a goiter is, you have more opportunities for it with the oncoming sections that Hukipa provides. But I think the 360, to answer your question, might be the more difficult maneuver based on the situation that you need to identify and to try it with. Now, as far as what they're going to score, that's totally dependent on the amplitude and the speed and the part of the wave that you're doing on. Roedinger, really in top form here, has had a very quiet demeanor to him throughout the duration of this event, and I call that stone cold confidence. He's very confident in his ability. He's won this event many times. And whether or not this makes a difference for his world title contention, I'm not sure when you're going to see Barrett travel to Pozo. I'm not sure about anything, what's on his, radar. However, this is a tour that does cater to him in the sense of it being wave riding based for the most part. And there are enough events on tour that will do him justice. So we are proud of him. And Kai Lenny, once again, his quest for his first Aloha Classic title remains in play. Here's men quarterfinals, Heat 4, Victor Fernandez, Camille Jubon, Adam Warhol, and Baptiste Clorec. A super battle coming up here. Empty lineup. The flag is up. The heat is on. This is Clorec. Kind of widening the arc on his opening turn to ensure that he makes the wave. Clorec dropping back in after 2 turns, trying to get a little bit more of a hollow section to work with, working his way downwind, and hits that final section.
Clorec has got just so much talent. I just wonder if maybe he's having a little bit of trouble identifying the very best waves, because I know that he's got the ability to do all the aerial maneuvers, just not getting quite as many opportunities as maybe some of our local riders.
Yeah, I agree. He's not a Hokipa veteran. This is his first time in Hawaii, period. All I can tell you is that I saw when he emerged out in Cabo Verde and then won in Fiji, that it's just a matter of time. It's going to be important to acclimate to Hokipa for his future world title hopes. Here is another world title contender, none other than multiple-time world champion Victor Fernandez, doing the veteran move of just kicking out of a low-scoring opportunity. 17 minutes left in this heat. Plenty of time to make a difference. Adam Warhol snapping up a nice wave here. Warhol sets it up. This is a beautiful-looking line at Hokipa. Split-screen view of it. Sets up the first turn. And loses it. Unfortunately for Adam, that little extra bit of hot sauce burned his tongue. He's super pissed. That's not what the plan was. He needs to get back on his horse. He blew a very important scoring opportunity. He's feeling it. The early frustration, especially since it's not that windy. You can have short memories when you're blasting back out into the lineup, but now he's got to go to work all over again. And you saw the extra cutback there. He just needed to complete his turn and get that second hit.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but he did identify a pretty good wave. This is Victor Fernandez now looking to start off his campaign. He's a veteran of Hokipa. Up underneath the lip, banging it off the Crispies. There's Victor Fernandez. Second turn now. Staying with the power, a little small fin release and kicking out after his last turn. This is Clorec underneath the lip. Here comes the aerial, pops it out. Can he make the landing? No, he gets swallowed up. Here comes the train ride. Great view from our drone pilot, Paul Van Vellen. Watching that rig get sucked down to the infamous Hokipa rocks and actually quite close to Adam Warhol.
Is that a board on its own?
That's
floating onto
board.
the rocks. Oh my goodness. Loose board, everybody. Oh no. Baptiste Clorec swimming for his board's life. You never want to see this. It's such a predicament. You have this choice to make. Stay with the sail or swim for the board. Looks like he's swimming for the board. Let's see what happened here, Jace. Kind of a mid-face bottom turn line. Definitely makes contact on this air and definitely gets pounded on the landing. And somewhere there, the board comes unstuck. And the suspense in front of the rocks. No, he's got his whole rig intact. Very surprising. We saw no rig.
Yeah, maybe just a half second late before that aerial. Maybe that's what put him a little bit out of position for landing that aerial. This is Camille Hubon looking to add to a 5.5 first wave score. Riding on the S2 rig up underneath the lip. Solid contact. And his second turn, taking the top off now. Waiting for the wave to totally set up. Camille Hubon coming from Guadeloupe. Now he gets on the gas pedal. Here it is, aerial over this section. But can't hold on to the landing.
CJ, part of the Guadeloupe crew. That was still a very strong ride. And he definitely had a lot of scoring potential on that had he landed that aerial. It's still going to be a good score. Warcall kind of not deciding to execute on that. Victor Fernandez right there, and Baptiste Clarec yet to have his total score factored in. For now, Victor Fernandez claws into second and tacks on a pretty nice wave.
Camille just dropped a 6.0, firmly in first place at the moment.
Everybody on the beach watching intently. Here comes Victor Fernandez. Totally in the hunt for a world title. And on a super nice wave. Fade line bottom turn. Mid-face cut back. Staying ahead of it. Fernandez continues. Riding his duotone rig. Keeping it under control. Warcall outside of him. Fernandez wrapping it up as Warcall bottom turns under a gem of a wave and can't save the cutback and gets punished.
He doesn't hold back.
He doesn't hold back, but he got truly washed on that one. Here's Clarec. Non-stop action here at the Aloha Classic. Clarec clawing back into it, staying in control, trying to stay in position on top of that. Not the best wave. Get back out there and get a better one. He knows he needs to do it. Jubon and Fernandez starting to pull away here. We're going to see a second score from Victor in moments here. Warcall yet to truly pull it together here, coming unglued.
Real good job by Baptiste Clarec to be able to get his rig, get back outside, and pick off another one. His timing was much better on that aerial. Wave didn't completely cooperate at the end. This is Victor Fernandez now.
This is going to be a good score for Victor, if not simply based on the placement of his turns. Not lost on me when you have that kind of redirection ability. Unfortunately for Warcall, he just got stuck in the lip. You know, he was thinking he was ahead of it, and Okipa just laughed at him. He got pounded. Clarec, a little bit ahead of it, but getting a good score. He's going to be in the mix. That was a well-ridden wave nonetheless. You see what guys are trying to do? They're trying to drop into the waves and then fade behind the whitewater so they look like, you know, they're a little deeper. A little bit of home cooking on that as we see our scene on the beach. The paparazzi, the merchandise, the product. Here is Camille Jubon. This must be replay. Yes. This just happened. So Jubon has stayed busy. This is a wave he just rode. Typical Jubon, bouncing around. You see the high boom. And Jace, this is something I want to talk about. That high boom is about control. It's about amplitude. And quite simply, hanging. You're hanging more. There are things you can't do the same. You can't get really low. But when you have a small sail and you're a smaller rider, yes, you can.
Well, looseness isn't really a concern for Camille. He's got such a loose style. Maybe he's able to add in the high boom height for a little bit more leverage, but still able to retain that surfing style that is just kind of ingrained in the way he goes about doing things. This is Victor Fernandez Lopez.
Victor Fernandez Lopez sitting in second place. All the marbles at stake for a world title in his pocket right now. He knows he needs to do it. Look at the apparent wind blowing the top off this wave. Fernandez bottom turns. Beautiful cutback for Fernandez. Gets under the lip. Can he save it? It's important to make this. He's going to stick with it. Fernandez with Warcall going out the back. Are we experiencing some of that apparent wind yet again? I think we have a broken head batten for Warcall. I'm not surprised that rig's even in one piece after that pounding. Poor Warhol's really not in a position to do much about it. He's on a floppy disk.
Hey, if all that happened out of that last crash was you break your head bat and you're counting yourself lucky, you could very easily just destroy everything when you get rolled up underneath the lip like that.
Broken stick.
So Victor Fernandez still in the world title hunt. If he manages to win another world title, he'll be tied with Marsilio Brown for, correct me if I'm wrong, Kai, 4. If he wins one more, this will put him at 4 world titles. Victor Fernandez?
For Victor.
Yes.
I believe it would be 4.
Okay.
And this has been the thing with Victor. He's always clawing into it. I very vividly remember this Hokipa contest when Victor had a run through the double when we were doing double elimination, where he rattled through about 8 heats, and there were world title implications. That was a number of years ago, but I'll never forget the run. Victor has not won outright at Hokipa, but he's won multiple world titles, and if I'm not mistaken, he's been somewhere in the top 4, top 5. Here's Warhol with his floppy rig. His head batten has snapped. And with the level of apparent wind that's already present here, it's an extra challenge when you can't really keep your rig flat. But Warhol's going to give it his all here, sitting in 4th place in this heat. Nice cutback for Adam, but he blows up. It's been a hard heat for him, Jace. And Victor is scoping, looking ahead of his rig, executes his bottom turn. You see him grabbing wide. Perfect placement on the cutback. You can see the boils. This way it's hitting the reef. Good placement for Victor Fernandez, who takes aim down towards the point now. Will a lip form for him? He blasts it. Fernandez staying busy, and he's keeping his distance close to Camille and away from Clarek and Warhol.
This is Camille Huban on the S2 rig on the outside. Picked off a big one now. Waiting for the wave to set up. Small kind check turn. And another one off the bottom and into an aerial off the lip into the flats. He floats like that, like no one other.
Guadeloupe.
Guadeloupe.
Yes, Huban
Vertical
crushes
top
it.
turn into an aerial. Nice one for our S2 rider. Here comes Clarek. Bit of a foamy section trying to get around the peak here, taking aim. Missile locking all the way over the section and into the flats. Baptiste Clarek. Still hoping that the wave would give him a little more at the end, but managing to put it together.
There's a section. Wow. Clarek, to his credit, really turned that into a score. And, length of ride, size of wave aside, you really have to understand the differentiation of how people are reading these waves and staying in the critical part of it. But one thing I'll say about Baptiste's last ride was he stuck with it, and that last section was that kind of exclamation point to that ride. We'll see what the judges think. There's 6 minutes left, Jace. Camille Jubon in 1st place, Victor Fernandez in 2nd, Baptiste Clarek in 3rd, Warhol in 4th. We are taking the top 2 to make the semis.
And, going back to our world title implications, Victor Fernandez currently sitting in 2nd, got Marsilio Brown in 1st. The thing about it is Victor has done... He's gotten into his spot on the World Tour rankings with a pair of 3s. He has not won a World Tour event this year. So consistency, yes, hasn't managed to win it. We'll see if he's able to get his first event win here at Hokipa and his first 3rd world title. We're going to go down to Anne-Marie Reichman for another beach interview. Anne-Marie.
Hey, Bernd, semifinals. Congratulations. Whew.
Okay, that was a relief. I was really stressed this morning and had a pretty tough heat, so to have that kind of heat the second time around was nice.
Awesome. Yeah, you look really flowy. You said you're on a 4.6. Bigger board as well?
Yes, slightly bigger, and the shape in general is just a little nicer when it gets lighter and kind of offshore and cruisy. And that's just the way that I like to ride, so I was really happy to see the conditions change. It looks like it's getting windy again, so we'll have to adapt once more.
Exactly. Adapt to the elements. That's what we do. Good luck, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Anna Marie. A huge exchange happened during that interview. We'll try to keep that to a minimum, but Clarek's finishing it. There was fireworks from Camille Jubin on the next level, and of course we have the replay for you. So we haven't really missed anything. Let me tell you, though, one of the better sets of the day just rolled in. You can see the white water here. You can see all the carnage of the turbulent water. There's Camille Jubin sailing out. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? The wind is back. Fully filled in. Here's replay. Look at the setups. Fernandez first. Fully skies the aerial. There's Warcall outside of him. And Jubin outside of him. Warcall's hit. Connects it. Jubin. Beautiful turn. Redirected that board all the way around. Look at the wave even outside. Big cut back. Camille going to town. I like it. This is the way Hokipa can mask itself as a point break at occasion. It used to be a point until the tsunami took out the point maybe 220 years ago, apparently. Right outside of Pavil's, this place looked like Honolulu Bay before whatever ripped through here. Crazy stuff, Jason. Camille Jubin owning the lead. That does not change. For a second there, Clarek had a high enough score to be in second, but that is rearranged by Fernandez's wave in that exchange. Let me tell you, this is a replay. Fernandez from the drone, and he gets blown out the back. OTB, my friend. Yes, exactly. If we didn't catch it live, we catched it on replay as if live. You know, that's the point there. And Fernandez getting blown out the back. Believe me, there's a lot of action with this level of sailing. And we're bringing it to you live here at the 2024 Aloha Classic, sponsored by Hotel PLAYA Surf, presented by Sundeck. We hope you're enjoying the show. Wave sailing at the highest level here. World title hopes are in play. Event title hopes are in play. The best sailors in the world are here. And let me tell you, it is starting to blow again. Right on time, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, just about. Here's Baptiste Clarek on his RRD rig. Sharply and decisively bottom turns. Heading down the line to the end section. Blasts the lip over the section and saves it. Just enough nose rocker to do so. Great sailing from Clarek, no matter what.
Some great sailing, but it's going to be hard to capture Camille Jubin. He's got some excellent scores. We're seeing scores in the 7 range. It's just the top end of competition. Here comes Adam Warchild now, setting up at the top. Bottom turn underneath the lip. It's a little bit late, but manages to hang on. Looks for another one. Late again.
Desperation, Jace. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Jubin, live action. Up by the green tree. A little bit behind it. Look at the wave. Close out in front of him in the wind. He's fully powered. But controlling it well. Making full contact and just connecting it. The most important part. Does that high boom allow for a little more rig efficiency? Maybe. Fernandez. Probably his closing ride, though it's windy enough to go back out quickly and maybe get a Hail Mary buzzer beater if needed. A fair amount of separation between Fernandez and Clarek. You never really know based on the judging score level what they're going to give for doing what. Fernandez continuing. Here's Clarek trying to connect it. Goes for the 360, not even close. I think what you're going to see here is the conclusion of this heat with the standings intact, which is unfortunate for Clarek, who shakes off that pounding and looks at his rig. At least it's in one piece, reflecting on what he could have done differently. 24 seconds to do something about it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hokipa, the center of the universe for wave sailing. The original arena for wave competition as well. This event was first held back in 1984, 40 years ago. Won by the legendary Alex Aguirre. Many people have passed through the gates since then. We have multiple event champions, world champions, have all sailed through these doors. And that's it for the heat, correct, Jace? It's done and dusted.
I believe so, Kai.
Zero's on the clock.
Zero's on the clock.
Okay, the flag's down. Camille Jubin, Victor Fernandez moving on. It's possible this wave's counting for Clarek if he showed intent to ride. It was well ridden.
That was another portion of the riders' meeting from this morning. Head Judge Bujma Giol really warning the sailors to be deliberate and decisive at the end of your heats to make it so that the judges and the spotters could tell if you were on the wave or not. As we watched
Polikow,
Jason Polikow, KA1111, absolute legend here at Hokipa.
Let's see if maybe we can bring him on to say hi to everybody. He's been a very central figure to the progression of wave sailing, a current member of the Goya Quattro team, making a move after all those years. Jason, no stranger to competition, no stranger to world titles, no stranger to Hokipa titles with 4 to his name.
And we'll get him up here. Polikow said that he was going to be here all day, and you'd love to give us a couple minutes of his time, and it would be nice to hear what he has to think about the conditions and the world title race.
You reckon?
I reckon.
Here we go. Who's in this heat, Jace? That looks like Lena Erpenstein. Again, just getting, like the women's heats. Here comes the wind again to greet them.
And the flag is up. We are live. Semifinal heat number 1. Maria Andres, Coco Fouveau, Sarakita Ofringa, and Lena Erpenstein.
Very important world title implications in this heat due to the fact that our top 2 contenders are in this heat itself. There is Sarakita Ofringa, who has 2 5-star wins under her belt, that being in Gran Canaria and Zilt. And this is everything to play for here. A huge gust of wind hits her Neil Pride rig. Dare I say she's overpowered? It looks like it. She can barely sheet in on the bottom turn. Hang on tight, Sarakita. If she's that powered, I can't imagine how the other women are. Sarakita able to turn this into a scoring ride. That was a 30-plus knot gust that ripped through her rig there. That Neil Pride sail starboard combo put to the test right off the bat. There's Coco Fouveau on the right side of your screen. One of our up-and-coming stars in the making. Sails both tacks super well.
Looking for a rig change.
Yes, that's the signal. Switch it up. Coco's not wasting any time. She's going to come in and get that other rig ready. I think that's what it is.
Perhaps. I mean, there's enough time in the heat. 16 minutes left on the clock. There is time enough to make a change if you want to do it, but you should do it now. Look at that gust.
Man. It's ripping through the lineup at an offshore angle. You know, even if they had been counting jumps, this wind angle is just ferocious for jumping. You pull a back loop into this wind, when you're coming around, it is so violent, the landing, because of the offshore direction.
It just powers up your sail at the very last portion of your maneuver, right?
It's really hard to make, you know, and I think the purists in the jumping, like I said, we don't need to count that forward on the outside. That's weak. You need to have the jumps in the impact zone. And so you see it. This gust just nailed Sarakita in the impact zone. But right now, on the scoreboard, Coco Fouveau with the 4 and Sarakita with the 3. And here comes Lena Erpenstein. She is singing in the wind. It is fully blowing. Maria Andres outside of Erpenstein, who is setting up for the most important wave of her season, as every wave she will ride in this heat is, because Sarakita is in this heat, and it could very well come down to who makes it out of this heat and who doesn't make it out of this heat for the title. It has yet to play out, Jace. Suspense at the highest level. Here is Maria Andres, despite the victory at sea. Look, I guarantee you she's got a smile on her face.
I guarantee it as well. All right, not much on offer for Maria Andres. She's going to find a safe spot to do her jibe.
I mean, barely able to jibe. Did you see that? You couldn't even sheet in. It's windy. 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Coco makes that gear change. She looked like she was calling for it a second ago. Don't know if her gear was ready on the beach or not.
She's still out there. I'm remarking at my lookup when I mean it is going to clock in here. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All of a sudden, I'm not as warm as I was. That heat bubble just got blown out. That's Coco. She's going to try to stab into this one, Jace. This is a reasonable wave at the point. A good place to be because it's kind of clean. And there she goes. Trying to fade into this. Split screen view. Coco Fuveau.
She looks in control. You know, Coco is a tall, strong lady, and she's able to put some leverage on the rig there. Even though the winds have increased, she definitely looks like she's holding it down. Maria Andres now, riding on the duotone rig, waiting for the wave to swell up underneath her.
Yes.
Heading upwind a little bit, and now setting her bottom turn rail up underneath the lip, in control.
Yeah, Maria.
A little soft on the shoulder of this wave, but able to get over the broken section. Let's see if she heads all the way down to the end bowl now, setting her bottom turn rail. Up underneath the lip. Are we looking for an aerial? She had a think about it.
These girls are powered. Here comes Sarakita. No dice. Doesn't want that one. Here are our standings currently. 4 points for Coco Fuveau. I think there will be another score dropping for her. 3 points for Sarakita. Maria Andres might have another score dropping as well. Lena Erpenstein. Time to get busy. 13 minutes left. I haven't seen anything about head judge Bujmagiol lengthening these heats. We made it through that weak period in the wind, and now it's blowing again. I think he's stayed the course on this. We're still on schedule. It's 2 in the afternoon. Women's semifinal heat 1. And we will definitely have a good shot at finishing this. Here's a beach interview with our own Anna-Marie Reichman.
We're kind of joking. You're talking again to me. That's good stuff, winning the heat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's good. I mean, just good to make one more heat and go to the semifinal. And now it's going to be the important heats. The level is just getting higher and higher. So, yeah, just focus and doing my thing.
I'll let you focus. Thank you for that, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna-Marie. Sarakita looks at her watch. Didn't really like her. You know, she overpowered. Did she make a motion there to her caddy? Well, these girls are powered up here. There's Coco Fuveau. S turning into this, trying not to stay too far ahead of it. She's in control of this heat. Coco Fuveau having her best heat so far, if you ask me, Jace. Really staying in control, but reading it really well.
That was aggressive, Kai. Letting the fins drift out, not quite able to put it back in front of the wave, but really aggressive from our heat leader, Coco Fuveau.
Super aggressive riding. Here comes Maria Andres from España. She's going to get blown out the back, or else she's going to select another wave.
You know, one thing I'll say is, like we were discussing the other day on our replay, here comes Sarakita Ofringa, hands off, totally overpowered with her bottom turn, but manages to get a couple nice scoring opportunities. This is Coco Fuveau. This is a nice wave for her. Nice wrapping top turn, sets the bottom rail. Here comes the fins out. She would have liked to have made that one back in front.
Had she saved that.
But like I was saying, you know, I did have that time with Coco Fuveau at the Cloudbreak event last year, and both her and Sarakita were so brave and so committed to their riding. I did have a moment to talk to Sarakita about it this morning, and she said it's changed her perspective of riding at Hokipa. Nothing else is quite so scary after riding a wave like Cloudbreak.
Horrifying. I mean, you think the rocks are bad, try shish kebabs.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, Jace. There's Lena, who's luckily going to get a wave that's not blowing 40 knots on it. She's got a little in-between moment here. She's going to have to get on her horse because she's sitting on a 2.5 as her only score right now with 10 minutes left. Can Lena claw her way back into it? Nice bottom turn. Ooh. Good control on the cutback. She can handle this. Another powerful cutback. That's going to beat the 2.5. Is there contact to be made? There is. Okay. Lena in the game with that. We will go to commercial and be right back. Pay some bills and be right back at the 2024 Aloha Classic.
The Playa Surf Aloha Classic by CBbC Hotels is presented by Sundeck Beachwear and supported by Maui County, Goya Windsurfing, Bruce Boards, and our Aloha partners, Never Slow, Austin AI, Swift Water Sports, North Shore Maui Rent-A-Car, and Tourism Tenerife.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
All right, aloha, and welcome back to the 40th Aloha Classic, the grand finals. We've had a shakeup in our standings of our semifinals, heat number 1 women's division, as we watch Sarakita Ofringa, who's managed to make her way into first place right away here. Nice top turn. Managing the bumps, sailing with power and control. Former World Wave champion Sarakita Ofringa. Here comes Maria Andres, our tour champion from years past. Managing to stay in control. Looking for a nice place to set the rail for her bottom turn. Maria Andres from España.
Maria. And this is a replay from Erpenstein, second score. This is what happened during the break. And there is a live look at Erpenstein heading back out, and you can see the spray flying off the white waters. The wind is getting hostile.
She is lit.
She is lit up. When you are planing going out with side offshore wind, when you get on a wave, you are stacked. Universal law. In terms of our world title equation, as we see current world champion Marcilio Brazinho Brown tightening the battens on his sail, getting ready to go out for a critical semifinal heat. Brazinho, you see the quiet confidence. He's been at the very top echelon of the sport for a while. A great ambassador for windsurfing itself with the level of agility that he possesses.
Just another day in the office for Marcilio Brown. Talked to him this morning. He was definitely not nervous, it didn't look like. Just following his regular routine. It's very nice for our local sailors to be able to sleep in their own beds, hang out with their wives and their children, and wake up to a beautiful day of competition here at Hokipa Beach Park. Currently semifinal heat number 1, Sarakita Ofringa leading with a 9.5, followed closely by Coco Fuveau, 9.3. And tied with Lena Erpenstein, also 9.3.
Lena Erpenstein clawing her way closer to Coco Fuveau and keeping this world title equation really interesting, Jace. Ooh, she's got a lot of speed there. This was well ridden. Look at that cutback. Aggressive, to say the least, but also in control.
And set wave.
And set wave. And, you know, don't be mistaken. Lena is built tough. She can handle a big sail. She's right next to Sarakita Ofringa here. The world title equation hanging in the balance by 0.2 of a point. 9.3 to 9.5. It's the story of the heat so far with 4 minutes left to go. Can Erpenstein unseat Sarakita Ofringa's second place advancing position? This is everything to play for here. Will Hukipa play into this decision as well? What will Hukipa provide in the waning minutes of this heat? This is what it's all about, you guys. Here comes Maria Andres from España running down the mogul field on an early set wave. This is when you get all the chop on the wave, when you select one of those earlier waves. You don't get a chance to mow the lawn, so to speak. Nice fade bottom turn, though. Great read from Andres, who quietly over the years has attained veteran status. There's a last hit for Andres. Thank you for catching that. Not to be lost. Wants to get into the mix. Will that make a difference for her advancement potential? There's Erpenstein. Live look on a set wave. Lets it build in front of her. Erpenstein. Well focused here. A huge moment in this heat and her career in general. Can she get above the 5-point mark? A 5-point ride would do it. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remain for her to be able to accomplish that. You can see the control at issue here. Super gusty wind. 2:15 in the afternoon, windiest part of the day. There's our heat leader, Coco Fuveau, the only competitor in this heat in double-digit territory. She loses it. The door is still open. A massive gust blasted Coco Fuveau. I hope she's okay. That looked pretty violent. Wow, Jace. Here it is.
She's still in the lead, though. 10.30 versus Sarakita Ofringa, stuck at a 9.5. It's going to be wave selection that decides if you're able to get the opportunity for the score that you need.
The opportunity. Here it is. Losing it. You could see the bobble, the mogul field. Won't be the moment she takes away from this heat. Just merely left the door open. Nobody else caught that wave. Everything to play for here for all 4 of these riders. Woo! And Lena has jumped ahead of Sarakita Ofringa, ladies and gentlemen, with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Ofringa on a nice wave in the perfect spot. This is her chance now. Gutsy sailing from these world title contenders. Heaviest clash so far in the women's pro bracket. Here comes current reigning world champion Sarakita Ofringa on her Neil Pride and starboard combo. Way upwind at middles. The wave takes shape. Sarakita takes aim. Pretty good gust hitting her. Can she get under the lip? Yes, she does. Second good turn. Erpenstein's behind her. 45 seconds left. Nice off the lip for Sarakita.
It's so close. She needs a 4.81 to pass Lena. We'll
Ooh,
see if
Lena's
that does
on
it.
a good one too. There's Coco.
Setting her bottom turn now. Still on a little bit of a bumpy section. Woo! Real power getting the sail blown out of her backhand.
Lena Erpenstein, we will see in as if real time, was on the wave after Ofringa. That's going to be a difference maker. We will see what the score. Did Sarakita get above a 4.5 for those 3 turns that she got? Here's your entourage on the beach watching carefully. Goya Quattro crew in discussion about their opinion of things. I'll tell you, Jace, huge heat here coming down to the wire. And I say so just strictly because there is a world title on the line here. Huge shakeup in that heat, and the final result is Sarakita getting the score 5.5. Coco Fuveau in second place. And we are waiting for a score from Lena. We will see if there's going to be a higher score there for now, the world title picture for the women is clearing up considerably. Let's see if Lena can get a score. It might drop. We have yet to see it.
All zeros on the clock now from semifinal heat number 1. So we're moving right along here at the Aloha Classic, the grand finals presented by the PLAYA Surf Hotel.
That's Sarah Hauser. We're trying to see this on the bracket there. It looks like that's all she wrote. Lena Urbanstein out of the competition. 4.7. It's not going to be enough. Super well sailed. Nothing but respect for Lena's entire campaign this year. Hauser opening up the scoring. A 2-time Aloha Classic winner. Sarah looking to make it 3 here. Brilliant off the lip for Hauser, and really had the extra stuff in that cutback. Sarah has a cutback that any sailor would admire, male or female, but that ride right there had the right stuff.
Really good job to be able to keep that final top turn on the wave face.
Oh man, and saves it, and you understand the importance of managing apparent wind. It's not about how powered you are going out. It's how powered you would be on a good set wave. And that must be let's see.
Shauna Kropa.
Yes, Shauna Kropa. Looks like she got her original colors back.
Okay, and I was talking to her this morning, and she was quite excited about the wind speed. She was thinking that full power might play to her advantage.
Yeah, she wasn't willing to undersize her board riding. She wasn't willing to, enhance her wave prowess at the expense of mobility. And there is Lena, who may or may not know her fate. I have nothing but mad respect for her. Totally a world-class world title contender. It was almost her year this year. Sarah Kita heated up in Gran Canaria and Zilt, taking the wins. And Lena can be very proud of her year. No doubt about it. Sarah Hauser, Lisa Wehrmeister, Shauna Kropa, Pauline Katz. Huge battle here. In first place is Hauser with a commanding score. Sarah can get real choosy here, and you see her at the bottom of your screen doing that quick tack. Well, quick tack's going to get you in the spot. Sarah's in a really nice spot. That is a great wave for her. Midsection, you're going to see it form under her. Checking her surroundings, full awareness. Hauser on the Quattro board with the Medallia logo. Very visible sailor here. And going to town here. Drops in. Hauser sheets it in. Gets that check turn. Full control. Second turn. Wave hits the reef. Very nice bottom turn. In control as well. Look at the spray flying around from these waves. Here comes a third section. Staying in control, Jace.
Well, rhythm is a real important product in windsurfing, and this is a great way for Sarah to start her heat. Obviously, 7.5, huge score. She's just backing it up now, exactly the way that Sarah Hauser wanted to start her semifinal heat number 2. This is Pauline Katz.
No, that's Lisa Wehrmeister.
Excuse me.
Guadalupe. Let me tell you, Lisa's in this to win this as well. Lisa's looking deadly. That was kind of a lesser wave. She's going to get started. You can see just work out the bugs. Everybody's looking around. What you're checking behind you are two things. Is there a bigger wave coming that's going to clean you out? Number one, is the door to the channel open? That's an important question to ask here. Wehrmeister looks like she has selected somewhat of a smaller sail to accommodate for this heavy wind that's blowing. There is Shauna Kropa. Yet to really score, but this is a super nice way for her, and she's riding it right in the perfect spot. Ekes her way, bottom turn around the section. Kropa meaning business. Outside of her is Pauline Katz. Kropa with a few more turns for good measure. There's Pauline Kotz to the right of your screen as Kroppa finishes up her ride. Pauline Kotz, signature speed turns. Kroppa still going. Look at this look. As if it's a winding point break. Pauline Kotz merely halfway through her ride, and she's already gotten a bunch of nice turns, but she gets clue caught. Can she hang on to it? Not quite. That little factor of getting your clue caught sometimes is the difference between those fractions of a point, which can be the difference. It's early in this heat, so let's not get carried away, but you never know. Don't leave it up to the hands of the judges, sailors. Stomp it with authority. A great exchange for those riders.
Well, we have 2 local sailors in the heat and 2 traveling pros. So Sarah Hauser and Shauna Kroppa are Hokipa regulars as we watch.
Here's Anna Marie with an interview with our heat winner, Sarakito Fringa. We'll go right back after replays. There's Kotz. Decisive.
She got lucky that she didn't get hung up and thrown over the falls with that one as we watch Sarah Hauser now setting up. We'll stay with this wave. I'm sorry. We're going to go down to the beach
got
with
whispered
Sarakito
from
Ofringa.
Sarah's social media, PWA, you're world champion.
Nice. Thank you so much. Wow.
And finals, on finals day.
Yeah. I will, just go out and see, I guess.
Totally celebration round. You deserve it. You're an amazing sailor. We're so happy for you. Give you a moment. Sarah's taken a moment to process. World champion in the final, the first finalist that we're talking to. This is beautiful. True tears of joy, Sarah.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I think it means more to me than I think, and it's cool to be in Hawaii again. And I'm just glad that I could be out there and to be in the final now is like the cherry on top. So I'll just do my best and
enjoy. Woo!
Watching Sarakita take it in here. An emotional moment for her to win the world title in such dramatic fashion, and that was for Dad. Let me tell you, the emotions flowing for her. Yeah, that one was for Pops. Our congratulations to our world champion, Sarakito Ofringa, sealing the deal in that nail biter. And the emotions are flowing for all the right reasons. Sarah Hauser in command. Pauline Kotz in second. Also with a very comfortable position here, but not too comfortable with the likes of Shauna Kroppa swooping in on set waves with 11 minutes to go. Mid-face bottom turn, full control. Still going. No one else riding in the picture here. Shauna Kroppa trying to claw her way into second place and keep this campaign alive. You see the split section. Does he hit this lip, Jace? Woo!
I love it. Gotta lay it all out there as you're into the semifinals. Gotta put in full power as we watch Tiffany Ward
and Junko
enjoying the show, enjoying watching their female competitors out there in the lineup.
All the legends are at play watching the new generation ride. Pauline Kotz trying to put it together here. Trying to keep her second place position alive. We'll see how that last wave from Shauna Kroppa adds up to that. Right now we're going to be expecting a pretty solid score from Kroppa.
Fireworks starting here. Two of our ladies both going for aerials. Gotta love it. Really pushing the ceiling of riding here in our women's division. You know, taking just a second to congratulate Sarakita Ofringa on her world championship. Not only one of my favorite sailors on tour, but just one of my favorite humans. Just maybe a female version of Brian Talma. Just smiling, happy, bubbly, fierce competitor. Congratulations to Sarakita Ofringa. As we watch
that's
Liam Dunkerbeck
yeah.
get ready.
Sailing in.
it's important for our men competitors to make sure that they're on the right equipment, right sail size, right board size.
Lisa Wehrmeister, standout performer on day 2. Really brought Hokipa to her side. Can she do it again? She's got this newfound confidence in her riding, realizing that charging hard is rewarded. This is a nice wave, Jace. Here she is setting it up. Another Guadalupe rider. Scoops it up off the bottom. Dives into the second section. Here she is. Wehrmeister's probably not going to hit that lip. And the oncoming section shuts it down. But that's still going to be a pretty decent ride on a good-sized wave.
And it'll get her second score.
And it will get her a second score. There's Hauser wisely selecting a wave up towards the green tree. This gives you a nice escape route after the ride's over. You don't have to deal with the rocks or the channel. Here's Hauser squaring kind of a straight edge bottom turn, swooping her second cutback. Hauser staying tight in the pocket. Really nice bottom turn there with some lip contact and a redirect. Hauser firmly in command of this heat. She's got a grip on this. It's going much better for her than it did last year, that's for sure. You can wash away that memory. Hauser in this semi, making her bid for the final.
All of our ladies have turned up the volume. It is great action from our women's division. You're watching the 40th annual Aloha Classic, brought to you live by Zone Media. Thank you very much to the County of Maui for giving us the permit and the ability to run live heats here at Hokipa. Such an important venue in the history of windsurfing, such an important venue to make your mark, to show that you are one of the best wave sailors in the world. On our screen now, Pauline Katz, currently in second position with 11.5. Our spectators enjoying the show. They're not worried about a little bit of clouds. They're not worried about a little bit of wind. That's what we're here for. We're here for the best windsurfers in the world, showing us the very highest level.
Cuts, cutting it up. Staying active, staying on that rail. Woo!
That was aggressive.
Aggressive. And you know, and held it together. It's not lost on me. But it wasn't the biggest wave. And Shauna's really selected a pretty good sized wave in the midsection of this.
This is her formula, Kai. She always is looking for the set waves.
Yeah, Shauna's in tune here. She's really in the cycle. Let's see if she can really get on the board. I mean, regardless of the wave selection, she's not pushing the turn super hard. And I think the judges aren't, really buying just the wave selection alone. She's got to put the riding together with the waves. Let's see if she can get into it right there. That's more like it, Jace.
Well, she tried an aerial on an earlier wave, so she's definitely pushing it. Nice redirection on the top turn. Wave cooperated, had the wall.
With the exception of Hauser, who is comfortably in the lead from the get-go here. Between Kotz, Wehrmeister, and Kropa, it's actually a really tight heat. So it's up for grabs in terms of making it to the final.
Yeah, and top two advance, so
yeah,
make sure that you at least get into that second spot.
5 minutes and 45 seconds left. The picture is clearing up here. We've just crowned our women's world champion. Oh, man, congratulations, Sarah Kita. Here comes Sarah Hauser. Beautiful looking wave here. That's Wehrmeister. That's Hauser. Getting around the section. I think Sarah kind of sailed this wave, got hit by a gust. And maybe now we're going to see the meat of the ride. Ooh. Sarah's had this cutback thing going for a while now.
She's spicy with that cutback.
Oh, man, and that was just get away from the rocks there. She almost sailed right onto him. She's in a bit of a pickle here. She's right in front of the rocks. You know, get out of there. She's on her magic board and sail combo. You don't want anything to happen to that. Here comes Pauline Kotz in second place by about a point ahead of Wehrmeister. Kotz staying busy, trying to keep her speed up. Nice riding from Kotz. Really making it around that section. Does her version of the lay down bottom turn, doesn't quite stick the cutback. The wind stays up here, Jace. It's blowing.
Yeah, absolutely. That wave grew for her a little bit, though. It had a nice wall, raced down the line. She was able to get a good turn as we watch our judges scoring frantically. Tour director Simeon Glasson in the back. Mickey Eskimo. Mickey Schweiger. Excuse me. Sorry, I mixed up my Miggies. Head judge Buzma Guel in the back.
There's Kropa on a bomb. Oh, if she can get to town on this, this will be a difference maker. What a nice wave for Shauna around the section. Nobody else in line here. Can she execute some turns to win the favor of the judges? Good size waves for Kropa. Let's see what the judges' opinion of it is. Kotz definitely left the door open on that last ride. Shauna might be clawing into this. Let's see what the judges think. You can see that they're mildly impressed. They're not blown away.
Not a lot of time. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left to go.
Tight moments here. It's getting down to it. Semifinal, Heat 2. 2 minutes and 14 seconds left. A little bit of a difference between our live heats and our on-screen timing. Mere moments left, nonetheless. Sarah Hauser keeping her scoreline. Here's Kropa around the section. Right there was that moment where you would have been like, turn up into it. She gets the cutback. It's a little bit tepid. You could see the rig kind of getting buffeted by the gusts, but that was still a nice ride. All right.
Well, if you're Sarah Hauser, starting off the heat with a 7.5 right off the bat, that's the way that you want to do it. It allows you to be in firm control throughout. She backed it up with a 6.5 and has stayed busy while not getting second, third, and fourth waves on the board.
I like what Pauline's doing here with the swooping turns, kind of more like roundhouse cutbacks. Outstanding riding. Still not on the right size wave, as Wehrmeister clearly is within striking distance here. Minute and 30 to go. Sarah Hauser on a really nice wave. Wehrmeister behind Sarah. Here's your exchange. Everything to play for here. Hauser using gravity to her advantage, dropping in. Speed, power, and flow abundantly on display. Lip contact from Hauser. Nice cutback. Great riding from Sarah. Where's Wehrmeister? Right above her. A couple turns into this wave. Wehrmeister trying to claw into second place ahead of Pauline Kotz. This has been a nice ride. Is it enough? It's right on the edge of contention. 48 seconds left. I think Wehrmeister might just sail in after that. Did Wehrmeister beat the scoreline of a 6 and a high mid 5.5? Everything to play for here. 30 seconds left. Heat's over. Flags down.
Well, Sarah was going to be very happy with that wave. She made solid contact. It wasn't quite an aerial, but exactly what Sarah Hauser was looking for. Look at this wrapping top turn. Stays in the power section. Here she comes laying down the bottom turn. This is the one.
That's the one.
Yeah. She's going to be happy with that. Yeah. Lip blast. She's going to be happy. I know that Sarah's just looking to improve her skills at every corner, and that's exactly what you're looking for.
Beautiful Hukipa. We have crowned our women's champion once again. Huge congratulations to Sarakita Ofringa. Fought tooth and nail. Awesome stuff from our world champion. Yes.
And our heat will be on.
Heat's on. When the Hawaiian flag flies, the scoring begins. Both with the points and the actual sailing scoring. Because we're scoring.
We are definitely scoring, Kai. Coming up next, it will be semifinals, heat number 1.
Who's in it?
Marsilio Brown, Morgan Nero, Liam Dunkerbeck, and Takuma Sugi. Another stacked heat.
Wow.
Former event champions. Former world champions.
Brasinho, multiple Hukipa event winner. Morgan Noiro, multiple Hukipa event winner. Liam Dunkerbeck and Takuma Sugi, up-and-coming contenders.
The Young Guns.
The Young Guns.
Morgan's gone back to the headband. I think that's a good sign.
Tennis, anyone? Morgan Noiro serves a volley over the lip and jumps off the screen and makes it. Huge start for him. Here comes Brasinho with Leon behind him. I believe there's Brasinho. Smooth riding, not getting too carried away, just putting the board and the sail in the right spot. Brasinho skies over the section. We haven't really seen him resort to his rotations yet. And that's Takuma Sugi. I believe our lone remaining Japanese rider, if I'm not mistaken. We shall see if I'm correct about that in the next semi. I believe it is correct. Sugi makes a beautiful Taka rotation into the white water. That is going to be rewarded with honor. There's Liam Dunkerbeck. A very nice wave forming for Dunkerbeck. As far as he's ever made it in a Hukipa contest. Liam in the perfect spot. Bats the lip. Just getting started. Second bottom turn. Liam Dunkerbeck, crouching tiger. You like that bottom turn. He's crouching. He's growling. He wants to be rough and tough and take it to that lip. Beautiful sailing from Liam. All of that was pocket riding. As far as the judges are concerned, no, there weren't any rotations there, but the fact that Liam kept it in the pocket in the critical part of the wave is pretty big.
And all of our competitors starting off the heat strong. Everybody's going to have a good score under their belt. It'll be interesting to see if, wave size really affects the overall ceiling of their scores. Here comes Marsilio Brown.
Brasinho, high and tight, right at the top of the point. This is a perfect place to start. From behind the peak, watch out, lip. Here comes the Brazilian gut punch. Hit that thing in the throat. Right through it. Brasinho means business now. He can smell a world title coming up here. Would be nice to back that up with the Hukipa title too. That was a well-ridden wave, and there is just ribbons of wave remnants in his wake.
We're seeing good wave riding conditions right now. Looks like each competitor has got a long wall to work with when they're selecting their waves. And aerial opportunities. Haven't seen the rotations yet. Everyone in this heat has definitely got the aerial rotations on lock. Sugi, obviously, with the Taka earlier.
He spun that thing. It was like a flocka off the lip. Not quite a goiter due to the unwinding and the fact that he didn't really get air. He just whizzed it around. But Brasinho, 6.5 to start with. There's going to be some more points getting scored here. At this level of importance in this contest, they're taking their times with the scoring. Dunkerbeck has a really good score in his pocket. This is a stacked semifinal. Absolutely. And we've got Anna Marie on the beach with an interview. Take it away.
Sarah, amazing heat. Congrats. Dominating.
Yeah, it was tough out there. The wind is so strong and gusty, but somehow I managed to have fun. I'm just really happy. I found some fun waves.
Amazing. I'll let you focus. There's a lot to do. Next heat, go, go, go.
Yeah, the finals are in the 2 heats, and I just got to drink some water, catch my breath, because it was really intense.
Exactly. Well, bonne chance, and see you soon.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Anna Marie, and thank you, Sarah, for putting on such a good show. And moving on. Split screen action. There's Morgan Waro and Brazinho. The yellow sails Brazinho. Morgan kicks out. Brazinho sending spray. Inside section. Nice tweak there from Brazinho. If you blink, you missed it. Another surgical hit. Brazinho starting to get loose here.
Well, that's one thing he can do to differentiate himself. More than just the stock air, he adds that tweak. As we watch Takuma Sugi heading upwind, putting some wind into his sail, tries his bottom turn now underneath the lip. Nice wrapping top turn. A little bit of a foamy wave, but it's going to clean up. Here he comes underneath the lip for a small aerial.
Hi-ya!
And it connects all the way down to the end bowl. Here another second aerial with a lot more projection for Takuma Sugi.
Wow!
Out the back, this is Morgan Nero waiting. And now onto the bottom turn. Looks for the 360 off the lip, but gets caught up in the lip.
Out!
So close to making that rotation. Just needed a little bit more projection, and he would have been around and out in front. Another score is dropped for Marcilio Brown. 13.3 is his 2-wave total. Liam Dunkerbeck in second, 6.3. Takuma Sugi in third, 5.9, and here comes Morgan Nero for his second wave.
Morgan quickly driving on this wave, realizing he needs to get busy here. And get busy he will. Punches that lip line, gets the fins out. What's left to do is to get under the lip and kick out, I suppose. Morgan Nero sitting on a 5. Didn't quite get the score he wanted on either of those waves. He caught 2 waves in under a minute there. The mobility's kicking in. It's not super windy, but it's not floating right either. This is right there in the middle of the 2. There's good mobility. There's every reason to think that you can get back out in the lineup quickly and find a wave to ride. As you look at the breadth of the lineup, the purple sail is Morgan Waro. That reddish sail in the middle is Takuma Sugi. Marcilio Brown in yellow. Here's Brazinho. Nice air. Continues on. Sugi, that's what I'm talking about. Liam Dunkerbeck's ride. Brazinho, lip punching. A few more things to play after the replay, which will get you up to date to the actual action that's occurred. Sugi, real nice hit here. There's Morgan with that floater, fins out. Didn't quite make it around this, though. As we watch very intently.
Adam Lewis acting as a caddy. Got the harness on just in case somebody breaks rig and needs to get out there quickly. He's ready. Tense moments here at the Aloha Classic. We're in semifinals.
Morgan Waro really finding a good wave here. This has the right combination of position. It's not too windy on it. Get ready for some fireworks, folks. Here comes Morgan. Serving it up under the lip. Beautiful first turn. That is a super nice turn. Morgan gets under the lip, skies the aerial over the section. The wave goes fat. He doesn't quite make it around. Unfortunately, he's just going to get that little turn. Here comes Brazinho. Big vertical lip hit and gets buried. Oh, super close. Takuma Sugi and Liam Dunkerbeck. Synchronicity. Look at these waves coming in. Sugi and Dunkerbeck riding together with honor. Lip climb for Sugi. Dunkerbeck's waiting for this wave to give him something more than the fade line. Not a whole lot there. Sugi tries the upwind 3, doesn't connect it.
As we watch Kai Lenny with his twin baby girls, Scott Sanchez, his coach, his wife Molly. They are expecting another baby on the way, so the Lenny clan will grow. Everybody excited to see what Kai can do today.
Kai's ready, and he's in top form. He's never been sailing better. He's got all the contest jitters out.
Just having fun. You're watching semifinals heat number 1. Our current heat leader, Marcilio Brown, 13.3. Liam Dunkerbeck in second, 12.6. Sugi and Niro trying to get into the finals. This is Takuma Sugi on the outside. I'd say that we're in the sweet spot now, Kai. We are in the sweet spot of wind and waves. We got plenty of waves and enough wind to do our business. Our sailors are mobile.
Keep it
They're
rolling.
agile. They are catching set waves, and we're seeing good contact with the lip. Sugi hoping that he's picked up a good one.
Sugi, the only rider in scoring position right now, setting a ride up here. And narrowly in third place. 0.3 of a point behind Liam Dunkerbeck. Morgan Noirot in an uncharacteristic fourth position here. I would say plenty of time. We're getting into the nitty-gritty here. Here comes a lip hit. Sugi skies it over the section. Can he make it through? He sure does. Wraps that turnaround. Sugi staying in the pocket. Sugi out. Maybe not going to make a difference there. Sitting on a 6.3 and a 5.9. Those are high scores. Really high scores being dropped here. 6.3 and 6.3 for Dunkerbeck. 6.5, 6.8 for Barzinho. 5 points, 5.5 for Morgan Noirot. 10 points ain't going to cut it at this level. Look at that bottom turn by Barzinho. Straight into the lip, but couldn't pull it around. Got leaned back a little too far. And I felt that first turn from Morgan was really deserving of another opportunity, which it was. Nice lip blast, but then he couldn't quite make it around this section. Just got held back ever so slightly.
Sugi's getting into the action as well. Nice wrapping top turn to follow that small aerial. Staying with the power source as we watch our current wave world number 1, Marcilio Brown. Can he shake off that last crash? I'm sure he can.
This is a really nice wave up top, Jace.
Patience staying at the top now. Doesn't want to get out ahead of it. Wants to maximize the scoring potential. Here he is up underneath the lip. Bottom turn, nice contact. Continuing down the line. Engaging the rail. Solid top turn in the split view. That's Liam Dunkerbeck in the red. Wave has gone a little bit fat for Marcilio, but maybe there's an aerial rotation. But no, he crashes.
Liam Dunkerbeck behind him on the Downtown Express. Trying to link into the green tree. Kind of bobbles his bottom turn. He's still going, though. Can he punch the lip here? He sure can. Oh, Dunkerbeck down. Swimming for his rig now. Unfortunately for Liam, and it did look like Brazinho got kind of buried by that whitewater on the last bit of that section. Oh, man.
Yeah, but Brazinho managed to hold on to his rig, and Liam did not. So Liam's in for the big swim now and hoping that there's nothing bigger outside that'll push his gear onto the rocks.
Right.
He's got about another 50 yards to go. Difficult to keep your heart rate low as you have to go maximum exertion to capture your rig. That's why our sailors are supreme athletes.
Sugi and Noirot. Sugi's out. Noirot's going to ride this thing. Morgan's on a super nice wave. There's an even nicer wave out behind it that might go unridden. Noirot in the spot. Look at this fade line. I like that bottom turn a lot. Bam! Lip contact. Serving it up. Here it is. Can he get around the section? He sure can, but it's going to be a kick out. Sugi ends up on this nugget. This is a super nice wave for Sugi. Taking the high line into it. Can he get a big old blast? He goes for the goiter and makes it, but can't pull it out.
He just got a little hung up on the lip at the very end there. He made the rotation, but just not able to make the landing. Takuma Sugi, our third place rider, really was hoping to be able to make that one, Kai.
Yeah. It looked good for a second, but when you do those forceful ones, it's just not the wind angle that's going to give it to you. This offshore wind allows for 0 mistakes. I mean, 0 mistakes. And Takuma Sugi tried to force that one in. He's mere fractions of a point behind Dunkerbeck. This is a replay of Brasinho. Fully in command. And that shot of Dunkerbeck behind him taking aim is what it's all about here as Brasinho, loses the bottom turn. That was a big hit there coming up. Lost the fins. Same for Dunkerbeck. There must have been a big gust that rolled through the lineup. Just whoosh.
As
Heavy
we watch
wind.
Nero. Oh, here's Sugi's goiter.
Right then I thought he had it.
I did too, right before he hits that bit of white water. Great action in our semifinals here at the Aloha Classic. Semifinals, heat number 1. Just 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in this heat. Marcelio Brown trying to keep his world title hopes alive. Currently, he needs to stay ahead of Victor Fernandez. But I'm sure he's just thinking about what he's got to do against these competitors because everyone pushing the limits.
Brasinho showing what he does the best is just stay even with this upside. Dunkerbeck in the heat of his life. Biggest heat of his career so far. This is live action. 360 and the make.
Wow, this kid is clutch.
He claims it for a good reason because that's one of those difference maker moves. Right when he needed it, you see when he sheeted in that sail with a little extra pump.
He is pumped. And
he is pumped.
He should be. What a clutch spot to pull that 360. And you know what? I love the rotation. It's a little bit different than maybe you see from a Morgan or somebody else who's got a 360 on lock, but it is critical. Watch this one.
High percentage. When he falls backwards like that, as long as he's on his board and gets that second turn right in succession, points is points. Leon Dunkerbeck could well be on his way to the final.
We're waiting on the heat scorer.
Brasinho. Sugi on the inside, lapping it up. Oof. Oof. Sugi can't. Yes, he does hang on to it. Sugi hangs on to the goiter. His second rotational make. Even on a scrappy little wave, the judges are compelled to give it a score. This is live action with Noiro under the lip 360. A full-blown make for Noiro with the ace. This is coming down to it because this is live action with Dunkerbeck on the outside. Trying to wake this up. Nothing is spoken for here. This is wide open between all four of these riders. Noiro with that 360 off a fatty section. He might be in fourth place, but he is going to get much higher than a 5.5, which is his high score. And it is going to come down to what the judges' real impression of this is. And, you know, the 360 that Dunkerbeck made was really nice. It was on a smaller wave. The one that Noiro just made was off a full-blown section. Brasinho tried one in that exchange, didn't quite make it.
He's going to get another chance now, Kai, as he lets the wave wall up. Coming down the line, gets over a little bit of a bump, up to the lip. Nice contact.
Here it
Fully
is.
engaged rail, continuing down the line. Here comes the 360 section.
Not quite.
Out the back.
So that's how that went down. That is what happened in its entirety. You're looking at a live look now. That's Liam Dunkerbeck.
It'll be interesting to see if he made it onto that wave before our flag went up. Not much time left.
I don't think so, Jace. I think that's the way it's going to go down. And now we're waiting for scores.
And now it's up to the judges. Which one of those 3 aerial maneuvers do they like the best? Would it be Sugi's goiter? Would it be Liam's 360? Or will it be Morgan Nearo's 360?
I'm really proud of Liam Dunkerbeck no matter what happens here.
No matter what happens.
What an emergence. And it appears as if the judges have decided they're not going to over-reward Morgan for what was kind of, for the most part, not as many moves on the wave. And I don't even know if that 360 helped Liam's scoreline with everything that else that happened. But look at this scoreline with Sugi in 4th place with a 12.30, Noiro in 3rd with a 12.5, Liam 13.10, Marsilio 3.30. Liam Dunkerbeck and Marsilio Brown move on. And the flag's up, and here's Kai Lenny ready to go to town. Congratulations on a great heat, you guys. Lenny squares off. Big aerial into the pit. Little bit of a cushion for his landing. Spray flying everywhere. Lenny, all the angles.
That's
and
the perfect
he's
way
through.
to start
That was
it.
great.
Perfect way to start it. 2 aerials, 1 wave, solid meat and potatoes kind of riding for Kai Lenny. Perfect way to start your heat.
The city of Sprecklesville has come out in force.
You can hear the crowd reacting. Absolutely. Crowd favorite.
Big time. This is a massive battle now. Yes, you are seeing the final results of our previous heat as Victor Fernandez drops in and kicks out of a wave. We'll get our current heat. We just want to review those totals, let you guys at home see those final scores.
So close, Kai.
So close, Jace. Just a pleasure to be bringing it to you here at the 2024 Hotel Playa Surf Aloha Classic. This is Bant Rodinger.
What's he
pumping for the section. Here he goes. Skies the hit over the section. Is there another hit coming up? Can't quite get to it. Man, who'll keep us providing the canvas, though. There's a lot of opportunities here.
I wonder if
There's
he's
a
listening
lot
to
of
Freebird.
opportunities.
What do you think? Something like that?
I'm just glad I'm not a judge.
Me too. Glad we're commentating, Kai. Glad to be here with you. We're bringing it to you live from Hokipa Beach Park. This is the 40th annual Aloha Classic. And you're watching one of our semifinal competitors, Bant Rodinger, make his way back to the outside. Conditions have been everything we could have asked for today.
Everything we could have asked for, Jace. Look at the quarter right to the horizon. It's beyond float and ride. There's Victor Fernandez dropping into a wave on the outside with Camille Jubon behind him. Will Victor force this into the final? Here's a very nice aerial over a big section for Victor. One-handed cutback. Take note. Jubon setting up behind him. Jubon into the frame here. Camille. Big aerial into the flats. Jubon under the lip in the make. That was absolutely stellar riding from Jubon. Kai Lenny getting into the mix. Lenny taking aim.
Here he comes underneath the lip. One-handed, the backhand off. I love it. Surf style. Small kind aerial for the second.
Hawaiian.
Oh, so lively, so spicy. Nice little floater re-entry for Kai Lenny. Plenty of action in the beginning moments of our semifinal heat number 2. I'll tell you what, it was a good thing that we were a little bit wide on that aerial of Camille Jubon because it was a skying one. Huge amplitude.
Huge.
For our Guadalupean rider, Camille Jubon.
Jubon Airlines, clear for takeoff.
Please buckle up.
Buckle up. My goodness, Jace. Victor Fernandez, also great ride.
Well, and I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that he just hit that aerial with the perfect timing and managed to get turns in after the fact. Such a solid competitor, Victor Fernandez.
Absolutely. Scores are going to start to drop. Jace, the lineup, the wind
Gone down a bit.
Yeah, a little bit of a pause in the wind. It's going to slow things down, but it's going to clean up the waves. Here comes Victor Fernandez behind the peak in full view of all of his competitors. Mid-face bottom turn under the lip. Does he think 360? No.
That's what he was going for. A little bit forced. Didn't quite have the wall on the wave that's necessary to get the punch back in front.
In light of everything that's at stake, Victor Fernandez on your screen with the replay.
This is his first wave.
His first wave. He's in contention for a world title. You see the one-handed cutback. Here's Juban with the ginormous aerial. And a big under-the-lip hit, too. Lenny. Hand drag, cut back. Fins free. Keeping the rail work busy. Almost 2 turns for everyone else's turn, right?
But Camille Juban getting rewarded with a 6.7. And I got to say, Kai, I mean, that first aerial, obviously, with the amplitude, gets the score. But that second hit, that was the kind of sneaky one that, to me, being so late and so critical up under the lip and able to make the landing, that's what differentiates the score. That's what gets him up onto that almost excellent range, 6.7. Great job for Camille Juban.
We have Anna Marie with Liam Dunkerbeck on the beach.
Liam, the final and winning the youth division 2 days ago. You're on fire.
Yeah, it feels amazing. I can't believe I just made the final in the Aloha Classic. Conditions are pumping and I'm super stoked. I was just trying to be on the good waves of the sets, and that worked because taking the big ones makes a difference, and pretty stoked to make it.
And you rip them apart. Good luck and keep going for the final.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Father Bjorn must be so proud. Liam Dunkerbeck in the final. And this story has still yet to be told. Great sailing. Meanwhile, in the second semi, Camille Juban's 6.7. Kai Lenny, 6.3, 6.5. Getting all the credit he could get from the judges for his riding, and you're seeing it being rewarded. Camille Juban, second place, 5 and 6.7. Victor Fernandez kind of scraping at it. And don't forget about Rodinger, who's got a 6.1 in his pocket. Yet to get his second wave. He's going to be super selective about it. When Rodinger won his first Aloha Classic, his 2 scoring rides occurred in the final 3 minutes of that heat. Don't sleep on the Samurai.
6.10 is kind of like holding a jack, maybe a queen. You know, it's a good score. Difficult to know if, given how good our conditions have become, whether or not a 6.1 will be in your final score line. Here he comes, coming down the line. Bant Rodiger riding on the hot sail. Full head of steam. Here he comes. Bottom turn engaged. Aerial. Goiter. Makes it. Head flip.
Massive. Rodinger. Full rotation goiter. Not done. Possibly a higher score than his opening ride. Lenny's behind him. This is really getting down to it. Wave sailing at the highest level, ladies and gentlemen, here at the 2024 Aloha Classic PLAYA Surf Hotel. Lenny with the tweak into the whitewater. These positional snap turn wave rides are not lost on the judges. They're rewarding this handsomely. Victor Fernandez skips out of his bottom turn and cartwheels over the lip. That could be one of those deciding moments. That could be one of those deciding moments. Oh no, Victor. Rodinger is about to pocket something really significant for that wave that was just ridden. I could use some replays. I have bad short-term memory, and I want to see that again. Rodinger really uncorked it, Jace.
He's got that on lock, man. And when he lands it, it has that dynamic flair. You know, obviously the hair flip helps. It's kind of a Josh Stone trademark. You add a little body English at the end, but his timing is impeccable.
Impeccable timing. Danger, danger. 12 minutes left to go or so. Here's the replay. Rodinger with the high line, but he swoops this bottom turn, which both gave him distance and amplitude. And when he rotated around, the speed carried him through the rotation, almost landed in the floater with a little hair flare. And then this, wraps around the cutback, and a full crispy bowl. Oh, man. Lenny, look at this nose down tweak. Bing! Yeah. But it was a one-hitter kind of.
Yeah, but taking a page out of Polkow's book, here comes a skip out on the bottom turn for Victor Fernandez, and then the big ejection.
Oh, man. Live look, Jubon at the point, tacks out. It is going to become pick and choose at this point. Right now, Rodinger gets his score. It's an 8. Whoa. Jubon in second, Lenny in third, Fernandez in fourth. Very, very impressive from the Samurai to take first place in this semi, relegating Kai Lenny temporarily at least into third place. Jubon holding on to second. And on that S2 rig that you see in your screen, that is Camille Jubon. He is behind the peak on a very nice looking wave. Here's the drone angle. We're live at Hokipa, ladies and gentlemen. Punches the lip and blows the fins out. Casually aggressive, full control. And now he's going to step out of that one. It's at the absolute highest level of wave riding. You are witnessing it here at the 2024 Playa Surf Hotel Aloha Classic presented by Sundeck. There's Pauline Kotz hanging tough, confidently smiling on the beach. I love it.
Some tense moments here, Kai. Very close on the scoreline. Everyone in this heat has the ability to bring us the aerial maneuvers, has the ability to give us the vert hits that get the scores. And one of the single highest wave scores of the event for Bernd Rodinger with the 8.0. That's got him in the lead.
Pumping battle. It's gotten lighter.
Yeah, and you can see the wave stretching out underneath him. Camille Jubon's going to give it a go. He's light enough. Efficient with that S2 rig.
Ooh, we have a bit exchange here coming. There's Jubon. There's a lot going on right now, Jace. Jubon clocks it under the lip, into the floater line. Behind him is Kai Lenny, and behind him is Rodinger. 9 minutes left in this heat. Jubon making it around the section as Kai Lenny starts up the main part of the wave. Jubon kicks out. Lenny checks in. Can Lenny find a rotational move or a nice tweak? Air over the section, and he's going to pull it out, hopefully for him. Not quite. Victor Fernandez highlining his way to the lower bowl. Can he make the connection? No. Hokipa shuts him down.
Kai is just so strong these days. I thought he was going to be able to pull that sail out of the whitewater, but just not quite able to. As we watch Bernd Rodinger already out the back and picking off another wave selection, riding on the hot sail and the flick aboard. Doesn't like what he sees, or just repositioning, yes?
Repositioning.
Under 9 minutes. Two of our competitors on the inside. Trying to get some wind in their sails. Obviously, the wind is tricky when you're behind the headland there and in the current. You see the giant current line. Aerated water like that actually makes it hard to stand on the board as we get to our replay. This is Kai Lenny ripping the top off the wave. Straight into the next bottom turn, second turn. Here comes the aerial. Nice amplitude, but get caught up on the lip a little bit. Rail turning back upwind. He's got the sail in the whitewater, and here's where just not able to get the whitewater out of the soup.
The soup. Well, whitewater soup. Aerated water indeed, Jace. That's the terminology that causes cavitation. But that's the tip of the iceberg when you're trying to white water. You know, that water starting's really hard. It's tough sledding. 7 minutes and 40 seconds remain. Semifinals, heat number 2. This is the 2024 Aloha Classic, sponsored by Hotel Playa Surf, presented by Sundeck, part of the IWT PWA Unified World Wave Tour, final event of the year. World titles are on the line. In fourth place in this heat is Victor Fernandez, who is in the world title equation, but perhaps not for much longer unless he can turn the tide here and get some scores in the 6 to 7 point range, which he is totally capable of. It has turned into a little bit of a float and ride battle, ladies and gentlemen. All four of these riders are totally able to handle that. No problem. Big set approaching here. Roedinger's in the spot. Can he pump into this? It's looking good for Brandt. 1-2 exchange coming up because Jubon's behind him. This is electric. Here comes Roedinger in first place in this heat. High and tight in the pocket. The wave hits the point. Roedinger drops in. Winds up his apparent win off his bottom turn. Blasts the section. He's a little bit behind the peak. I don't think he's going to make it around. Jubon on a nice wave. Can he eke into it? I think he's going to be able to catch this, Jace. Here he goes.
Setting up, letting the wave build underneath him. Bottom turn into the whitewater section. Vertical there. Not a lot of power on offer on this wave. Camille Hubon waiting for the end section, see if there's a rotational opportunity. You never know. If you've already been riding it this long, you might as well go to the end. He kicks out.
Look at this score line, Jace. Look how close Kai is to making the final. 0.2 of a point away. Can Kai Lenny summon who keep it to his side and bring the mana out front and get into the final? He's been in the final before. There's been a couple really close shaves in that final, and most notably one year when the wind just quit on him. He's determined to win this contest. Life mission at stake, as are entourage watching this contest live.
It's
Those
a good
of you
show,
enjoying
Kai.
it at home.
Real good show. As we watch Jason Polikow and Keith Taboul and Francisco Goya all enjoying watching their teammates and riders.
We might well have Jason Polikow come here and call a heat coming up. Here comes Lenny. Lenny's on a really good wave. Perfect part of the point. This has all the potential for rotational moves, big blasts, you name it. It's all on the menu if you're Kai. Carefully surveying the lineup. Lenny with a long line in front of him, and he engages. Here comes Kai. First bottom turn. He's going to pull it out the back. Unfortunately, it's just not that windy to have those little makes. No help from the wind whatsoever. Wave riding only on tap. Jubon on a wave that's going to grow under him as it hits the point. Plenty of opportunity for this wave. Here comes Camille, tapping into the power source, working his way into it. Is it a one-move wave? Aerial off the section and squeaking it.
He pulled that hand off for a little bit, little added bonus points. Here comes Bant Roediger now. Nice carvy motions down the line, looking for the 360 in front, but doesn't get the landing. So tense times now. Kai Lenny needs a 6.7 to overtake Camille Hubon.
3 minutes, 20 seconds left.
That last wave is not going to do it. So
well,
Kai
the
needs
flag's down. Could that have been it? Or did it just fall down? We'll see. I think there's still time in this heat.
Still 2 minutes to go unless they...
The heat's done. Okay, we've been told we're a little bit off on the calibration of the timing here. 4. Unfortunate. Oh. Nope.
And
it's going to be Jubon and Roediger making the final, Jace. drama at the highest level here. Brazinho on the shoulders. He is world champion. That is what that means, due to the fact that Fernandez in second failed to advance. Brazinho, congratulations. World champion.
That's got to feel good, Kai.
Oh, yeah.
Standing there with his Goya teammates, Adam Lewis.
Yes. Congratulations, Marsilio.
I can only imagine how that feels. It's got to be so good, Kai.
Well, yeah, and this year started a lot better than it did the year he, got eliminated in the first round in Fiji. As he's having an interview with Sarah Jackson for PWA TV, our world champion, and still has a crack at being event champion. Fantastic work, Brazinho. In the background, the women's final is underway. Sarakita Ofringa, Sarah Hauser, Coco Fuveau, Pauline Kotz. A massive battle is upon us.
Looks like they've increased the heat duration.
They sure have.
Give our competitors a little time to really fill up their scorecards. Let them be choosy and get the best scoring opportunities. That's the famous Hokipa Rocks. There have been a few visitors there today. It's not like free parking.
Welcome to Hokipa. We have been expecting you. Thousands of dollars of gear destroyed every year.
It happens. They used to call me one a day.
Take your vitamins.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate nickname, but I kind of wore it with pride a little bit, though, Kai. It showed at least that you were going for it, and our girls are going for it right now.
Important to pay your dues.
Yes.
There's Sarah Hauser. Sarakita Ofringa already scoring a 4 in this. Sarah Hauser wants to get back on the top of the podium and win this thing. It would be the third time for her. It starts now. Sarah pointing her knees down the line. Her signature bottom turn on display. Really in the smooth part of the wave. Pocket riding. Saves that turn. It's going to be a good score, Jace. That's the way she wanted to start.
That's the rhythm I was talking about. Starting it off strong, Sarah Hauser.
Great sailing from Sarah. Coco Fuveau punches her bottom turn. This is a final. All 4 of these women can win it. Coco Fuveau going to town. Multiple turns on this wave. And really doing the Hokipa dance there with the deep pocket fade. That's an important one. Pauline Kotz. Power and precision on display for Kotz. What a study of these 4 finalists in quick succession there. And the judges have their work cut out for them.
This is our new world champion, Sarakita Ofringa, sitting on a 4 already, looking to fill up her scorecard. But it'll be interesting to see if she could manage the emotions of the high of winning another world championship. Can you stay focused? Stay focused enough to be the Aloha Classic champion. Here she comes, positioning herself well upwind and now punching her bottom turn. Up underneath the lip, nice solid contact. Continuing down the line. Displacing a lot of water, got a nice wall to work with. Sarakita really fitting in some turns here.
Championship caliber sailing. Just a display.
Nice displacement of water on that last hit. And nice length of ride. So Sarakita Ofringa doing well, doing work.
Definitely taking their times with the scores. That's an important thing to do here. It's a lot to dissect. This wave is going to be one of the top scorers of the final. Sarah Kita started with a couple good check turns. This gets busy. Look how nice this wave is, Jace. Right here. And then this other turn. Really sliced the pocket there. Got the fins all the way around there.
That's 5 turns, Kai.
5 turns, Jace.
5. Count them, 5.
Wow.
But Sarah Hauser has worked her way into the first position with a 2-wave total of 6.0. No, single wave total.
Single wave total. Don't forget the fireworks that were on display there with a nice set of waves on the outside. And Sarah's going to keep the high standard in check here. Very smart sailing from Sarah, who's going to observe the fact that there's some corduroy to the horizon here. Sarah's heading out. Sarah Kita's heading out. Coco's edging in front of Sarah. So which wave Coco selects here, she's pretty much obliged to drop into this thing. It's going to open up the door for Sarah's second wave. Coco's like, okay, I guess I am riding this. Maybe not. She understands there's better waves outside. Sarah Kita Ofringa jumps into first place. 4.0, 5.5. Everybody's on the board. Hauser has the high card with the 6. Nobody on a wave. Everybody heading out. Pure tactics right now. Absolutely everything to play for here. Nothing but the finest will go.
And these sailors need to be well-rounded. I mean, we saw the difference in conditions from just a couple hours earlier. It was blowing 35, and now look at it. It's such a difference in conditions. Our sailors need to be versed on different boards, different sails, feeling comfortable. And we're seeing it, Kai. We're seeing all of our sailors really push the level of action. I was really impressed with the previous women's heat where we actually had a couple of aerial attempts. So it'll be interesting to see what the high scores today involve.
Pauline Kotz getting into the mix. This wave is probably not worth trying, though. It's way too far on the point. So there's 2 things at stake now, Jason. You know, wave selection in its own right, number 1. Number 2, where that wave's breaking. There's Zdenek, Victor, Adam Warkall, and our Mike Friedel, our Masters World Champion.
Victor's
Awesome.
still smiling. You know, I'm sure he would have liked to have had another title, but got to be happy that still in the mix after all these years and still getting solid results. Second place in the world, Victor Fernandez.
Awesome stuff. Here comes Coco Fuveau. Oh, yeah. Winded that turn, kind of half bottom turn to accentuate the cutback. That's not lost on me. That's really good rail work. A second super nice turn for Coco. Would not a podium feel good? She had a pretty big injury last year at Gran Canaria, I believe a concussion. And it's still lingering effects 1 year later. You know, it's fighting through it. But you can see that she's worked her way back into her form. That wave was a definite indication of that.
Well, she's such a charger, you know. I couldn't imagine a situation where she backs down. You notice that she's never running away from the wave. She's always staying really close to the power section.
Yeah. Here is an interview with our world champion, Marcilio Brauzinho Brown.
Amazing. World champion before the final heat. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm lost for words. It's an incredible feeling. Never thought I'd be standing here again. And yeah, I'm so happy and just relax in the final now and enjoy the heat.
Very nice. You just told me 5 titles. That is incredible. Freestyle, 1 freestyle, and now the 4th wave title?
Yeah, 4th wave title. Yeah, I can't believe it. It's more than I ever dreamed of. And yeah, I don't know, just one day after the other, and here we are.
You're training really hard and sailing incredible. I hope you can bring that relaxed feeling into the final heat of the day and of the year.
Thank you. Yeah, put some bigger gear now. Looks like the wind dropped, and I think I'm going to go on 5-0 and hopefully try to do a good final.
Awesome. Phew.
Thank you so much.
Anna Marie, thank you. As we pick up Sarah Hauser, who's going to get busy here, trying to get her second score. Got a little slowed down by the lip there, and the wind didn't cooperate either. We'll see about that. Oh, my goodness. That's very, very close to the rocks, Jace.
About as close as you can get without going on.
You're not going to get points for going on the rocks. Sarah better get out of there in a hurry.
Yeah, she at least made it around the corner, so probably out of the worst danger.
Meanwhile, Coco Fuveau has taken the lead. 4.9 and 4.8. Sarah Quito Ofringa in second place with a 4 and a 5.5. Sarah Hauser still sticking with the biggest score of this final, and we'll see what that second score amounts to. That might well still be enough to put her in the lead, though it wasn't the best wave of that exchange. And Pauline Kotz, let's not forget about her. This is definitely turning into one of her, if not her best contest ever in her young career. Kotz setting it up. Here comes Pauline. A finals berth in the 2024 Aloha Classic. Sarah Kita pulling the sail out of the whitewater. Continuing her ride. Don't call it a victory lap. She wants to win this thing. World champion. It's got to feel good nonetheless. Sarah Hauser, in fact, does take the lead. 4.8 adding to her 6. She's the only rider in double digits. 16 minutes left. Hauser in the lead in this final. I'm gripped. This is heavy, heavy competition here. Everybody watching, spellbinded by what's unfolding.
Plenty of time on the clock, 15 minutes, 30 seconds. Sarah Hauser is working with the formula right now. Start off the heat with a big score like a 6.0, and then be patient. Find the right waves. Punch your ticket to the finals, Kai.
Do what you do. You know, do what you do on a daily basis. Sarah's had that status. Pretty much the queen of Hokipa.
This is her 4.8 ride, second ride. Not quite as good as the first. The wave didn't cooperate as much, but she's still being aggressive. Staying in the power section. Maybe even a little too long. Real close to the rocks on that one.
Definitely the risk factor. Here's Kotz. A little underpowered on that. But got that turn in. Whoosh. Yeah, Pauline.
She sails with a lot of speed.
Sails with a lot of speed. Get back out there and get another one, girls. Looking down towards beautiful Kuau. Mama's Fish House. And the like. Straight into Kahului town. There's West Maui. Maui no Ka'oi. Let's see what Pauline got for her second score. Right now, Coco Fuveau just over a point away from Hauser. 14 minutes left in this women's final. Jace, you know, 3:30 in the afternoon, we were wondering if we were going to get through this, and it's going to happen. I think we're going to get this done and dusted.
Don't jinx us, Kai.
No, I won't. But I said I think, I hope, I pray, Mana from heaven, please let us finish this contest on this great day.
In good conditions. That's what we want, you know. Head Judge Buzma Giol did not have a lot of wiggle room. He told me he only had one heat to play with. If we had one heat get canceled, then we were going to have to extend this contest into another day. And, you know, the thing about that, Kai, is that if you extend into another day, the conditions can be drastically different, and it doesn't feel like it's quite the same thing. We want to continue with our amazing roll that we've been on, the amazing action that we've been seeing, crowning world champions. Kai, what a great day here at Hokipa Beach Park.
Yep, very historical, very fitting of the 40th Aloha Classic, first event in 1984. Here we are in 2024, rolling right through. It's a great moment for windsurfing in general. Thank you, all of you out there joining us for the 2024 Aloha Classic. We are in the women's final with the men's final coming up next. That is Pauline Kotz tacking out of a lesser scoring opportunity, and to the right of her on the red gun sail is Coco Fuveau setting up. And there is a bigger wave behind her. There comes Sarah Hauser. Coco Fuveau ducks out of that first wave. Hauser ready to strike on one of the biggest waves of her final. This is a beautiful looking wave, Jace. Here comes Sarah eking into it, keeping her apparent wind alive, calculating carefully where to be on this wave, and she engages. Full speed into the bottom turn. Here it comes. Signature Hauser bottom turn there. The wave's rearing up. She better get on her horse. Here comes the section. She gets around it. Ooh, not quite around it, Jace. Oh, no. Okay, so Hauser didn't seal the deal on that for whatever reason. And what it's done is it's kind of opened up the door, because that could have been a major score. And it's not going to be one of her top two scores, I don't think. Here comes Sarah Okita Ofringa. Big bottom turn. Searing cut back. The scoring potential of this wave is high. Second searing cut back. Third bottom turn. Ofringa. Very, very well-ridden wave here. And the wave's allowing her this. That wasn't the case with Hauser's wave. It kind of closed out fat. It turned into a racing thing. That was the stuff we like from Ofringa, who really shredded that wave.
How is the radius on those turns so tight? She just managed to find the perfect spot on the wave to make that cutback. Great riding from Sarah Okita Ofringa.
Here comes Liam Dunkerbeck. Moment of his career. Shaking Bernd Roedinger's hand, getting ready. Two of our finalists. Here comes Coco Fuveau. Ofringa has jumped into second. Coco can make a difference here. She's got some big scores in her pocket. Gets a big setup swoopy turn to come down the line and take aim on her second turn. Fuveau needs to turn it up a notch here if she's going to catch Hauser. This is her chance. Still some action for Fuveau. This wave's not done. Coco kind of fades in and out of that one. It won't be a huge difference maker. Sarah Hauser on the end bowl.
Just under 10 minutes to go. Sarah kicks out, doesn't like what she sees, allows the wave to pass underneath her.
With a better one behind her. Dunkerbeck getting ready. His first ever final. He's been in lots of junior finals, but not a pro men's final. Sarah's been in some finals. This would be the sweetest one yet. What a nice turn from Hauser on a window maker of a wave. This is artistry from the master herself.
Beautiful figure eights.
Just great turns. And wave selection was on point there. That opening look, while it might not have been the longest wave or anything like that, it certainly was that freeze frame moment that we will reflect on. All of these moments in this contest, but some of these bottom turns on these glassy walls, you don't appreciate it until a couple months later when you reflect positively on how epic this contest has been. I think this contest has defied the expectations that were laid before it, just in terms of our opinion of the conditions and then just the body of work that these riders have produced. It's been a showstopper. Best contest ever.
So many world title implications all throughout the bracket, things to keep you interested, little rivalries between sailors. There's so much that makes this contest interesting, Kai. It's been a pleasure to watch.
And it's been a pleasure to bring it with you, Jace. Thank you so much to everybody in the Zone Media crew bringing this to you live. It's a task. There's Brazinho and Adam Lewis staying loose.
Our newly crowned World Wave champion, Marcilio Brown.
Take a close look at that board. It's on the screen. It's a swallowtail quad. Not quite sure of the volume, but what you do see is that it's not a super lengthy board, and it does seem to have a rather low entry rocker to it. It's going to keep the speed really good. Pio Marasco from Maui Fin Company doing a meticulous job with the little increments of fin design differential that can make or break boards. It's a science. And
Gotta
they've
make
got
sure
it down.
to get that sand out of that universal joint. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if that rig were to come separated.
All the little stuff. Every single meticulous detail is not left unturned. The wind's picking up a little bit here, Jace. I do not see any impending squalls here. Mana from heaven cooperating to the highest level with this contest. Sarah Hauser in second place right now. Sarakita Ofringa. Danger signs here with 7:20 to go. Hauser might or might not realize it. 1 point separating Ofringa and Hauser. Ofringa has taken over the high score total with a 6.5, and she is on another set wave. Our steely competitor here dropping in. Look at the different ripples. That's your east swell coming in, mixing in with this north swell. We like the north swell. Target acquired Ofringa. And she backs out of it. And if I had a remote control windsurfer, I would have hit that lip, but that's just me. Preservation is key, Jason. Maybe that was the name of the game there. Here comes Hauser, who's going to answer. It's going to be an answer. Here comes Sarah. Diagonal bottom turn right in front of Ofringa. And right up into the section. Hauser with power and control holds it together only so long. Unfortunately, the rest of that wave, that one turn, Jace.
So critical.
Wow.
Yeah, so critical, Kai. Definitely the way that Sarah likes to set up for things. She loves that beautiful bottom turn, and if she's able to really turn it more vertical at the end, that's just the setup that she's looking for.
Pauline Kotz, a name we haven't mentioned for a little while. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. This is still really tight from first through fourth. And Kotz, she understands a very high standard needs to be kept here. A high standard of competing and selecting. Coco Fuveau. Live action up top, green trees, fading into it. She's a contender too. Wraps around that turn. That's the extra stuff we want to see. This a final. Grabs wide off the bottom turn. Second big snap there. Can she get a third one? Is it overpowered? I don't know. She kind of slid. 2 turns to her credit. You tell me at home if it's enough. It's close. She's still going. Target acquired. Hits the lip. Coco stuck with it there. Way to connect that wave. That could make a big difference, that last hit, Jace.
How's the little bonus at the end? That vertical whitewater climb, maybe adding a bit of point differential there.
It's going to be close. What's Coco's current point?
She needs a 7.1. Out the back now, our current World Wave title champion. This is Sarakita Ofringa. Maybe an insider, maybe looking for a vertical wall to hit, maybe looking for an aerial. Here it comes. Aerial off the lip and back onto the wave face. gets swallowed up and
Not
doesn't
quite.
make the landing.
Not quite. Something setting up to the outside as we watch the ordeal with Ofringa, who's doing some swimming. On the outside, some rides setting up. Ofringa getting her water start going on. Here's Pauline Kotz on the inside. One wave in between her and Hauser. Pauline's going to be on the inside quickly, but she's speeding into the inside section. Target acquired. And a snap outside of Pauline. Setting up his Hauser. Great job with the drone work and the timing. Ace crew from Zone Media capturing all the action here. Sarah Hauser. Super nice wave selection here. Can she hold it together and get a couple snaps? One more turn deserves another. Hauser around the section, trying to catch Sarakita Ofringa for her third Aloha Classic title. More spray flying. I have a good feeling about this, Jace. That was her really well-ridden wave, staying in control. Let's see what the judges think.
There were a couple snappy turns in there for Sarah Hauser. She had one where the radius was so tight, and then that last one she threw lots of buckets. So going to make it very close in our scorecard between Sarakita Ofringa and Sarah Hauser. Under 2 minutes now.
Wow. Did Hauser get a score higher than a 6 or a 5? She's in the lead. Right at the end, Coco Fuvo donates into the pit.
She was going for it, though. No fear. Absolutely up to the lip. Coco Fuvo going for broke and paying the price.
Sarah Hauser's in the lead. There is 2 minutes left. Ofringa's on a really nice wave, Jace. There's Pauline Kotz on the floater. Ofringa tacks out. She realizes this is money time. This is all to play for here. Sarah Hauser on the point. This is live action. Trying to back it up and just staying on waves, keeping other people off waves. Heck of a strategy. Hauser. Okay. 1 minute and 40.
Sarakita's going to be on the outside. She's going to be in position. She's probably going to get another opportunity here. That might be it for Sarah Hauser.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
Oh, Sarakita took a wave. She's now on the inside.
Tactical blunder. Sarakita, there was a big set on the outside, and she rode an insider, and that's Okipa saying, you're done.
Brutal.
Oh. Happens to the best of him, Jace. 1 minute, 9 seconds.
And, you know, she is the best of them. Our current World Wave champion, Sarakita Ofringa, maybe not having enough to win the event title.
I like that. Curtis with the jet ski might not be able to provide assistance, but he can stop the wave from breaking on the rig. It's right in front of the rocks.
Check out this driving.
I totally agree with this. Just save thousands. Just keep that thing from going on the rocks. It's fair. It's fair.
Yeah, just
That's
a couple
not a
feet
problem.
through the current line.
Yeah.
Put you into a safe zone.
Just save the rig. Don't bring it to her. Don't do anything. She's still got to swim. But we don't want to waste thousands of dollars based on a principle of, you know, that kind of stuff. There we go. Thank you, Curtis. Ace job there.
One of the world's best water safety, Curtis Chunky. I don't want to.
Pardon? Exactly. Okay, that's all she wrote for that. Another legendary guest joining us here as we watch the beach entourage. Sarah Hauser has won the Aloha Classic for the third time. Congratulations, Sarah. Let's bring up the volume. Applause.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff and well deserved. After a couple near misses, She's back on top, the queen of Hokipas, Sarah Hauser. Here's Coco Fuvo on replay as we're getting set and ready for the men's final. There's Hauser. Bringing it around. Congratulations, Sarah. NC6 on top. Absolutely fantastic sailing. This will be highlight material for years to come. Absolutely celebratory. And again, super well deserved. We are just moments away from the men's final here. And with me to help bring you part of the final is none other than KA1111, the infamous Jason Polikow joining me.
Hey, Kai.
How's it going, Jason?
Good, mate.
Great
good.
to see you.
Good to be back.
Jason Polikow has won this event many times. He's here to help call part of the final. Jason, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I've been here all day watching the event. Great waves, great wind. It's been one of those magic days. So great to see that everyone's killing it too. I mean, that semi-final, both those men's semi-finals were so close. So, yeah, congratulations to Brasilio, world champion.
Yes.
Again. So, and then maybe you can wrap up another win here at the Aloha Classic.
I'm telling you. It's knotted. I mean, there's so much intrigue to this. You see how some of these heats are being decided, who keep us kind of deciding what the offerings are, but it's still up to the rider to make the most of those opportunities. Jason, what's it like in a situation in a tight final when you're trying to scrape the waves? It's not time to panic, is it? You just got to let Hokipa come to your side.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I've been here all day, and I see the boys. You have those good heats. Oh, that's a great shot. Congratulations, Sarah. Yeah, look at that.
She brought Hokipa to her side.
Yeah,
She's
awesome.
done it before. This is her third Aloha Classic. It's so well deserved. And it's definitely a feel-good moment. And she really didn't. It was not get handed to her. Sarah Quinta put up a huge battle there.
Yeah, it was close. I watched that, and it was close all the way to the end. Sarah just had the good waves, picking those sort of medium-sized waves, the ones that kind of had the run from the top to the bottom. And she did good. She did. She had that tactic all day, and look at that with Francisco. That's the high five. That's great. But yeah, getting back to your point, conditions are tough. Like always, you have your good heats and your bad heats. When I first got down to the beach this morning, I saw one of Morgan's heats, and he was just on fire every wave. And then did you see that one? It was incredible. Oh, yeah. And then the next heat, it just went the other way. So it was like that. Hokipa, like you said, Kai, you just got to let it come to you. If you try and fight it too much, sometimes you get burnt. And with these sort of conditions, there's a lot of luck involved. But here we go. We're going to start.
Luckily, and as if on cue, Mana from Heaven providing here, the wind is up.
Yeah.
It's blowing here, and so luck's out of the equation. You got the mobility, you got everything you need. Here's Barrett Rodinger starting off the scoring. This is all justified. This is a huge set. Rodinger, massive smash. That reminded me of you, Jason.
That was sick.
Is he going to pull it off?
Did he make it? I can't see.
I can't see. Look at Liam Dunkerbeck in his first ever final. No, out the back.
And I got to say, that was a pretty top to bottom vertical turn. That was super impressive. Here we go, Brow.
Super late. Take Brow.
All right. Let's see what Brow's got first wave. And it looks like, it's hard for me to see, but it looks like, he's got a nice wall. Look at that. Oh, that was sick. Perfect timing.
Second section.
Hit the lip. 2 sections like that. See, that's when Hokipa gives you something, Kai, right?
Exactly,
when
Jason.
you get those 2 nice vertical hits.
Here's Camille Jubon, no stranger to big punting airs. Late bottom turn line. Under the lip, massive skyline aerial. He lands in the flats. This is no!
Oh, no. And you know what? That's his rig's going to get pushed into. Hopefully his rig's not going to go on the rocks. But, man, what a great exchange. First waves. That was impressive. I've got to say, Bjorn's probably watching out there.
Yeah.
Bjorn Dunkerbeck. I've got to say, Liam, I'm really impressed. Liam sailed great all day. It's super impressive to see a Dunkerbeck yet again in a final. So congratulations to Liam.
Yes, and Bjorn.
And to Bjorn.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Jason, we're on an in-between moment here, but I want you to tell me the story of that time you won this contest when you used the sponsor logos to tape your sail together.
Oh, yeah, I've had many of those. Yeah, I've had many of those in many different countries. But, yeah, you got to do what you got to do. For me, I had those magic sails that I loved, and no matter how destroyed it was, I always wanted to use it. So, tape, string, whatever it took to use that magic sail,
Giving a new meaning to the term ripping. Here comes Liam Dunkerbeck. Jason, he's the lone rider right now in scoring position, and he's right at the top of the point with one of those carefully selected waves. Very patient. But you see Liam's come into his own with his riding, and he's got that swooping first turn, but he's very tight radius. He rides with a kind of a lower boom than Bjorn did. He's not riding like Bjorn. He's got his own style.
Yeah, he does. But you know what? He's got that Bjorn 360. That looks like their 360s are identical. I saw a couple today. This could be one right now. Look at that.
Are you kidding me?
Hey, no, that's a Bjorn 360 right there.
Bjorn 360.
Impressive.
At the end of the section.
Well
Jason
done.
Polikow calling it, predicting it. Oh, my goodness. That's going to be a major score. Brasinho with a 7 to start off the bat. Rodinger got a 3 for that late heroic attempt. Leon Dunkerbeck already with a 2.5. Jubon blew the second turn off
look
the
at that.
air.
I mean, that was bad. That was badass. That was late.
Yes.
And in the second section like that,
Wow.
that was a well-deserved 7. Obviously, look at that. That was sick as well. Nice aerial there.
He
from
just
Kimi.
needed to glue that second turn.
And it looked like probably with that 3 that he didn't make that wave, obviously, burnt. And there's the 360.
Exactly like Bjorn used to do.
That is Bjorn to a T, right?
To a T, Jason.
Oh, my God.
You couldn't be more right about
I can't
that.
believe I called that.
Here comes Bernd Rodinger. Oh, I hear cheers on the beach. Sarah's just champagne toasting. Here comes Rodinger. He can smell it too.
Yeah, she's the world title.
Beautiful bottom turn for Rodinger. Wrapping it around. Perfect position on the wave. Gets his mid-face bottom turn. Happy to be in the final, but not satisfied. He's won this event before. 2 big lip blasts.
That was nice.
Moans and groans from the audience.
And then,
a goiter into the pit for Rodinger. The samurai strikes in the final. Camille Jubon, skatey little lip floater. Massive action. Absolutely the top level of riding. And guess what? These are the top 4 riders in this event.
Wow.
We have fireworks raining down on us.
That was impressive from Bernd. That was really good. Look at this little check turn there just to see himself up. And then just kind of fades a little bit. Nice floating aerial into the pit and then finishes up with a...
Fantastic.
Boom. Look at that.
Big goiter.
Yeah, that's just one of those great waves that Hukipa, that comes to you, and he just executed that perfectly. It was really cool to see that Camille, jibed out on that little wave and is out the back. That was really smart by him as well. So it's tight. They've all had some pretty substantial first waves.
It's a very high standard, Jason.
What
you
a
did
great
the same
final.
thing.
Great
Look at this
final.
Brasinho, and behind him is Liam Dunkerbeck with a absolutely huge exchange. We're going to keep it right here. Here comes Brasinho fading into this. Dunkerbeck's paced behind him. This is a 1-2 exchange, maybe even 3 waves. Deep bottom turn, Brasinho. He's got big plans here. Lip launches over the section, lands it cleanly. Is he going to make the whole wave kind of towards the end elbow? Liam Dunkerbeck under the lip. A legion supporting Dunkerbeck near and far, as well as Brasinho with the entire South American continent gripped. Here comes a second 360 for Dunkerbeck. Massive.
On fire.
On the end bowl, Jason. Camille Jubon.
He's got that on lockdown, huh?
Going bananas. You got to be careful not to repeat it too many times. 2 360s in a final is a good thing, though.
Right.
Lip drift from Jubon. What does he have up in store? Skies over the section. Oh, let me catch my breath, Jason. We're going with Sarah Hauser on the beach. Let's have an interview with our champ. 2. Good stuff.
Both the PWA and the IWT together.
Yeah, you know.
And so, yeah.
Amazing. As you said, the Aloha Classic, how much does this event mean to you?
It means everything. That's the first winter competition I came to do on the tour, was the Aloha Classic in 2012. And ever since that, you can tell this is a legendary event because of the people, the dedication they have to this place, to this wave. So to be able to compete against all the people who put all that time and passion into it and then come out first, it's a dream come true.
Yeah. Absolutely. I've been enjoying watching you sail, perform, getting ready, but also your team, you and Casey, the whole Goya team behind you. I mean, it's a big moment, and enjoy the now. Go celebrate, and we see you soon again.
Thank you so much. And yeah, like you said, the team I have is amazing. Quattro Goya, thank you so much for the support. MFC for the Fins and Medallia and Dermatone. So thank you guys to support my dreams.
Back to the guys' final.
Aloha NC6, and congratulations from the boys in the booth. Kachidorian and Polakau bringing it to you live here at the 2024 Aloha Classic. That's the Samurai. Bant Rodinger skying over his section. We got Brasinho behind him. Absolutely spellbinding stuff, Jason.
Action-packed stuff. It's really great. Well, we just had Brasinho there. We're going to catch maybe the tail. No, he decided to drive, but that was actually smart. Get out there, get something that's decent. Don't go with the medium ones. Wait for those bombs.
Lots of action here, and not all the scores having dropped. And Liam Dunkerbeck has had the wave magnet lined up. These are not the standings. The judges are taking their times with these scores. Liam Dunkerbeck, 2 360s in this final, to his credit. Let's see what the judges think as he winds into this wave. Crisscrossing in perfect control. Jubon kicking out a little bit out of sync there.
Yeah, that Jubon wave was a little wide in the channel, so I think he did a good thing just, jumping out of that one. But yeah, action-packed final, Kai. Crazy.
Living up to it.
Man, it's so great to see that we've got great conditions here for the contest. Great waves, great wind, great commentary.
Really appreciate it. It's hard work.
Oh, you and Jace are the team. I love it.
Oh, yeah, we'll bring Jace on in just a little bit. Stick with us, Jason. It's so great to have a legend such as yourself with the perspective and the popularity and the respect and credibility that you bring here. And it's great to see you continuing to sail when the conditions are only at their finest.
Yes, I had a great day about 5 or 6 days ago out here. It was solid, that big north day, maybe 8 feet.
Yeah.
Oh, it was fun. Yeah, I had a great time.
Yeah, I saw some great shots of you again. Thanks to Paul and Sophie from the Fishbowl Diaries to bring us all the action.
Jimmy Hepp, they're all great people.
Jimmy Hepp, Eric Ader, even Daryl Wong coming down for some speed blurs. Are you kidding me?
Great photographer family.
I could go on and on. James Schmidt,
I'm hearing you.
Pierre Johnson, everybody's getting a piece of it.
Yep.
Here's Camille Jubon and Marcilio Brown, our reigning world champion who sealed the deal in the semis. It's a 1-2 exchange. Some okay waves, but some corduroy moving in below. Outside of all 4 riders are on waves right now. It's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Let's capture the action.
Great drone shots up from Paul.
Paul Van Bellen, legend.
Yeah, well done, mate.
Here goes Camille.
360
First
maybe?
up.
Oh, nice. Oh, I like the way they split the screen like that.
360
nope.
Out the back, unfortunately. Brasinho takes over.
Come on, Brow.
Brow full ahead of steam.
Looks like he's got something down the end section here because something big is going to happen, boys and girls. Oh, no, just not quite there. Just a little late, I think. I couldn't quite see, but...
Rodiger on the third wave.
Oh.
Big amplitude off the cutback. Big section in front of him. Here's the timing. 360, no.
Stuck the tip of the mast there.
360.
Great sailing from everyone, man. That's just incredible. Here's Liam.
Liam and section. H. Poco Point. Kicks out.
Yeah, everyone's kicked out.
So that's that in-between moment now.
Who's winning? Like, what's going on here? I can't see. Hit the app guy.
One thing that's been happening, Jason, is that head judge Bush McGill has been taking his time with the scoring. We've got multiple replay angles.
Right.
This is a final.
You've got to get it right.
Got to get it right.
Yep. Otherwise, people are going to be angry.
Yeah. Right now, it appears Rodiger in the lead.
Yes. Well deserved so far. He's been sailing very well. Marsilio in second, Liam, and then Kimi in fourth.
Yes. 14 minutes and change here. Live look at Liam Dunkerbeck. Brasilio behind him, Rodinger behind him. It's firing.
Yeah, it's just like tit for tat. Everyone's getting good waves. This is great. This is what we want to see in a final.
A target-rich environment with plenty of opportunities to score. Hukipa providing.
Exactly.
The Aloha Classic, 40 years later from the first event in 1984. You certainly weren't here yet, Jason. I wasn't here yet, but we remember.
Oh, yeah.
We were alive.
Boys. Yeah. Yep.
Dunkerbeck, that's the 3.
Yep.
Maybe kind of a singular move wave. We're starting to dissect this action here.
How long do we have left, Kai?
We've got 14 minutes left.
Look at that action. Oh, just great. Everyone's just ripping. Yeah, look at that. Hukipa at its best, really.
In terms of being able to compete in these conditions, you really can't ask for much more. I mean, the judges have their work cut out for them.
Oh yeah, it's so tight. I would not like to be a judge.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's really tough to judge. Everyone's doing so good.
Jason, thank you so much for joining us. It is an honor and a pleasure, mate. All-time legend status.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. We're going to hand it over to Jace to finish up, and Kai, you guys are killing it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Jason.
All right, see you, everyone.
Yeah, brother. See you on the water, huh?
All right, bye.
Maybe somewhere big and exciting.
Yes.
Hey. Legendary Jason Polikow, KA1111. Thank you so much for joining us, helping call part of that final, lending some credibility, some championship caliber. Jason and I never won the Aloha, so we've got to hand it to someone who actually has and give them their moment, and that was a great moment. Thank you again, Jason, and welcome back. Another JP.
Another JP.
Chase Panabianco returns to help call the final with the flycatcher. The infamous Hukipa Peanut Gallery in full effect. We are about to wrap this contest up. Jace, it's been a massive final. What's the word on the beach?
Lots of action. Everybody's psyched. Lots of clapping. Everybody's impressed by Marsilio Brown, Bant Rodiger.
Liam.
Yeah. I mean, big scores. 8.5. That's huge. The amplitude has been there. I'm excited.
What do we got in terms of our standings here? We haven't really seen the breakdown of the scoring, and there's plenty left to go on. But, I am drawn to this moment because this event's almost done and dusted. It's been a lot of hard work from a lot of key people. Thank everybody again at Zone Media from the ground up. Francisco Goya and his crew, everybody, helping out, the judges, everybody from the PWA side of things that we brought. Sarah Jackson working super hard, our beach announcer, Seeley, and then our liaison on the beach, Anna Marie Reichman. Thank you all so much for your hard work. Don Pooley, our Steely veteran, again, just making it happen with Aloha.
It takes a village, Kai.
Takes a village in
this
the jungle.
This is our current world wave champion. This is Marsilio Brown. Has some work to do.
He does. There's 10 minutes and 50 seconds left to do that work. Right now, the Samurai in control. Rodinger, 15.6 heat total. Marsilio Brown in second, barely ahead of Liam Dunkerbeck. And Juban wondering what could have been with a couple of those huge hits and missed connections. The wind is blowing hard. It's really windy upwind of him. And it's time to play select and score here.
Camille Huban had that gigantic 360 that he landed on the coping, just couldn't get it to come back in with that offshore wind direction. Here he is heading back outside looking for more.
The hunter and the hunted. A little bit of both here. Beautiful Haleakala crater behind us. Our wind machine here on the beautiful island of Maui. Welcome to all of you who are just joining us to the 2024 Aloha Classic, sponsored by Hotel Playa Surf, presented by Sundeck. Liam Dunkerbeck, just barely in third place. The event of his life so far in his young career. confirmation that he is a world title contender moving forward, entering the arena of all-time shredder status. 1 through 4 right here. Dunkerbeck, Jubon, Brown, and Rodiger all on waves. Jubon setting it up. Dunkerbeck setting it up. Classic way to ride Hokipa. You just stay up top and let the wave form and take the drop when it hits the reef. Dunkerbeck first. Spray turn. Heading down the line. Airs over the section. No dice. Here comes Jubon. Totally capable of getting into this mix. First turn. Crisscross setting it up. Wave hits the reef. Big tweak air for Jubon. Straight back into it. Brauzinho taking aim behind him. Jubon skies the second aerial of that wave. Third lip hit. Brauzinho kind of kicking out. The lesser of those. Something happened outside with Rodinger. I saw kind of a splat. Unfortunately for our heat leader, it won't be a difference maker.
So much action, Kai. You can hear the crowd erupting on the beach. Here comes the replay. Camille Hubon wrapping top turn. Gets on his horse, hits the accelerator, looking for the aerial. Big tweak, landing on the coping, and that'll be a nice score for Camille Hubon when he adds that second aerial at the end.
Brauzinho on the outside, definitely getting a hit on that as well. Brauzinho, live look, he's on a wave. Kind of a medium-sized one with a little grower section under it. Nobody else really on anything. Plenty of wind powering here. I smell a rotation. Brauzinho doesn't buy it. He's going to hold it to a higher standard than that. And what I think you see on this heat total right now is it's going to stay the way it is due to the fact that nobody's really outdone those high scores. I'd be surprised if it flipped the script right now, but people are planning going out. It's full power here. Here comes Liam Dunkerbeck. Live action. What can he do to get into the first place position? Spray turn. Sets his line. Gets under it. Kicks out.
He just needs the wave to offer him an opportunity. He's been so clutch through this entire event. Has had that 360 when he needs it. Liam Dunkerbeck needs to find himself a good wave so he can give himself the best opportunity to score.
Brauzinho, the pride of Brazil. Goya's top dog. Multiple world wave champion. And sealing the deal in the semis. Now he wants to win this event. Big lip hit opportunity, vertical slash. That was gorgeous from Brauzinho. The timing, the art of wave sailing on display. Let the wave form in front of you. Read it. Ride the wave how it's asking to being ridden. That's what Brauzinho does.
Such a surfing style, so vertical with his top hit. Obviously has the rotational moves on lock, but just I can really appreciate that surfing style when he goes vertical to the lip like this.
Bam! Fins out. Lots of power, precision. He studies it meticulously. Hokipa gives you 1,000 looks, Chase, and Brauzinho knows every single one of them.
Yeah, definitely home court advantage for Marcilio Brown. But, you know, Bant Rodiger, this is his spot. And Camille Hubon spends months here every year. He knows his way around Hokipa. 5 minutes, 22 seconds on the clock. This is the final of the Aloha Classic, presented by the PLAYA Surf Hotel.
Presented by Sundeck. Pat Rodinger, the Samurai, is in first place. 15.6. Marcilio Brown, 13.9. Liam Dunkerbeck, 13.8. Jubon, 12.7. And what you see here is maybe the waves haven't come in full force like they did earlier in this heat. There is a high scoring standard in place here. Some of the higher scores of the event. And that's very fitting for a final. And we have reached that point where it's all the marbles. Beautiful bottom turn from Jubon on one of those cleaner inside waves, which offer a little more control than those rippled set waves on occasion. There's a 360 from Jubon. Can he make it in? He's going swimming.
Ooh, it gets so shallow right at the end section. The wave just dropped out from underneath him.
Jubon, maybe not in top form at this point, but always a contender. Hats off to Jubon, who's won this event 2 times.
Well, he's so close, Kai. If he just manages to get that rotation back, that would be a good score.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. The mid-8 or a high 8 or a low 9 would win the contest. Roediger on the defensive, holding on to his lead, staying high up the top here. The Samurai off the bottom, connects with the lip, bringing it down the line. Hukipa to his side. Minutes left for his title defense here. Roediger rotates the goiter, not quite. Not quite. And that might not have even been the difference maker. He's just occupying the better waves now. He's just got to stay on good waves and take his best shot. Those 2 sailors, Marcilio Brown and Liam Dunkerbeck, hungry for set waves now. Doing anything they can to get into the mix here. Trying to become the 2024 Aloha Classic champion. There can only be one winner of this event. Brasinho, one-handed goiter attempt. No.
Big risk there for Marcilio. Taking that hand off. Totally vert with the rotation. This is Liam Dunkerbeck's turn now. Off the lip. Big check turn. Here comes the aerial. Nice projection. Liam Dunkerbeck down the line. Big spray on his wrapping top turn. Wave kind of stretches out in front of him. Not much more on offer there for Liam Dunkerbeck. Very impressed with Liam's entire contest run. So consistent, so clutch in the moments that he needed. As we watch Lalo Goya and Pio Marasco watch their boy.
Ooh, Camille's on the rocks.
Camille.
Jubon on the rocks.
This is where it's good to have friends, Kai.
Yep. Jace, I just want you to know I'll help you off the rocks anytime.
Yes, and I'll help you as well, Kai. As long as I got my booties on.
My brother, it is not a fun thing to do. Who is our helpful hand there? Team Guadalupe, that's Wehrmeister helping out. When you go on the rocks, it's like paying your dues, yeah? You're going to have to play it forward. Sometimes you go on the rocks earlier in the season, so you get this out of the way. Liam Dunkerbeck chipping in. He's a little bit wide on the point there, so this isn't really going to be much at the end of the day. Maybe something. Behind Liam is Brasinho. Can he nail a rotation? A 360 would be really nice. Roediger behind him. Big contact for Roediger, whose wave's not done. It's got a double section to it, so he's not going to get that section in the point. He's just going to spray turn his way out of here.
Roediger with the rhythm.
Big time. Samurai Kudasai. The scoreline remains the same, Jace. It's like these opportunities to knock on the door of these scores, but the scoreline seems set. 40 seconds left. That's it, Jace. The heat is over. I don't see a flag anymore. Can we confirm that's it? That's it. Bernd Roediger has won the Aloha Classic for 2024. Congratulations to the Samurai for yet another title, cementing his legacy as one of the all-time shredders. No doubt about it. Roediger came into this contest, Jace, with a calm, confident demeanor. I'm really proud of my friend Bernd, who came in here knowing he could win it. Maybe not a world title contender this year, but he went to some pretty key events. And in this contest, that level of riding, that loose yet precise way of riding, wins the day.
Beautiful artistry from Bernd Roediger. A combination of beautiful surfing style and the aerial maneuvers on lock. What a pleasure to watch. Congratulations to our event winner, Bent Roediger. And congratulations to our second place finisher, Marcilio Brown, who's won the World Wave title from the Unified Tour of the IWT and the PWA. Congratulations to all of our competitors, but particularly our winners.
It's done and dusted, Jace. It's hard to believe this contest is actually over. We got started promptly. Man, you know, like you start at 11 in the morning when guys are flying around in 18-minute heats, and that set the tone. Great job from the ground up to get this thing done and dusted. As you're watching Brazinho checking his scoring total, picking it apart. He didn't quite get the event win, but he's got to have a smile on his face with that level. Boss Goya is proud of him. We've done something here.
Happy moments for Bent Roediger as he makes his way to the beach to a hero's welcome. Congratulations to our Hot Sails rider, Bent Roediger. Beautiful style. I gotta say that the style is one of those things that differentiated him for me. Some moments that they made you think, like, how did he make that? And how did he get that verticalness to his turns and slashiness?
There he is. Breaking news. Bent Roediger, a.k.a. the Samurai, wins the 2024 Aloha Classic. Congratulations. Jeffrey Henderson, very proud of his top dog. Everybody proud of him.
Yeah, it's a tight group of people here. Most of us are really close friends, and it allows you to be happy for whoever wins. Even though you might want it yourself and you might want it badly, it's nice when it's your friends that are winning. As we watch Bent Roediger get set up for the beach interview.
There she is.
With none other than Anne-Marie Wright.
Aloha Classic 2024. How do you feel?
Totally speechless. I didn't see it for myself at all.
Maybe we did.
I mean, you know, it's just one of those things. It's like you have like a certain feeling throughout the heat or throughout the contest, and you think, yeah, okay, things are going to go well, but you know you're you, and you know how fallible you are. And that's the thing that you don't think about other people. You know, you're like, those guys don't make mistakes. Those guys don't fail, you know. Yeah, pretty cool.
Amazing. Well, soak it in, let it digest, and let's go celebrate soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congrats. Back to you guys.
Congratulations to our event winner, Bent Roediger. You know, this brings to light that one of the younger riders at Hokipa, you know, starts the journey, and it's about the journey. You know, winning the event at 16 years old and tying Ian Boyd's record, equally impressive. And then came this middle part of his career where it wasn't necessarily too clear what he was going to do. Was he going to hunt a world title? Was he going to look for the world's best conditions, sponsor switches? And once it clicked for him on the flicker boards in the Hot Sails combo, his true personality of riding came out. And what you saw were some of these events where he was really hitting his stride, kind of maybe peaking too early sometimes, always in contention. But what I saw in this contest from Roediger was this ascension. Each heat, higher level of riding, more patient demeanor of wave selection, and that final will go down in history as one of the tooth and nail battles between the top riders here at Hokipa, just about. And Roediger let Hokipa come to his side. I'll say that time and time again. It's the art of sailing here where you have to let things happen in sequential order. And Jace, you know, it's not done for Roediger, but what's really inspirational is that everybody across the world now, some of the next generation are coming up and looking at that going, that can be me someday. And that's what we're all about here, showing the highest level of competition, living the dream, and setting the tone for the future.
I'm really proud of Bent Roediger. I talked to him this morning, and you know what? He looked a little bit nervous. He was talking about changing up his fins, his boards, you know, the mass track placement, changing up his music. It seemed to me like he didn't have it all together, but as the contest went on, he gained form, he gained confidence, and boy, did he put on a show.
It's all about sailing with confidence. That 360, the goiter, Samurai, the claim, right there in the pocket, turning. These are the things I'm going to remember about his riding. I also want to commend Liam Dunkerbeck for making his first Hukipa final. Yep. That sets the tone for the future. You know, congratulations, of course, to Brazinho for his world title. His fourth one, I believe. Yep. And, you know, that's a story yet to be written, too, because all of a sudden someone like Brazinho is sitting here in veteran status. He's not the up-and-coming young shredder anymore. There's going to be a new pack of contenders coming up here in the coming years. And God willing, we will have the continuation of this event for years to come. Thank you once again, Hotel Playa Surf, Sundek, our presenting sponsor, Goya, Brooch Boards, everybody who has come together and supported this. Thank you, County of Maui. And I'll also thank, Kai Lenny for a top level of riding. He didn't quite make the final. His quest for an Aloha title continues. This is a work in progress for everybody. I mean, everybody had great performances here from the ground up.
Well, it was so close, Kai. I mean, the difference between making the final and not making the final, or getting fourth in the final to the first place position, such a tiny difference to win or not win. I mean, you got to give some credit to Kamihu Ban. He was just doing such an amazing job of hitting those giant aerials. That 360 that he almost landed, I mean, it could have been the difference in the heat.
Right.
So congratulations to all of our competitors, winners or not. Putting on a great show. We're glad to be able to bring it to you guys here. We're going to get into some recaps. We're going to show you some day 2 highlights. Plenty more action to come here at Ho'okipa Beach Park for the 40th annual Aloha Classic, the Grand Finals.
Check it out. Morgan Noirot. And there's Rodinger. Some quick flash highlights. There's Mauricio. Baptiste Clorec. Arutkin. Berhens. Brazinho slashing it. And there's Liam with one of those clutch threes. There's Rodinger, our event winner, with that beautiful ride. Lenny popping that one right in front of Van. At the highest level of riding here.
Flachet had a good contest. Nice tweak air. Oh, that's Rodinger. Oh, look at the tail fin release.
Clorec has arrived as well. I really feel his body of work is just beginning. Erpenstein narrowly missing out on the world title, but total contention. Dunkerbeck, Schwapang. Very proud of Leon. And the little stuff. The water starts in front of the rocks. Morgan Noirot, nothing to be too disappointed about. Juban, gigantic aerials. But Rodinger with that one especially. And this is going to combine into a super vertical dissection here. One of the moments of the contest right here. Sarah Hauser, event winner for the 3rd time. And congratulations to her as well. Liam Dunkerbeck with what Jason Polikow wisely called a Bjorn 360. Rodinger sending spray flying everywhere. No section is safe from the Samurai, who is going to slice and dice this place for many years to come.
Love the style from Bant Rodinger. Congratulations. Deserved event win.
Well, we're going to wrap it up here. The 2024 Aloha Classic, sponsored by Hotel Playa Surf, presented by Sundek, is in the books. And we will look forward to what is to come for the 2025 World Wave Tour. We have lots of promising scenarios here. We definitely have a lot of situations to work through with our unified PWA IWT World Wave Tour. There are some things in the works that I'm not at liberty to talk about. I want to expressly thank, on the PWA side of things, some people have been working long and hard for that organization, most notably head judge Duncan Coombs for years and years of service to this great sport. Also, Rich Page, we want to thank you, Dooley, for the hard work that you've put in over the years.
Love you, Rich.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, much respect. And we want to bring this forward to the most competitive level possible in the best conditions and we don't want to discriminate on port and starboard. We want to bring the best wave sailing in the world to you for next year's tour. You guys at home, especially, thank you for the heartfelt, warm comments. It's hard work up here, Jace.
Not hard work, Kai. Good fun work.
It's definitely hard work. It's hard work because you don't get to sail and you got to talk through this camera. But it's done and dusted, you guys, and I can't wait for what's to come. Also another shout out to Mark Perry Rico, for his near comeback there from an injury. We have so much to talk about. It's all over the books. We have local heroes, contenders from all corners of the globe, and that's what you want here. Stay tuned for what's to come here in 2025, and God willing, we will be back here at the Aloha Classic at the end of the season to crown more world champions and event champions. That's what it's all about. Kai Kachidorian, Jace Ponabianco, signing off from Hukipa. Thank you and aloha.
Aloha.
Go tell it on the mountain.